going to give you a quick demo of our CTN Network website, ctnnetwork.net. Join our community. It is free. You just type in ctnnetwork.net, and this is the homepage right here. And if you want to create an account, you would just click up here and create new account right here. Sign up with your email, or you can sign up with just clicking on Facebook or Google. So you can sign up with your Facebook account or your Gmail. So I'm already signed up, so I'm going to click in Gmail right here, and it's going to log me in. And as you can see, this is our homepage. Click on creators right here, and this shows you all the CTN family members that are content creators. Everybody is on here. If you want to go to one of their YouTube channels, for example, if you want to go to Crypto Talk Now, just click on channel, and it takes you right over to the YouTube channel for that particular creator. And you click on community. This is our community right here. We do have a forum, and this is a forum where you can post things, you can interact with one another. And there's also a blog right over here that we post our own content on. And if you click on CTN Studios, you can watch our live show and other content creators' live shows right through this CTN Studios. We do have advertisements for some of the content creators. There's the Crypto Smith, there's Waddy, the Crypto Hunter, and we also have live charts for the ISOs right in this box right here. We have a feature where you click on the heart if you want to donate to us. You can donate with Ethereum or Binance, BNB. And also, if you click on this button right here, we're going to have a call-in feature, which is already live. If you want to call us, just click on the green icon, the green phone icon, and click on Call Now. And during the show, between 9:15 and 10, when we announce it, when Max is on or when I'm on with Max, we will start accepting phone calls, and you guys can be live with the show. If you want to turn your video on, you can come on camera as well. So good stuff there. Now back onto the homepage. If you click on members, you can see all the people that are members here. All these people here, like Chaka just signed up, Gills33, Miguel. All these people here are members of our community. So you guys can sign up, and then you can chat with one another. So you can either click over here, message right here. So what I'm going to do, guys, is I'm just going to welcome him. I'll send him a quick message, and then I can click enter or just a little arrow. If you want to message somebody else, you can click on message, or you can go right over here into members chat and go ahead and message them and create a new chat if you want by clicking this little button right here. Now also, if you scroll down here, you can see some of the past videos that our content creators in our content creator family have created. You can go in here and watch some of the recorded videos. They're scrolling down here. Just choose one to watch. And that's it, guys. Thank you for watching this brief demo. Make sure you sign up so you can interact and be part of the community when we are not on the live show.
Singing this song, I see I was wrong. To chain you down, I was the clown. I'm singing this song, I see I was wrong. To chain you down, I was the clown. I know now what you all about. I've had the time to run out. I pray for the touch of your hand. Your love is so, so grand. Oh, baby.
At night, I can't sleep. I toss and turn. Bring candle skips. Looking in the dark, visions of bodies being burned. Four walls staring at a brother. I'm paranoid, sleeping in the gutter. My mom's always stressing me. If I don't know what to say to prayer, I'm freaking dowdy. Something's gotta change. I'm looking at it, and I can't look at the XRP, baby. All right, we're gonna end this. Let's kick it into the show. All right. So that was for Brian Dowie because he likes the Ghetto Boys. And you blame him? I mean, the Ghetto Boys are pretty cool. All right. So let's see here. We got a lot of comments. Got to thank everybody for being here. And I see that Mr. Elon Muff is here. My God. All right. But let's start out things off with the first comment of the day. It is from the one and only Tim Shea, who says, "Hey, thank you for being here, Tim. And just to let you guys know, I did test the settings like a whole hour before the show, and I stay connected, and I'm like, I don't even want to breathe on this thing the wrong way. So I don't know. We'll see how it goes. Crossing my fingers. I don't want to jinx it. But anyway, Brian Dowie's here. What's up, Tim Shea? But yes, Tim Shea, the mayor of crypto commissioner is here. All right. Great having you here, Brian Dowie. Hopefully you enjoyed the Ghetto Boys for a brief moment. Max listening to Doggy Style album outside before the stream. Great weather all week. Well, I wasn't quite doing that. But if I was going to listen to Doggy Style album, it'd be the original Murder Was the Case. The original is so much better than the remix that they have in the MTV video. All right, let's see here. Welcome a few more guys. I want to welcome KK. Says, get your JASMY bags. Thank you for that. In reality, I mean, it's not financial advice, but, why not, right? Maximus the Machine, professor / potential robot. Yes, I guess I've been told that. I'm an AI, apparently, which is kind of interesting. I'm kind of still sitting low still, man. Got to get that fixed, man. Oh, well. All right. Glad to have everybody here. Smash that like if you haven't done this already. We'll get into all the good stuff. Mike Cornwell wants to drop a bomb on you guys. Absolute bomb. I do too. But be ready hopefully by tomorrow. I did say originally it'd be Tuesday, the bomb. And I was hoping to have it done today. And then I had problems, of course, with my camera and all that crap again. And to make matters worse, listen to this. Air conditioner went out. And yes, Phoenix is starting to heat up. So it's like inside the house as we speak, it's like 86 degrees. And that's just not comfortable. It's like kind of darn right miserable. So yeah, I got to call the AC guy out and might as well nip that in the bud. I mean, if anything, I don't want to be 110 degree heat, coming on here. Oh, welcome to Talk Now. Oh my God. Oh, it's all over the place. Oh, Brian Dowie. No. Don't want like that. All right. Let's see here. You're super pumped for JASMY? Right on, KK. Nice. Max's favorite song is My Mind Playing Tricks on Me. You like it? I do like that song. I like the beat. It's a pretty good beat. All right. Ghetto Boys would rip around in the party van playing that song. The back of the van had a bed. Those were the days. I'm sure they were. All right. Mike, welcome. He says, Mike on micro cap in the house. Well, welcome. Always want to welcome Ahmed. He's got one of the best avatars out there. I mean, how could you deny this guy's avatar? Like, oh, we're at Crypto Talk Now. Oh, yeah. No, I'm kidding. It's just a cool looking avatar. I don't know what to say. It's funny. Brittany's in the house. Happy Monday. She's got the star out. Hey, Mike Cornwell. You ready for this? She's got the Gold Star XRP out. Mic drop. All right, you guys are going to have to find out about that tomorrow. All right, Sobo says, but Brittany, thank you, for being here. Flowers, all that stuff. Thank you, Brittany. Sobo's in the house. Always good seeing you, Sobo. She says, hello to Brian, KK, Tim, Ahmed, Mike, everybody. Cool stuff. Thank you very much for that. JC, the man, is in the house. And let's see how he is doing real quick. And then we'll get into all the other stuff. And let's see how we're doing with Mr. JC, the man, with the master plan. Call him JC, the man, and I think you better recognize. All right. So if you go to ctnnetwork.net, it's free. Click on creators. You scroll down. You will see Mr. JC, the man. He's like, yeah, look at this is me. I am JC, the man. And you click on his channel. It brings us, oh, look at that. JC, the man. Congratulations, man. See, you are the man. JC, the man, has ticked up to 101 subscribers. Can we raise the roof for this kid? Oh my gosh, that is so cool. So cool. Awesome. I got to come back in the frame. There'll be some erase the road. That is super cool. JC the man. Let's do it. That needs some. Hold on. We got to have some. We got to have some other kind of beat going with this. I don't have it anymore. Oh, well. I was going to do some Ghetto Boys, but congratulations, man. And if you're not following JC the man, do it. But I'm sure you're just absolutely ecstatic. 101 subscribers. Congratulations on your milestone. And if you're excited about being a content creator, which obviously you are, you got to keep at it, man. You know, and sky's the limit. All right. One content creator to another. All right. So for me, with 2 channels, DPG Maximus and Crypto Talk Now, obviously Maximus Crypto, but I don't really mess with that no more. 3 technically, but congratulations, JC. Here's a virtual dab from the metaverse straight to you, man. All right. I want to welcome Jesse Thomas, who's here. And he says, yo, with the 1969 Olds Cutlass Supreme. I also want to welcome Mr. You ready for it? Pull our F sooner. Yes. And some people say, well, come on, just get to the news, Max. Just get to the news. Hey, did we not start on time today? We started on time today, so there's no excuse not to welcome people. Yes, that's right. I want to welcome Mr. Crypto Holmes, 777 in the house. Even Sobo's like, yo, Boomer, 777, getting it going. Your mind's playing tricks on you. You know what I mean? It's just like, looking at some of these lyrics, it's just kind of crazy. It's just like, at night, I can't sleep. I toss and turn, looking at green candlesticks in the dark, visions of body or Luna Classic being burned, right? Yes, I did see what happened with all the drama today with Luna Classic, and it's just not cool drama. You know, I'm still going to hold my Luna Classic. I feel like when we get to the height of the bull run, right, I think we're going to be fine with Luna Classic, personally. But I don't like seeing the drama. It's bad taste. You guys know what I'm talking about. It's very bad taste. You know, it's one thing we don't do. We don't go after other people, but you know, it's like that Kendrick Lamar song, right? You know, don't kill my vibe, right? It's killing my vibe. You know, and it killed a lot of people's vibe, and that's not good. All right, I want to welcome Den G. He says, "Sup, G. Thank you so much for being here to a fellow G." All right. Got to keep in mind, I am DPG, as in Dog Pound Gaming Maximus. So, you know, 1G to another. All right. Glad to have you here. Let's welcome Den G. And if Brian Dowie tells you any other thing that, you know, that you're not a G, you just got to tell him, look, Brian Dowie, you know, you were the new kid on the block about to get smacked back to the boondocks. Freaking Luna Classic. You're squatting your type, so take some real advice and form a group with Crypto Holmes and not Vanilla Ice. And when I tell you, Crypto Holmes will say what's up to Boomer, because Nelly there is here, and he's saying what's up to everybody else. I don't know where I'm going with this. Anyway, Boomer F and Sooner's got a new avatar. What is that? Let's see that real quick. We promised to get in the news, but welcome some people from the community. 93. I was going to give you guys a hint. 1992 is going to be a big subject tomorrow. A big subject. What's Max going with? Well, you'll find out. The only person that has the exclusive, obviously, is Mr. Mike Cornwell. All right. Welcoming a few more people. Man, there's a flood of comments that came in. That's good stuff. All right, so we'll just quickly get into this. Maybe I'll just jump to the next screen real quick. I want to welcome a lot of people. My God. Coochie Boy. OV Crypto. Man, there's a lot of people up in here. I missed a bunch of comments. My God. All right. Yeah, here we go. So Nelly, obviously, thank you for being here. Found this channel by accident. Good stuff. Well, thanks, man. We'll get into the good stuff. We just always welcome the community and so on. Centrifuge up in the house. Thank you for being here. I obviously saw some other familiar people like Blackwood. Thank you for being here, Mr. Blackwood. I don't know if you need a pack of lunch tonight, but, you know, that's all right. Mr. Elon Muff is here. And, you know, the bad thing is, as a teacher, that's going to come out someday, you know. And true story, right? It didn't happen on this particular day. So a few days ago, last week, I think it was Friday, right? I did a virtual lecture, right? I was trying to help some students that I taught at a different school in the past. They need some help. So I did an online lecture, virtually speaking. They had to come back. I think it was like at 1:30 my time. So I was waiting for them, and I was like, well, I got half an hour to kill. I'm gonna eat like a late lunch. I'm gonna watch 2-bit stream. So I was watching 2-bit stream, and if anything, part of the lecture had one moment where I mentioned Elon Musk. Thank God, Mr. Mike Cornwell didn't have the Elon Musk at the time, because that probably would have accidentally came out, and then all the students probably would just laugh their butt off. I mean, these are college kids, so it wouldn't have been too bad, but I don't know. That would have been an awkward moment if it would have been younger than that. So just thought I'd throw that out there. All right. Michael Montclair here. He's like, yo, what's up, CTN crew? Thank you for being here. Awesome stuff. Dreamers here from Australia. I didn't know you're from Australia. That's awesome, man. If I missed anybody, it was on purpose. GS is in the house. A lot of familiar names. OV Crypto. Thank you for being here. Coochie Boys in the house. I think I saw Selmo Fudd earlier. Good to see you, Selmo Fudd. Roman Helmet is back. Drop them bombs. Well, we'll try to drop some things. We got some things in regards to quant, some big patent news. We'll get into that. I'm sure some of you guys saw that. John G's, or is it Giz? I don't know. Hey, wait. Hey, what? Wait. Hey, what with JASMY? Well, we'll get into that too. All right, just going to welcome just a few more people. You like that casting couch, don't you? That's all right. Ray's in the house. I'm going to do it. Fat Juicers Unite. Yes. Mango fat juice tonight, my friend. Cheers to you. Yes. If you guys want Ray's avocado banana milk recipe, you can page him at Ran at I don't give a blankety-blank.com / Gilbert Verdian .quant. Yes. All right. Let's go further down. That's your favorite song of all time. Nice. Very nice. The way I look at it, the monetization wasn't on. So, I mean, if they flag us, is it really going to matter? I mean, it's not like the live stream is monetized. Mr. Muff says, I say we tell the group and make a video. Oh, no. You want to do that tonight? Well, all right. In the comments, Mike, I mean, I can do a version of it. Not that I'm trying to make this a democracy or anything, but I mean, I could do a way better version on the recorded. So how about this? I'll just do a separate one on the recorded. You know how you guys get, Salamander, if he's here, you need to get the algorithm going. So if you put in the comments, bombshell tonight, or just type in, the letter B or something, or bomb or something like that. If you want it tonight, you don't want to wait till tomorrow. The only thing I'm worried about is if the camera had an issue, but if it does, I don't know. Anyway, gonna read a few more comments. Just welcome a few more people. Drop the goods. Caspa, great project, by the way. Caspa's a great project. Can't go wrong with Caspa, in my opinion. Thank you for being here. Marcel D. LVR, welcome. I've never seen you here before. Let me see your avatar. Well, that's a lovely picture. Is that you, or is that maybe it's like, I don't know. Maybe it's, you know what I mean. Thank you for being here. All right. I see a super chat came in, but give me a second. Give me just a second. I want to make sure I didn't leave anybody out. I got to get this thing going, though. We're about 20 minutes into the show. So you got the lunch packer. Nice. If you missed anyone, let me know. I'll be happy to fist you. Wow. Oh, my God. All right. Papa Doc, what you going to do, right? Oh, my goodness, you guys. DGen Talk Now. We got Elon Musk, and you guys are bad. Very bad. Sobo's like, I don't know what the heck I got into in CTN here. Right, Sobo? Like, what's going on with these people, right? Anyway. All right, let's go further down. GF Burke is here, a.k.a. JASMY Burke, if I'm not mistaken. All right, here it is. Elon Musk could make the bombshell on live and record it. All right, I guess we're going to do it. the representative of the the other district of XRP, for the, I don't know, some crazy number, right? Has gathered his fellow XRP constituents and will drop some bombs. Boy, but I'll still try to do a proper recorded to really just make it shine. So if you're in here to drop, you want to see some bombs, we'll definitely drop some bombs. And no pun intended, because you're going to see some things in regards to bombs, and you're going to be like, what the heck? Dondo's here. Welcome. Thank you for being here. Stump Rider, new member. Nice. Guys, let's welcome Dondo. You're here for JASMY. We'll get into some of that too. Never seen you here before, Dondo. Guys, give him a warm welcome. Any questions or comments, whether it's JASMY or whatever it is, let's welcome Dondo. All right. Selma Fudd is already on top of that. So glad to welcome her. And Burke, hey Max, I made you a metal 3D NFT, but you don't have DMs. What? I am the most approachable person on all Twitter. So I have to figure out what's going on with that. I am so sorry. I don't know why that's like, I want people to be able to get a hold of me. Huh. I'll have to get that fixed. I'm sorry about that. I'll definitely get that fixed. Anyway. All right, let's read a few more comments. I think we reached the bottom. All right, so man, I have a whole lineup of everything, but I guess we'll just drop bombs instead. All right, so let me pull this up. I have it all on the notepad for all these particular links, and you're going to be like, what the heck? But that's just the way it is. It's not going to be all perfectly like juicy, but it's going to be pretty cool. And I just got to reload some of this stuff. Hold on a second. I got to pull up the video. Just bear with me. You know what I mean? We're going to get into all this good stuff here in a bit. And I'm just kind of loading up some more of these links. The only problem is, man, there's a lot of links or tabs that are up. So, man, this is going to be WrestleMania with all this stuff, Mike. It's going to be absolute WrestleMania. Which Stardog is cool about doing, I guess, apparently. Just a few more. I saw somebody DM me. Maybe it's from Burke. Let's see. No, it's from Mr. Dowie. Huh. All right, we'll get into that in a little bit too. All right, hold on. Just trying to reload it all up. So I save all this stuff so I don't lose it. You know what I mean? I guess it's part of being a teacher. You take a lot of notes. Right, Selma? Like Biggie Smalls? Relax and take notes. All right, let's go back. Just loading up a few more of these. I'm telling you flat out, you're gonna be crazy. You're gonna be like, what the heck? It's this. I don't know. If you thought the JASMY bombshell was something else, I'm telling you flat out. I'm not trying to overhype this, but it will speak for itself. It will literally speak for itself. You're gonna be like, wow. Now, some of you guys may know a little taste of this. You know. Like I saw, what was the other day with the Craig Wright thing? That's a different thing, right? We're not going to do that one. But, we'll get into all the hot, juicy stuff here in a bit. I just got, I think 3 or 4 more links to pull up. Because, kind of like Selmo Fudd and some of the other guys got some good flow, right? This thing needs to flow. It needs to flow. So, I got to be like, well, here we go. Let's bring out Mr. Selmo with the flow. And I can't rap as good as him, but, I can still try. And I think there's maybe 2 more. Okay, here we go. The Wikipedia link. All right. All right, let's see how we're doing in the comments, and then we'll start things off here in a second. Smash that like if you haven't done so already. Guys are welcome. Dondo. Cool stuff. Thank you for being here, Dondo. Coochie Boy says she is possibly the only one here that hasn't been bitten. Oh boy. She didn't make it past the rat traps. The rat traps? Wow. Hey Tim, Shay, you are here too. All right, hold on. Blackwood, same happened to me with me when I first tried sending DM to you to what? That's so ridiculous. I'm so sorry about that. I don't know. I don't even know where the setting would be. Hold on. settings and support, settings and privacy, notifications. I don't know. I'll get that sorted out though. I'll remember for real. I won't put it off. I'll remember. All right. I just hope and pray, guys, that like I don't get rugged like I did yesterday, because I enjoy doing these shows with you guys. I always like seeing our community here and so on. It's a cool thing that we got going on here, and it's not. It just I could have spent like a half an hour trying to troubleshoot it, but it like Kendrick Lamar again. It's like it kills my vibe. To get when you get real frustrated, it's hard to. Oh man, All right, Stump Right Max, don't worry. A plan is good until the first contact. Oh God. All right. Pirate X. Huh. All right, just a couple more comments. I think we're good. Yeah, so that's Larry. Crypto Talk Now 21 is Larry, and he has that set up in which he has to follow you back. With me, no. So if you're following me on DPG Maximus, you should be able to DM me immediately. I mean, spammers are able to DM me all the time. It's like always some random chick from like North Korea. She's just always like send me some stupid stuff like, oh, I saw you into cryptocurrency. Okay. Oh, I saw you did well. Okay, what did I do well in? Oh, I saw you did well in coin. I'm like, okay, can you name what coin? I saw you did well financially. And you just totally know that like they're just a bunch of BS. Anyway. All right. So you can't DM either one. All right. Well, I'll get that sorted out. I'll have to Google it and figure out a way to get that sorted out. But how about this? For you guys that can't message me on Twitter, hello CTNNetwork.net. You can do what Sobo does and some other people. Rue, Black and so on, right? Rue Black and Sobo and other people, they message me on there. There you go. Oh, I got to use that site. Yeah. That's why we build it. All right. Teach us. She wants you, Max. No, it's probably like an actual dude. Like it's not even a woman. It's probably like a dude. Can't DM you on You can't DM me on CTN. You just DM me the other day. You just DM me the other day, Sobo. You're like Happy Easter and stuff like that. I responded. It was a little late on it, but I responded. All right. Enough about this. All right. Let's get into the good stuff. All right. I'm gonna have to get into this. All right. So you're gonna be shocked when you see some of this stuff. All right. All right. So let's just go ahead and share some of this. Somebody mentioned it the other night. Let's start things off the right way. This is from Crypto Mike, and I'll do a proper video. All right. So it says, go to 4 minutes and 17 seconds. I don't like what you typed here. I tell them, I don't put up with this from my kids in the classroom at all. I don't even care if all of them don't believe in Jesus. I would not. Crypto Mike, especially on Easter, you sent me that. Tisk, my friend. All right. So I'm not going to say that. Would never say that in millionaires. Anyway, teach his own. This movie came out in 1992. It's talking about XRP and the Federal Reserve. Now, let's blow this up. It says Sneakers is a 1992 American thriller film directed by Phil Alden Robinson, written by these people. It's got Robert Redford in it, Dan Aykroyd, Ben Kingsley, some of these other people, River Phoenix, the late great River Phoenix, Sidney Poitier, who just passed away not that long ago, right? David Strathairn, who's in a bunch of movies, right? Like he's in Memphis Belle, right? Anyway, look what's showed here, right? And of course, in the film, we'll show you this, and we'll get to some of these hot, juicy parts. So we'll freeze the frame on this, and some of you guys probably already know about this, some of you guys don't, but we're going to get into even more deeper than that, like bombshell stuff. So it says Federal Reserve transfer mode, right? That in itself is big. Interbank funds transfer code. We'll get into some of these codes, but the one you really want to take a look into is where it says International Telelink Access XRP-262, right? And this next one, we even have something with that, like really not even playing, like some bombshells with this. Now, I just want to say for the record, right? None of this is financial advice, obviously. None of this is conspiracy advice. Some people may say that, oh, this is just coincidence. Hey, take it as you will. Like, I used to be the type of guy in which, like, my friend Mike, not Mike Cornwell, my best friend Mike Wool, who shows up here once in a while, he was talking about the World Economic Forum like probably 25 or 30 years ago, long before everybody. And I used to think, you sound nuts, man. I love you, but you're kind of nutty, buddy. You know what I mean? You're kind of like out in left field, but like even beyond that, like out of this world, like beyond Mars type of thing. And then I had to apologize to him recently. Want to know why? Because I came to the conclusion that he was right. He was talking about CBDCs like literally 25 years ago, like all this stuff. I owed him an apology, basically. And, it is what it is. So anyway, let's get more into this. So I'm going to show you guys a clip from this movie, and we'll pause it in all the juicy areas, okay? Now, you already seen this movie. Maybe you haven't. Don't spoil it for other people. We might get flayed on it. It's kind of the saying goes, you got to take a little sacrifice. You got to take one for the team, right? So, Larry, if you're watching this, I got to take one for the team on this one. If we get flayed, it's for the greater cause, all right? So, if YouTube goes after us for hey, you shared basically, I don't know, copyright infringement, whatever, it is what it is. We'll freeze it in particular areas that need to have focus. Smash the like if you haven't done so already. You may think you've seen everything here. I can almost guarantee you have not. Mike Cornwell knows what I'm talking about. You have not. The part with the XRP, you have. All the other juicy stuff, I'm going to say 99% chance, you have not. So with that said, smash that like. Let's get into some of the bombshells here in a bit. Here we go.
2, 4, 5. And she begins to go, and this one bull turns around and looks at me like right dead in my eyes.
Tech.
What?
Tech astronomy.
I just love it when a man says that to me.
Tech doesn't mean anything. Excuse me. Carl, you can get me some cable and I/O interface, please. Monterey's Coast. Does Monterey's Coast mean anything to you guys? No. No. Here, help me with this. Carl, get the diagnostics.
How about my Socrates note?
No. No.
No.
Got it. Move to another one. Give me another one. Stay in that quadrant. It's kind of like the same thing. Try another quadrant. Whoa. was that? Go back one.
All right.
Holy cow. What the hell is this?
Pay close attention to this part. So we have the word to. Here we go. Many secrets. All right, we'll play the rest of this.
Too many secrets.
Bish, I think you better come over here. Carl, you got your little black book?
Yes.
Give me the number for something impossible to access.
What about this? Federal Reserve Transfer Node, Culpeper, Virginia.
Got sure good luck.
900 billion a day goes through there.
I just mentioned Federal Reserve. Please pay attention to this. I'm telling you flat out, pay attention to this.
That'll do. Punch it in.
You won't get in. It's encrypted. See?
Mother, that last contact.
Here we go. Here we go.
Look at this, boys.
And there we go. Draw your attention to the screen. Look what it says there. Federal Reserve Transfer Node, National Headquarters, Remote Systems Network Input Station. Number 2 line, International Telelink Access, code XRP, dash 262. And you think, this is just a coincidence. There's nothing really there, right? We're going to play the whole thing and we're going to get into connecting all of this stuff. Yes. Shout out to Crypto Mike. Shout out to, other people from, maybe I don't know, brought this up, but it hasn't been trending then when they were blasting it out, right? It's starting to trend now. Crypto Mike dropped the bombs here recently, and he's starting to get a lot of retweets. I think he got like what you said, something like that, 40, something like that. All right, so look, we're gonna play the rest of this. Smash that like if you haven't done so already. I swear it's gonna get better than what you saw. Even if you're the person like, I already seen this, Max. Like, whatever. You're trying to be like Crypto Hulk Max. You're trying to be like him. No, there's more to it than just that. I swear to you, it's going to get better. Stay tuned. Smash that like. Let's watch the rest of this. It's really going to get good.
Anybody want to shut down the Federal Reserve?
Anyone want to shut down the Federal Reserve? All right, hold on.
Hey, don't screw around with that thing.
Carl, what else you got?
National Power Grid.
National Power Grid. Try to remember that as well.
Okay.
Here we come. Another.
Rolling.
Wow. Unbelievable.
U.S. Department of Energy, New England States Power Distribution Grid Emergency Shutdown Options. We'll get into some of that too.
Anybody want to black out New England?
Anybody want to black out New England? Listen to this.
Carl, what else?
Air traffic control system.
Air traffic control system. Seriously, just hear me out. We're going to get into all of it.
Okay, Mother.
Oh my God.
How is this possible?
Cryptography systems are based on mathematical problems so complex.
Did you just hear what he said? Did you not just hear what he said? Cryptography systems need mathematical cryptography systems In 1992, cryptography systems. Did you not just hear that? If you didn't hear that, let's rewind it just for a tad. Here we go.
How is this possible?
Cryptography systems are based on mathematical problems so complex they cannot be solved without a key.
Without a key. Cryptography systems in 1992. Like, I think the earliest we even heard of anybody mentioning anything about cryptography was what, 99, if that? I'm just saying, there's more.
Anik must have figured out a way to solve those problems without the key, and he hardwired it into that chip.
Anybody want to crash a couple of passenger jets?
Anybody want to crash a couple passenger jets? All right. Remember that as well. I'm serious. Remember that as well.
Turn it off. Turn it off.
So it's a code breaker? No. It's the code breaker.
It's the code breaker. All right. All right, Max. I don't know, dude. You lost me here. Why make a big fuss about this? This is, Max, I don't know. I might have to unsubscribe for, you're starting to sound like a conspiracy theory nut, right? And I'd probably be with you, all right? Welcome to the outline. Let's jump into some of this stuff. So if anything, let me get into all the hot, juicy stuff in regards to all of this. So I will redraw your attention to Exhibit A of the presented evidence, I guess you could say. So in that movie, you saw where it was frozen on this. And as you can see, plain as day, it mentions, and I'll full screen it a little bit more, XRP 262. Now you may be thinking, well, that's a stretch. That's just a coincidence, right? And I'd be with you 110%, right? I mean, who wouldn't? But when we jump more into some of this stuff, it gets really, really that much more juicy. Here's why. Let's blow this up. And on this one, I will full screen this one. This comes straight from the SEC. And if anything, here are the bombs that are going to be dropped. So when I got more further into this, all right, I said to myself, wow, Mike Cornwell, what the heck, man? Like, I guess you really do have something here. And what exactly is that? So remember on the previous one, it said XRP 262. Yeah, if you're paying attention, you remember that number, right? This is straight from the SEC site. Let's go to 262. On this particular line of this document from the SEC, which, by the way, everything in XRP, look how many times you see the word XRP mentioned here. So on line 262, let's try to blow this up a little bit more. All right. It says, because certain reputable executives publicize that they hold XRP, and some, including Garlinghouse, state that they hold it as an investment, it is reasonable for a holder of XRP to expect these individuals to undertake efforts to increase the value and price of XRP. This whole entire thing is filled with XRP, and it's from the SEC and XRP 262. If you type it in, it comes up plain as day. That in itself is interesting. I'm not with you yet, Max. Still seems a little bit too nutty for me. I'd be with you on that too. As we get further into this, you're going to find some other particular things that's awfully peculiar, right? So I came to this video file in regards to Mr. Brad Garlinghouse. And I'm going to actually present that and share it in a way you can see it. So it's not from YouTube. It's a file or a video file I downloaded. I'm just going to fast forward to the juicy stuff. There you go. And just going to fast forward to the Brad Garlinghouse interview. Listen to what he mentions here. Why should we pay attention to this? Well, the reason for it is because, kind of like what you saw in that 262 article, right, from the SEC. And I'll remind you, because certain Ripple executives publicize that they hold XRP, and some, including Garlinghouse, state that they hold it as an investment. It is reasonable for a holder of XRP to expect these individuals to undertake efforts to increase the value and price of XRP. Now we're going to jump into this actual video. Listen to this.
But let's do a hypothetical. We asked you about XRP at the beginning. You said, I don't define Ripple's success based on the price of XRP. Let's say that.
Short term.
Okay.
I said that in the short term.
Let's say that.
Short term.
Okay.
I said that in the short term. Look, to be very clear, Ripple owns 61.x% of all XRP.
That's what I was going to ask you about.
I want a very successful XRP ecosystem. The way I measure the success of that ecosystem is around volume, velocity. The success of any asset is going to be dictated by its usage, by its demand. My point was simply, I think my point earlier was, I don't think about this, and I try not to check the price of XRP, multiple times a day. Sure, I probably check it once a day, but look, it's going to go up, it's going to go down. What I care about is if we are delivering for our customers, there's going to be increasing opportunities to use things like XRapid to solve a multi-trillion-dollar liquidity problem. That's an exciting thing to go out and solve. And frankly, for the employees at Ripple, I think there's a mission-driven, we want to put our dent in the universe and really enable an internet of value, to truly let value move the way information moves today. And that is possible, and it has a lot of effects that I think are hard to predict. In the same way, the Internet of Information in 1997, could we have predicted I could walk outside and get a car on demand or anything on demand, whatever it is?
Do you think that XRP right now is behaving based on Ripple, the business? Like, hypothetically, it should rise or fall based on as Ripple signs more banking partners.
Well,
but of course, there's a market completely separate of everything.
There's a lot of speculation. I think that, as we've talked already, there's a lot of correct information. There's a lot of misinformation. I just, I try not to think about the price of XRP. I certainly don't comment on the price of XRP. I will again point out, Ripple, the company, as an owner of 61% of the tokens today, is the most interested party in the success of the XRP ecosystem. And we will do things to invest in the success of the XRP ecosystem because that's in our best interest.
All right, let me remove that. I'll show you the next particular one on this. So let's jump back to the screenshot. All right, so if anything, I think it's this one right here. And yeah, let's go ahead and share that for a second. And if anything, I'll just copy the address and blow it up even bigger. Oh, that's too big. Way too big. All right. I'll just leave it right here. All right, so the next one, right? So we do the XRP-262. How about this one, right? You may think, it's just coincidence. You know what I mean? Like, whatever. Line 3, right? Where it says remote, the remote send/receive, right? Code transmission 2LZP-517. And I'd be with you for the most part on some of that, right? So let me try to pull that up for you. And when we get more into that, we come up with this. And if anything, if you're not quite with me on that, maybe you'll be with me on this. So you saw the thing from the SEC. Check this out. Let's blow this up. All right. And just to double check, that was 2LZP 517. Yeah. All right. So when we get to that, it comes up with this. Hold on a second. Go further up. So when you type this in on your own search, let me just full screen this. It brings you to this. Yeah, I kid you not. Like, you can even do it for yourself. It brings up this thing about JP Morgan. I'm not even making this stuff up. All right. Shout out to Crypto Mike. So you have like this whole thing of the SEC dating back to like the 1934 Act, company conform name, JP Morgan Chase & Co. national commercial banks. We get further down into this, right? But there's some really interesting things that are here. All right. I'm not trying to insert Twilight Zone music or, I mean, if you want to put on your tinfoil hats, I mean, I think we're beyond that at this point, right? But when we go further down, look what it says right here. Date of name change, former company, Chemical Make Banking Corp. Date of change, July 3rd, 1992. Now you may be thinking, okay, so what? I mean, that's I don't know, Max. This is you kind of have me, but I don't know. This kind of seems weird, bro. And guess what? I'd be with you in regards to that. Now, speaking of chemicals, all right, we got to make another reference. So, let me jump back. Let's go back to this tab. And there's another particular line, right? And if anything, what the heck is that all about, right? Well, on this particular one, let's draw our attention to what it says here. Hold on. I believe it's 47-B34 or something like that. Or one of these other codes, if you will. I think Crypto Mike actually has this one. So I do apologize on this one. This is where I want to have a little bit better prep. Let's see here. GBV. No, that's not the one. All right. I think it's a 2LZP. Let me just double check. Double check 2. Yep. So it's the third code, right? Remote send/receive. Think about it for a moment. Remote send/receive. Code 2LZP. All right. Now, when we jump over here, share this tab instead. All right. This is a viral protein, right? And you may think, I don't know, this is just kind of getting weird. And I'd be with you. All right. You jump further down into this, it mentions that GB virus B, GB-B, which is a hepatotropic and experimentally infected small New World primates, is a member of the Hepa C virus, whatever genus. It gives you a whole thing about it, right? But, you know, the primary citations, kind of like what you see right here. And then on top of that, let me just jump into this next thing we have. I think it's from Gensler. Listen to this for a second. Let's play this. Mike did tag me. Listen to this.
And I actually think something will happen. It's just will wow us all that we hadn't even considered. But it's in the second phase, not in this first phase of hype, disappointment. And I don't think we're anywhere near the disappointment. The disappointment takes years, and then all of a sudden, like the phoenix from the ashes, it rises up again. And it's once the distributed process is all out there, and there's not nodes like a Bitcoin nodes, but nodes of users. It's like
The distribution process. All right, let me show you one more thing. Hold on. If you're still with me. Hold on. Got some good stuff, I promise you. So I think I got it. Yeah, I got it. Copy image address. This would have been a lot better if I would have just had it all perfect for you guys, but all right. So he was talking about distribution process. Remember I was mentioning we're in the accumulation phase. Markup is what you should be excited for. Distribution. All right, just gonna throw that out there. On top of that, let's jump to this next one. Remember what he mentioned? Something big, right? We're also talking about this, whatever, virus. You saw Biden recently in the news talking about this. Let's share this. This one's only 31 seconds. Let's listen to this.
We do need more money, but we don't just need more money for vaccines for children eventually. We need more money to plan for the second pandemic. There's going to be another pandemic. We have to think ahead. And that's not something the last outfit did very well. That's something we've been doing fairly well. That's why we need the money.
The second pandemic? Okay. All right. But there's more. All right, let's show you guys just a little bit more in regards to this. I don't know. I mean, you know, take it as you will. All right, so this comes from not crypto Twitter. This comes from, let me see if I'm okay, if I'm not muted. All right. This comes from Reddit. So I know a lot of people love crypto Twitter. Reddit's also like really, really good. How will XRP solve the global liquidity crisis? This is from a year ago. States, basically using XRP and the XRPL removes the need for pre-funding, freeing up trillions, or in some cases quadrillions, right, in capital, which is currently locked in the Nostro Vostro accounts. Cross-border payments with XRP require no pre-funding. You purchase your XRP, transfer it to the recipient, which takes 3 odd seconds, and the transaction is almost immediately settled. Sounds simple, mostly because it is. But don't let the simplicity fool you. This is light years beyond the 70s developed by SWIFT system on which the planet currently relies, and will revolutionize global commerce. As for the so-called liquidity guy that this guy was referring to above, that's a different story. And of course, we get further into this. You know, what is the incentive to hold XRP if it's an exchange token, given that supposedly banks will use XRP to transfer A currency to B currency? Idea is liquidity and demand. The XRP token can be used to transfer A currency into B, but it can be used for other things as well. The incentive to hold is that the more XRP used, I think I just lost my connection. No, I'm still with you guys. So, yeah, hold on a second. So the incentive is that the more XRP is used, the more demand for it will go up. Increase in demand should equal increase in price. Remember what Brad Garlinghouse was mentioning in that 2018 interview? There is a large amount of XRP printed, 100 billion. For demand on this to go up, XRP needs to be used in making thousands of transactions per day, each worth substantial amounts of money. So Ripple needs a target space as large as global settlements to really bring value to its coin. But that is just what they are targeting, and then some. The short idea is for banks to lock away large amounts of XRP. They will need to do this to see the full benefit of using it. Of what remains, Ripple has a significant amount locked in escrow, meaning a certain amount is released a month or no more. This can't be altered, or it's believed it can't be. Then as transactions happen, small amounts of XRP are burned, lost forever, so on and so forth. The larger the transaction, the larger the burn, he believes. So once the machine is, or I should say, so once the machine that is XRP is running and being used, it should quickly show a demand for a lot of it in the real world and relative to how much is available given the circumstances at the point. Price should reflect that. So if you see XRP being used a lot, listen to this, you might see room for profit. Now, notice what he says at the bottom. And then again, this is like a while back. This is 3 years ago. This guy posted this. It says, no, this isn't happening right now. The company using or creating use for XRP still has a long way to go before the ecosystem can support XRP in a big way. But their progress has been amazing. I am long on this coin. Interesting stuff. Give me just a second. There's a little bit more in regards to this. Hold on. All right, we're going to get into the next particular part. And it's from earlier. All right, so hold on. And I'm still full screen because my camera did have some issues, so bear with me. All right, so let's take you to the Wikipedia page for this particular film, right? Because why not, right? We should take a look into this, right? And no, I'm not trying to convert people to becoming like, you know, join the tinfoil club. God knows in the past, I was never this type of a person. I just find this to be incredibly interesting, right? I'll just leave it at that. So I'm going to blow this up just a little bit less. I think that's a good spot to leave it at. So the film is 1992 Sneakers, and if anything, I'm definitely going to watch the whole film. I don't know, when I have some more free time. You guys might watch it on the weekend, right? I think a lot of us are probably going to watch this film now. All right, so some key things to point out. All right, this film was made in 1992, but check out the release date, September 11th, 1992. All right, basically 9 years before the 9/11 attacks. I will remind you of some of the things that were basically said in this particular video. Let's jump back to it for just a brief moment. I don't have the exact spot, but we'll pause it there. Let's play this.
Okay, Mother.
Oh my God.
How is this possible?
Cryptography systems are based on mathematical problems so complex they cannot be solved without a key.
Janek must have figured out a way to solve those problems without the key, and he hardwired it into that chip.
Turn it off. Anybody want to crash a couple of passenger jets?
Did you just hear what he said? Anybody want to crash a couple passenger jets? The movie came out on September 11th. Yeah, 9 years before the 9/11 attacks. I know there's so many weird things. All right, I just want to point that out. I'm not saying all this was planned. It might be multiple coincidences. I don't know, but it's really spooky and really, I don't know. There's just too many things here, right? Another thing to point out, okay, in that regard, all right? What is one thing we know when it comes to like what was also shown in this film? All right, let's rewind it a little bit more. So let's play this.
Carl, what else?
Air traffic control system.
Air traffic control system.
Okay, Mother.
Oh my God.
How is this possible?
Cryptography systems are based on mathematical problems so complex they cannot be solved without
I might
a
have to go
key.
further back.
Janek must have figured out a way to solve those problems without the key, and he hardwired it in.
I believe it's the part
Last contact.
here soon where he has access to the New England area. Yeah, it is. This is come up again.
Look at this, boys. Anybody want to shut down the Federal Reserve?
Hey, don't screw around with that thing.
Carl, what else you got?
National power grid.
National power grid. Here we go. Hold on a second.
Here we come. You know that?
Rolling.
We'll pause it here in a second. All right, so I mean, I'm gonna freeze it there. Obviously, you know, some of you guys who are familiar with the New England states, right? Was it anything east of New York is part of New England, basically? So, you know, it's a U.S. Department of Energy, New England States Power Distribution Grid, emergency shutdown options. I mean, you have, you know, Providence mode, which is Providence, Rhode Island, some of these other ones, right? Springfield, Massachusetts, Portland, Maine, Manchester, Albany, all sorts of stuff like that. You know, Albany, New York. But the point is, what is mentioned here, and some of the things that are mentioned, right? Crashing, you know, what does he say? Two, you know, commercial jets. All right. The date that this was out, 9/11. But the real icing on the cake on top of that, if you're going to get further into this, is the whole thing of, you know, Massachusetts, technically speaking, or the New England area. So he mentions the two commercial planes. There's the whole thing of 9/11. It's not 9/11/2001. I get that. But think about what happened on 9/11. You have from the Logan Airport, you know, one of the hijackers. I'm just saying, I mean, Boston, Massachusetts. I mean, there's that. Give me a second. I think there's a little bit more in regards to this. I know this is crazy stuff. It's not part of the usual. Give me a second. So there was, I think this last part, I think I have it downloaded. Hold on a second. I don't know, that might actually be it. But there's, some of these other particular codes and whatnot. I'm jump back to this particular screen. Hold on. Let's share this for a second. So I don't know. I mean, let's just re-reference this one more time. All right. So of course, the whole thing with XRP-262, the thing with the SEC. Like if you tuned in late, you can always rewind it. All right. So we pulled it off from the freaking SEC site, and multiple times it references XRP. Then this whole thing of 2LZP, we pulled up all that information. Then we pulled up the other one, the 47-B34. The mentions of, commercial, crashing a couple commercial planes. The movie coming out, September 11th, 1992. The mention of cryptography system. I don't know, guys. I mean, the way I look at it is, I'm just glad to bring it to you. Let me see if I can bring my camera back. Hold on a second. It's crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. Let me see. There we go. Hopefully it doesn't rug me again. Anyway, let me know what you guys think. I mean, we don't typically do these types of things. Shout out to Crypto Mike. We have some more things we're trying to look more further into, but I don't know. That's a lot of coincidences. And I'm not saying for the record that I believe that's the case, but there's a lot of weird stuff there, real spooky stuff there, Look more into it yourself if you choose to do so. Was glad to be able to bring it to you guys. Now that I'm going to jump back in the comments, I'm sure there's going to be some crazy comments, and it's all right. I could take it. Let me turn on this fan. It's like awfully hot in here. You want to know something else that was really weird? Mike can verify this. So while I was looking up all this stuff, not to, I don't want to sound like a complete like nut here. I'm not trying to go that route, but multiple times, man, had nothing but like connection problems on the phone, heated. I would take it off the Wi-Fi calling, still same problems. He even got home in a whole different area. So I don't know. It was kind of weird. It was really weird. He even made some jokes. He's like, "Oh my God." He's like, "Did the government get you?" I'm like, "I don't know. No." Excuse me. All right. I'm way behind in the comments. So let's see where we're at. All right. Drop that beautiful bombshell. Already did that. So I'm just going to see how we're doing on the other screen. As far as comments and if anything. I mean, I see that we still have a good turnout, so at least I didn't steer a bunch of people away. And they're like, "Excuse guys, I'm going home." Max, knife it. We waiting. Come on now. Oh, geez. Okay. All right. Sneakers is dated, but it was a freaking awesome movie. I never saw it. I want to see it really bad now. The color back, Max. Oh, man. I forgot what you were referring to at this point, but I think I kind of do. I don't want to read that. Oh, I'm going to close my eyes. Oh, I don't want to read that reveal. I haven't seen the movie yet. All right. Hot and juicy Whopper. All right, let's see if there's any real specific things with regards to what we just had. Yeah, you're welcome. Hopefully you didn't take it. And that's my thing. I mean, there is too many coincidences. Let's get back on a serious note, right? So Brian Dow, shout out to you, man. You point this out. So my thing is that, I used to be the type of guy, like when my best friend, if he's watching right now, I told him, I said, "Hey, buddy, can I borrow a webcam from you just for the night until I get like a one from Amazon in the mail?" And he was just like, "Oh man, I don't have an extra one," and so on. This is the same guy who would tell me all about this stuff about CBDCs, the World Economic Forum, all this stuff. And I used to think, I love you. You're my best friend. You know what I mean? You're one of my best friends. But I even told him to his face, I'm like, you're always going to be like a brother to me. But if you, I don't know if you tell, a bunch of people that, and I just got rugged again. And I did uninstall that software and it gave me the same problem. So anyway, all I'm saying is I had to give him an apology because he was right about a lot of this stuff. So my thing is this. All right. The World Economic Forum, CBDCs, all this talk, right?
you saw like a lot of stuff like basically came true. So, you know, when Brian Dowie says too many coincidences, and we saw all this crap happen in 2022, especially, right? Like, you know, Terra Luna collapsing, and, you know, Celsius, and, you know, FTX, and all these particular things. And let's try to get it fast track for regulations, and, you know, before we can get clarity. And, you know, I personally believe that whether we like it or not, CBDCs is inevitable. I know some people like, they're like, you know, then I'm not going to invest in quant. I'm not going to invest in XRP. I'm not going to invest in any of this stuff. Like, I hate to say it, whether we like it or not, a lot of this stuff is ready. It's going to be here. You know, I'm not trying to say like, you know, this is mark of the beast stuff. You know what I mean? It's not to the point where it's like someone's planting a chip in us. You know what I mean? But it's some scary stuff. So all that stuff that happened in 2022, and even some of the recent things, you know, the brief depeggings of Circle and Tether, and what was it, DAI, right? And even the other one that's not as popular, FEI, FEI USD. How about this, Tron's US double D? So that was like three or four stable coins depeg. They came back. Don't get me wrong. And, you know, if anything, like maybe we still leave our tin full of hats on, or maybe you're not the type of guy, you're like, that was a stretch. And I respect that, because I used to be that type of guy where I was dismissed that. The only one I never really dismissed as far as conspiracy theories was the whole thing with JFK, because I actually went there, you know, and I studied a lot of this stuff with JFK. And I'm a firm believer that he was like probably the biggest name in the world as far as being a victim of the Cold War. You know what I mean? You can look more into that yourself. And for the record, I don't think we're in World War III right now. Could it go to World War III? Yeah. But I do definitely believe, and I'll state this 110%. Maybe they don't mention this in schools. I mean, I teach school, but my point is, can we agree on this? Are we not living in the second Cold War? Because it sure the heck feels like we are. You know, if the definition of Cold War is proxy wars, where you don't have it's not an indirect conflict, right? And you're supplying arms to a country that's at war with basically your unofficial enemy. Sure feels like a second Cold War. So I'm just going to throw that out there. But I don't know, guys. I mean, you know, I think it's good to look more into some of these particular things. I'm just throwing that out there. And we may continue to do more of these types of things every so often. There goes my connection again. I apologize. I don't know why it keeps doing that. Other than I checked the wire on the back, and for whatever reason, it just kind of keeps coming loose. I've used electrical tape. I tried a different camera, and I have the same kind of issue. So I don't know. I'll get it figured out though. But anyway, I'm gonna get back in the comments. We do have a lot of other stuff to get into, I promise. Thank you for being here. We lost some people, we lose people, but, you know, at the same time, I think you guys do appreciate the content. So, jeez, I don't know. I might just go ahead and do a rich of common sense crypto thing for the rest of the show if it's just going to keep rugging my camera. But anyway, all right, let's go further down some of the comments to see if we got anything else here. He says, genius, any secrets? Wait for it. XRP 262. Yep. We got some stellar news tonight as well. Weird. Oh my God. Yeah, I mean, a lot of it's weird. You know what I mean? But here's the thing. It'd be one thing if we just brought you the whole thing of XRP 262, right? And that was it. But we got more further into it. And there was too many things. I mean, I don't know. Somebody count how many ones that were like, wow, like aha moments, if you will. I don't know. All right. BG Crypto Dev says, what it do, my peeps? Hopefully he's still stuck around. All right, let's go further down. Oh, I see use. Those look pricey. All right, my connection just got rugged. Someone wants Krypton or Elon Musk to stay. Was it 92? I was with my crew hanging on the corner drinking some brew. Oh, got a good rhyme. That's cool. let me see if I could replug this thing in and get if it gives me like a half an hour, because in reality, it was like a half an hour into the show and I was good. And I'm looking at this wire right now. So the electrical tape I just put on it kind of rugged me. So I apologize for that. I did order a camera before, and then didn't realize it was like coming from like overseas. I had to cancel the order, unfortunately. So I'll get this all sorted out. I apologize, guys. Sometimes life kind of throws crap at you, right? All right, let me all right, I reseated this thing, and I'm gonna plug it back in. If it still does it, then I don't know what to tell you, but there we go. I'm back. I don't know how long it'll last. Maybe I guess until it comes loose again. But it's definitely not keeping it in there. So I'm thinking like the internal housing of it. You know what I mean? Like I was gonna take it, use my heat gun. I would have to bust up all the plastic and stuff, and I'm just like, ugh. All right, let's go further down. We got a few people like Jean-Pierre. I didn't have a chance to welcome you. I want to welcome you. Thank you for being here. Miguel is here. Thank you for being here. Good times in 92 for sure. Oh yeah, for sure, man. The dream team, right? NBA. Yeah, it was pretty good stuff, man. My Portland Trail Blazers went to the NBA Finals against Michael Jordan and the Bulls. Shout out to Clyde Drexler, Terry Porter, Jerome Kersey, Kevin Duckworth, Buck Williams. That was my team back in the day. All right. Yeah, so Mike makes a good point here, right? XRP for bank transfer in 1992. I mean, come on, man. Bank transfer in 1992, XRP? Come on. And all those coincidences, I don't know. Just throwing that out there. All right. Smash that like button, damn it. Ahmed, I appreciate you, man. Like, you may just think, Max kind of just thinks I have a funny looking avatar and I just dismiss you. I don't dismiss you or anybody, man. You rock. Thank you, Ahmed. And if anything, keep that avatar. That's just always a funny avatar. Miguel, I think, that's your choice. I understand all the stuff that's tied to it, but in reality, where does it end? I mean, are we going to miss out on XRP? Are we going to miss out on XLM? Are we going to miss out on Quant? Are we going to miss out on XDC? You know what I mean? It's kind of like this, all right? And just hear me out on this, right? It's kind of like back in the day, it's like Tupac, right? Just hear me out. I used to know people, like some of my neighbors and stuff like that, like, oh, I'm not going to listen to Tupac. He's too much of a lowlife. I'm going to throw away his CDs. He said this, this is back in the 90s. I'm like, and I told him, I was like, if you have that attitude that you're going to boycott an artist or boycott a movie or boycott all this stuff, you may very well come to the conclusion that you're going to boycott everything that you might have loved listening to. And I mean, I understand that, it's like, well, you got to stand up for something. I get that. But like, technically speaking, when it comes to actors, music, maybe even cryptocurrencies, right? It's just like, maybe, let's say hypothetically speaking, Ripple had no ties to the World Economic Forum, right? And then you find some story online that Brad Garlinghouse, he has, he had an affair on his wife or something like that, and he's a piece of crap. Okay, am I gonna back out of XRP to my generational wealth because of that? I mean, technically, how about this? I'm not trying to make things too political, like Bill Clinton, right? The way I look at it is, Bill Clinton was the last president, technically speaking, to, I guess you could say, like, balance the budget and, left with a surplus, right? And then, of course, 9/11 messed up the whole thing monumentally, right? But for the time, I mean, that all happened, there was a lot of even people that were Republicans were even saying, you know what? I don't like the guy. I don't like his morals. He's not obviously we call it a role model for children. Yeah, of course not. But man, you want to know something? That guy did a better job getting his blankety blanked in the Oval Office. That was said a lot than the guys who have perfect morals. So I'd rather have a guy like that. You know what I mean? It's just like people state so, I guess. All I'm saying is, we can attach so many things. Like I was telling my buddy Mike, my best friend Mike Wool, I was telling him, I said, you know what, Mike? I said, I just did a video about Nestle and the quant connection. And he just immediately started bashing quant to a sense. He was just like, oh man, he's just like, Nestle is like what they've tied into and, you know, messing with water supplies and stuff like that. I'm like, what? And like, he showed me some kind of article and I was like, I didn't know that. Am I going to stop buying quant because, their Nestle partnership? Because it was at some point back in, I don't know, 10 or 15 years ago, they messed up some water supply. So now I can't buy any more quant. You get what I'm saying? I think you do. All right. You were born in 92. That's, you know what? So that means, let's see, I was born in 81. You're born in 92. I am 41. I'll be 42 on May 12th. Might as well just say I'm 42. Interesting. So, you're about 30, turning 31. Cool, man. Yeah, 92 was a crazy year, man. You had the LA riots, all sorts of crazy stuff, right? Boomer F Sooner says, looks like Screech Powers on the left. Yeah, I used to love watching Saved by the Bell back in the day. Kelly Lepowski. There's Mr. Cool Cat Crypto. Welcome. All right. Miguel says, I'm adding to my bag Myria coin. I'm happy that I go in early. Okay. Oh, that was the last thing I was going to show you guys. And maybe we'll just do that on a different one. But so when I look more further into this, check this out. So one of the codes for the emergency thing, I don't know, we'll probably do this on a different one, you know, as an update. So if you, here was, again, another thing. One of the codes, I forgot which one it was, but you know how the whole list. So one of the codes, you can't make this up. You cannot make this up. Maybe I could pull it up. I don't know. I'm not making this up. Swear to God. One of those codes, it takes you back to the New England area, right? And it has a whole outline of the New England states, right? And I kid you not, it says ISO on it. I don't know. That's another weird coincidence. Why would it say that? I don't know. That's like what, 6 or 7 coincidences? I'm just saying. I just think just thought that was weird. Like maybe Mike can bring that up. Mike, I don't know if you saw that, man. We were messing around with, the deep dive earlier where it said ISO. All right. This is 1992, says Elon Muff. Brian Dowie, fake lawsuit ends, XRP goes to $10. Yeah, that's what Crypto Hulk was calling it, fake lawsuit. A lot of retail dips, then 25, most of retail dips. Then they own most of the XRP and they don't find a crap about retail getting rich. I probably didn't read that right. I apologize. Calvin's in the house. Crypto Jedi's in the house. Thank you guys for being here. Appreciate you. Nelly there, if I didn't thank you earlier, want to thank you for being here. Boomer Officer says, well, damn, LZP is the division I work for. That's like, what the heck? You know what I mean? That in itself, right? You're like, yeah, you even said it. So there's another magic moment. I mean, I'm just saying, I'm like, hey, here's the thing, right? I don't want to come across as like the most conspiracy person out there because I'm really, really not. But I mean, Mike originally showed me some of this stuff. Somebody else a while back in the comments, I think that's what first started this, said something like, check out the movie Sneakers and so on. And I think Mike was like just going crazy. He's like, oh my God, like all this stuff he's finding out. And then, he's tagging me like left and right. And I'm like looking more into it. And he's like, man, you got to look into it. You should do like a video about this. And I'm like, I look more into it. And it's like rabbit hole after another rabbit hole after another. So I don't know. Maybe that's something we do every once in a while, right? Like the JASMY thing, connecting the dots. I mean, I don't know. Take it as you will, right? Just don't shoot the messenger. 65 wonderful, beautiful people here, as Larry would say. Smash that like button if you haven't done so already. I swear we're going to get into some of the other like actual news lineup. It might be WrestleMania tonight on a God. What is it? Monday? We're not even to Tuesday yet, are we? Monday. Man, tonight's Roll Taco Monday night here in Phoenix. So you guys get Taco Tuesday. We get Taco Tuesday too. But in Phoenix, because we have a very large Hispanic population, so on Mondays, guess what we have? We have 3 roll tacos with guacamole, sour cream, and cheese for 99 cents. You can't find that anywhere. Get yourself like, I don't know, they're small, but in reality, I don't know, man. $3 and you got like a big meal, man. I ain't even playing. All right. Let's go further down. BTC flash crash to 5 to 10 seconds at 31K. Ooh, so it touched it briefly. Can we talk about this for just a brief moment? Let's pull this up. All right. You guys want some crypto news and you're like, man, you know, and it was nice to share some of these things. And if anything, I really want to state that I really do appreciate everybody who's here tonight and join us. Many times I thought about even telling Larry, maybe we should just change Crypto Talk Now to Community Talk Now or something. I don't know. Because in reality, we are about community. Look what it shows here, guys. 1.23 trillion, 3.4% increase. But in reality, like Coochie Boy would say, don't base it on the 24-hour chart, right? Base it off of the 7-day, you know, maybe the whole month and so on. So as you can see right here, and I got to come back in the frame. I just got to, you know, you will notice what is the key thing. The key thing here is we're at 1.23 trillion. Remember during the times of FTX, I think we were down maybe below 800 trillion at one point, like 780 billion, 85 billion. That was bottom, right? I've been literally saying since late January that I felt as though that we were at the start of the bull run, and I provided evidence for that. You know what I mean? Like 6 videos. I haven't done the 7th one. It's on my list, but Watts Pay is also on my list. You know what I mean? Like a lot of stuff is starting to add up. Like I really just need some more deep dives. And don't think, shout out to all you guys that hold WTK. I really think there's something there. Look out for the deep dive video in regards to that. I just want to throw that out there. But I will do Bull Run Thesis Part 7. You owe it to yourself to look more into it. Even if you're not the guy that's 100% on board, you're like, man, this is a bunch of malarkey. This is still a fake out, blah, blah, blah. At the end of the day, stop going with, like, I hate to say this, like, I understand, you know, people don't want to feel like they're ever wrong or want to, like, stand up and say, you know what, like, I just don't want to hop on the whole thing of bull run because, you know, I feel like everyone's going to be against me. I'm just saying this, like, I understand there's difference between all-time highs. Trust me, I do, right? But there's also a difference between all-time highs and a start of any type of bull run. Am I with you when it comes to, like, I think for the most part we agree on this, most of us. It could be 2024, 2025. That's where you see like all-time highs, right? Totally big difference in regards to that. But my key thing is we should look at the data. You know what I mean? And if enough data supports, I'm not talking about guys on YouTube doing like, you know, retracement or Fibonacci lines and all sorts of stuff like that. I'm talking about real actual data, you know, like some like food and lodging, CPI reports, inflation reports, all these other particular things. And again, like I mentioned before, there's a thing about, you know, black swan events, wars, all that stuff. But I mean, come on. I mean, you know, 1.23 trillion. I mean, I'm just throwing that out there. I mean, literally a few months ago, we were literally at like 800 billion, 900 billion. You get what I'm saying. All right, so let's go further down. It's banging on 30K for sure, says Tim Shea. That's a magic number. It is. And if anything, you get more support. And not only that, how about this, guys? A lot of times we don't account for what? FOMO money. FOMO investors will come in, and that totally throws the whole thing out of whack. But in a good way. You know what I mean? Like on any project, like you definitely want to see that FOMO money. And if in mainstream media helps fuel that narrative of, you know, let's face it. I mean, you guys, you know, whether you got your television sets or whatever the heck you got, right? You're using your phone, drive down the road, Bluetooth, whatever, you know, your favorite stations, whether it's, you know, satellite radio, whatever you're using, right? You're going to have mainstream media be all over this, especially at 30K. I can almost guarantee it tomorrow in the morning, mainstream media is going to report that Bitcoin went to 30K or touched it, or 31K. Like, who was it that just reported that earlier? right? That sets a whole new narrative for FOMO money. And we know that, we know that 100%. There might be some new people here as we speak, tuned in. They're part of that. And that's not me making fun of you. I mean, we're all new at one point. But there's something to be said about new investor FOMO money. How many people sell out at 10? What, for like XRP? I'm not doing it. The way I look at it is, why would I want to do that? Here's another thing, right? And Brian, maybe we don't see things the same way, and it's okay. But the way I look at it is, this further pounds at home why you should have a diverse portfolio. If you have a well-rounded, diverse portfolio, it relieves pressure, at least in my opinion, off of your solid blue chip plays, off of your quant, off of your XRP, maybe even XLM, right? Because for me, those are my solid long-term diamond handing it hodl, cryptos, if you will. I'm not going to want to sell my quant at $1,000. I'm not going to want to sell it at 5,000. Some people do that. Some people might sell it for 10,000. Why is that? Well, they might have like 500 quant. They might be the guy that's been in quant for many years. I mean, I remember, Rand, you said you're into it many years. I don't remember exactly what you averaged on your DCA. But whatever the case be, it just all depends on that person, their entry point, how much they stacked, so on and so forth. Hence why I always say, when it comes to Salamander, it ain't going to really matter that much. I mean, with how much he has, he's not sweating the $20 in XDC or, hey, could it go to 80? I mean, his goals, it might change at the time. Maybe he, cashes out half and he's just like, all right, I'm going to hold the other half for like a supermoon bag. I don't know, but come on. If you have 1 million XDC, like he has well over that, goes to $1. I mean, you guys do the math. I mean, that's simple math, but it just alleviates some of that pressure. But anyway, let's go further down to some of the comments. Nelly there says, Brian Dowley not selling, will custody it and hand it to my kids. Yeah. All right, let's go further down. Hiru Tamani, welcome back. Greetings, community. Greetings to you too. Hopefully you saw some of what we shared earlier. Tim Straits says 12 monkeys. I still haven't seen 12 monkeys. It's been on my list for many years. I still haven't seen it. Can you believe that? I haven't seen that. I hate to see what is happening to Bruce Willis with his mind. It's so sad. So sad. Like, as a kid growing up, I mean, like our parents live in different areas, right? Like their heroes are like John Wayne and stuff like that, Gary Cooper, guys like that, right? And rightfully so, right? But for me as a kid, you better believe Bruce Willis is like one of my heroes. You know what I mean? Like, I just thought he was like he was in so many cool movies. It's like, who isn't a fan of Die Hard, for crying out loud, or even The Last Boy Scout, or he played a bad guy. A lot of people don't know this. He played a bad guy on Miami Vice. The guy he played on Miami, that was a cool episode in my opinion. And by the way, highly recommend you get yourself Miami Vice Remaster on Blu-ray. The audio is more up to date, better sound, and the picture finally looks really, really crisp. It doesn't look all crappy. Anyway, shout out to all you Miami Vice fans. All right. Miguel says, I would rather invest in JASMY than XRP, just a personal decision. That's all right. A lot of people, like even myself, I mentioned JASMY very well could get us to the promised land, if you know what I'm talking about. First, what am I referring to that? It's like a lot of these ones are long-term holds, but there's something to be said about Japan. Like, as Coach JV would say, Warriors rise, get your ish together. That country of Japan already did that. Can you imagine if the United States had the attitude that Japan has? And we should probably just get into that. Let me double check the other screen real quick, see how we're doing. Let me see. All right. Shout out to Cool Cat Crypto. Cool Cat. I was driving down the road and I was listening to it. So I was actually listening to Austin's stream earlier, and somebody was talking about like the whole thing with Satoshi, like he knew who it was, and I was like, I was like, I wonder if Cool Cat Crypto's in the comments, and it sure as the heck were, man. You basically you're like, no, it's not that guy. Oh, I know what it was. It was in regards to Apple. Somebody was saying that Steve Jobs was Satoshi, and you're like, the heck the heck it is. I don't know. I thought it was kind of funny. All right, so but yeah, thanks for being here, Cool Cat, and everybody else. I am going to get into just like maybe a couple more comments, and we'll get into the news. I know some people like the news. Really? I didn't even know there was such a thing tonight. Yeah, we got that. I'm going to read this. This is a good comment. Blackwood, member, 1 month. Japan has their ish together. They have always shown the way in electronics and the digital realm. Nothing will change there. JASMY will be massive. And that's a great point that you brought up. You know, I think for people who have done more of the deep dives and understand some of these things, and I also understand it's a generational thing. And I mean, no disrespect to if we have some teenagers here or people born, you know, like literally like they're in your 20s or early 30s and so on. What I mean by that is you got to really, really look into Japan. I mean, you know, with even with, what was it, like Ataris, the first Nintendos, you name it, arcade machines, they just have always stood the testament of time when it comes to advancements in technology. And so, you know, for people who are like, man, there's nothing there with JASMY and so on, there very well could be. So let's jump into that here in a bit. But I did see Will Houchins. I haven't seen you in a while. He says, I'm always wearing my tinfoil cap. I'm proud of it. You know, I think I saw briefly, Will, on one of the recorded videos, and maybe this is something you don't want to brag about, and it's okay. I think you know where I'm going with this. So I'm going to blow this up real quick. But I don't apologize if I confused with somebody else, but I don't think I did. I think I mentioned something about, you know, like those who serve and so on. And anyway, I'm looking at your avatar, and I think at some point I mentioned maybe the Navy SEALs or something like that. If I'm not mistaken, you are a former SEAL. You have the most utmost respect for me, my friend. I want to just state that. Like, in my opinion, you're like a freaking badass. Pardon my French, Larry, if you're listening. Will Houchins, you're an absolute badass. And it's an honor to even have you here. I just think that's awesome. I have the utmost respect for, you know, the Navy SEALs. I just think you're freaking awesome. Like, period. When I saw that. So unless I'm totally confusing you with somebody else, I'm thinking that you're the guy. And as the saying goes, those who really did serve and so on, like, there's guys that like walk the talk, or how's it go? You know, you got to walk the walk and talk the talk. And there's people that like brag about stuff that they probably shouldn't brag about stuff. You know, like, I've been honored on my cousin's side of the family. Technically they're my cousin-in-laws, but I love them like my cousin, you know, like blood. So my cousins, they're half black, half white. And on the black side of them, I guess you could say, their grandfather was a Tuskegee Airman. And I was privileged a couple Thanksgivings to have conversations with him. He passed away a few years ago, but I don't know, just to me, that guy was a badass. And if you like, I'm pretty sure you are a former Navy SEAL, or maybe currently still, I don't know. I just want to say, I just think it's really badass that you're even here watching. So salute to you. And I just want to point that out. All right, let's get into the news that we have. I swear we're gonna get into it right now. I'm just gonna bookmark something, and I actually got to pull that comment off because it blocks the screen. Just a second. Got a lot of good problems tonight. Smash that like if you haven't done so already. I know there's other you guys that serve as well, like Selma Fudd. I can't thank you enough for your service, time you served. Boomer F and Sumer. There's some of the other guys. You guys rock, man. Let's see here. I gotta hide that comment because if I don't, it's gonna block part of the screen. We have a whole wave of comments. That's super cool stuff. All right, so let's jump into this quant news. All right, so we're talking about Japan earlier, which, you know, somebody mentioned JASMY. Let's check this out. So let's finally get into some of this. So we have some breaking news came from the one and only Greg Lunt, and here it basically is. Let me come back into the frame. There I am. And look what it says. This is cool stuff. So it said breaking quant Network, has just been granted its first patent. This is bullish news. Their blockchain ordering a filtering system is now fully protected in Japan. I mean, come on, Japan is just they're really like setting the standard, if you will, as far as blockchain innovation or embracing innovation. Let's face it, they've been embracing innovation for decades. So what's new, right? So their blockchain offering and filtering system is now fully protected in Japan. Congratulations to QNT holders. Yes, congratulations to a lot of us. Even you, Cool Cat. I know that you say you have like a little handful of these. Even you, my friend. Europe and USA is up next. Are we up next? You know, is the USA really working in the background like Mike was saying? Well, we'll see. You know, and that's one of the key things. And we're going to get into a little bit of what Zach Rector shared yesterday. And I have a tremendous amount of respect for Zach Rector. I think he's one of the best of the top influencers, if you will. He's killing it. Does a lot of great deep dives, great live shows. I try to tune in when I can and where it's not conflicting with the show, or if I'm not working on other stuff. But check out Zach Rector's content. Anyway, let's look at this. So it says decision to grant a patent. You have the application number. You can verify all this stuff, but look what's mentioned here, right? Date of drafting, March 9th, patent examiner. You have some of this blockchain communication ordering applicant, Quant Network Limited, right? This application is to be granted a patent since no reason for refusal has been found. Now, the community responds to this, and I had two guys at the same time tag me, which I'm flattered, right? Which is Quant Yata, aka me, myself, and I. If you're wondering who that is, it's the same guy. I did check it out, and at the same time I was checking out Coochie Boy tagged me, but I ironically, retweet this earlier, right? And I said, yep, saw it earlier. You know, great shout out to Greg Lunt, right? You rock, you killing brother. He's like, I love you both, you know, bromance, what do you want to call it? Bro hug. But this is a good question. Look at this from this guy. His name is Nanad Lee. He says, is there any timeline? This is the part where you want to pay attention. Is there any timeline for the United States and Europe patents, which are pending? That's a great question, right? When will they be approved? Greg responds to this. He says they're going up and back with both of those patent offices right now. Problem is each correspondence usually takes 6 to 12 months. It's a long process. This other guy says just know that they are fully protected upon submission as long as the patents are eventually granted in those jurisdictions. I agree. It's huge news. Milestone. And then, of course, you know, it's a fair question. The source, right? You can look it up yourself. This does come from the Japanese Patent Office. You see it right here, but if you want to Google and try to verify it yourself, you can. So it's cool stuff, and we're glad to report on that in regards to Quant. Now, a little bit more in regards to just that Quant. This was from Quant Papa. He retweeted this. So the Bank of England is building a CBDC team now. And we understand this is going to go further out and so on. Recognize this. This comes from payments.com. Payments without the A, basically, if you want to verify it yourself. And if anything, we'll try to pull that up. Here it is. And this was published April 9th, which I believe is yesterday. Yeah, yesterday. Can't believe it's the 10th of April already. England's central bank has reportedly begun hiring, like I mentioned. The Bank of England wants to create a team of up to, listen to this, 30 people to oversee its central bank digital currency. I want to throw this out there, right? So whether it was on Sean's stream of his Straight Talk, there was one particular show, maybe it was a couple weeks ago. Daniel Gate was on there, and you guys were talking like you didn't know if there was a quant connection. We did a few videos in regards to that, the connection they have, especially Gilbert Verdian, kind of like part of the Digital Pound Foundation. You got to understand what the current Prime Minister and Gilbert Verdian, they had, I don't know, they served together, right? Years ago, worked at the same company. But look what it says here. It says, a team of 30 seems like quite a significant resource to focus on the digital pound. Ian Taylor, advisor to the Trade Association, Crypto UK, told the Times, quote, it shows the impact it would have and that the banks are serious about it. The career section on the BOE website lists openings for, listen to this, guys, a digital pound solutions architect. Yeah. And digital pound securely a security architect, both added the last week of March. Payments reported in February that the BOE and UK Treasury were studying the feasibility of an actual digital currency by 2030. There's a lot that's mentioned here, right? The currency, which is also being referred to is, and this is a crazy nickname they're giving it, right? The Bitcoin, right, would be issued by BOE and backed by the government. We're going to go further down on this, but here is something I definitely want to point out. It says last week, payments examined the issue of programmability in digital currencies. Think about it. Programmability. It says has been pegged as one of the major draws of digital currencies and one innovative services that central bank digital currency could help facilitate, he wrote. Now, I'm not going to read all this. You may think, well, this seems kind of speculative. Why did Quant Papa even, mention in the Quant thread? Here's why. Boom, right here. It's a move that Martin Hargreaves, as we know, CTO of Quant, or I should say CPO, my bad, officer at Quant, supports, as he pointed out the damage that restrictions on money movement can have on CBDC adoption uses. Listen to this quote from him. He says, when you start to place restrictions on money, you affect its value. So if I've got 100 pounds, but I can only spend it on rent or groceries, that's not worth the same to me as 100 pounds I can spend on anything. And that's a great point. I mean, look, even with Stellar, I think that definitely makes them stand out. Remember, all the examples we gave you guys countless times in regards to, foreign exchanges, like use Stellar for crying out loud. If you live in a third world country like Nigeria, your Naira could still hold its value through what? Through Stellar. It gets the job done, right? Don't go the traditional method. Well, here's another perfect example, but this time it's from Martin Hargreaves. So it says, looking specifically at the digital pound, he said that there are ways to bring the benefits of programmability to the currency. So we always talk about this whole thing of, Quantum with his interoperability and so on. You have a whole outline here that basically you can see the Quant connection, and we already made this connection multiple times, but this is recent. And we did outline that you're going to see a lot of things mentioning probably towards summertime in regards to what Quant is doing in regards to CBDCs, you name it, right? Obviously, LAC chains are really going to stand out as well. But there it is. I thought I'd bring it to you guys. We do have more coverage that we'll get into. Next on the lineup is a little bit more from Ripple, Blue Dot IOTA, and Stellar. I meant to share that to you guys the other day. But anyway, smash that like if you haven't done so already. And I just want to state, really appreciate you guys being here tonight. We're about an hour and 47 minutes into the show. Just got to flip on the fan one more time. See how we're doing on the comments. Going to jump back up to where we're at. Let's see here. Crypto Jedi says, but no, my YouTube channel is not a food channel. Mr. Record channel. Oh, interesting. Boomer effort sooner. Salute to all veterans. Yeah, absolutely. You too, Boomer. I'm not a veteran. I wish I would have. I'll state this. A little known fact, and this was before 9/11. I actually enlisted into the Navy, and for whatever reason at the time, I changed my mind. I think it was during the process of too much moving around and so on. But yeah, I originally enlisted, and I do have regrets of not sticking it out because I would have liked to have done that and been able to have had those experiences. But as the saying goes, coulda, woulda, shoulda. All right. But yeah, thank you, Boomer F. Sooner. Coolcast says my XRP in that sneakers flick. Yeah, no kidding. Glad you got to see that. Hopefully. All right. Coochie Boy says, what if JASMY, Mac, and XRP all break 100 in the bull run? Oh my God. I don't see here. Okay, so I know people are not gonna like hearing this. I don't see JASMY hitting $100. The road to 17 is a consistent number that gets brought up, and I do realize that. And in the future, we'll do a proper deep dive on that topic of 17. In the past, we kind of scratched the surface on 17, but it's like this, Coochie Boy. It's just like you guys even know it, right? With XRP, 589 consistently gets brought up. Me personally, I don't know why it consistently gets brought up. So guys can educate me a little bit more on that. When I do my deep dives on XRP, it's usually like, for use cases, on-demand liquidity, the whole thing with like solving the Nostra Vostro situation, other things that got going on, like not just for payments, obviously, like the medical connection. I think we saw something a few months ago, real estate, stuff like that, right? I like to research stuff like that. But as far as the 589, that gets brought up a lot. So with JASMY, $17 gets brought up a lot. Matic at $100, like I'm cool with that. I mean, I guess at some point, right? I mean, I hold Matic as well. But anyway, I'm just saying for the record, I don't see how JASMY gets to $100. Unless, well, you know what? Hold on. This is where you guys are going to get me on this, on the aha moment. So we saw that JASMY follows Bitcoin and it follows ETH, right? There's like almost direct correlation. And I did do a retweet. I don't know if I have that primed and ready to go right now. Let me see if I do. I might. I would have had it primed and ready to go earlier. But, yeah. You know what? I think somebody tweeted this earlier. Let me double check. I'm going to double check my tweets. And somebody mentioned this earlier. Here it is. I got it. This comes from the JASMY movement. Let's go ahead and share this real quick. So this is in response to what you just mentioned. All right. So we've shown you guys, at least within the last couple of weeks. Remember, Mike Cornwell took some screenshots with his phone. So shout out to you, Mr. Berg, who's watching. All right. Continue following the charts. The simulators are breathtaking when you match JASMY and Bitcoin. We fight together. We win together. We are the JASMY family. We are the JASMY army, right? But here's the thing. So this whole, and I'll blow this up a little bit more. This whole debate of, oh, Max, I heard, so-and-so said that we can go to 100,000. That's consistent. I will agree that I think new all-time highs for Bitcoin, I think we smashed 69K out of the water. This doesn't mean I think that the bigger this is not me saying go all in on Bitcoin. I mean, if you really have 69K to invest in Bitcoin or wherever the amount is, right? Like, what was it? We're looking at 30K. So let's say it was 30K. Am I telling you to go throw $30,000 to buy one Bitcoin because it's going to go to 100K? If you got the means to do it, I guess. Not financial advice, but I just think that it's a lot better risk to reward ratio on your altcoins. Your XRPs, XLMs, and so on, right? You're going to get a lot more of a return compared to that. But anyway, there's no denying that we could very well get to 100K Bitcoin, right? So if JASMY, like you see right here from Burke, was to move with that, and if anything, I think I'm going to come out of the frame for just a moment to put emphasis on this. So if Bitcoin moves with, or I should say JASMY moves with Bitcoin, or JASMY moves with also Ethereum, then that thesis kind of makes sense, right? Shout out to you, Berg, right? So combine that with the utility run, right? Where we get insane market caps that we never seen before. Well, then maybe I do get on the whole thing of $100 a JASMY, and that would be absolutely insane. But there's other factors, obviously. People are going to look at the supply. People are going to look at, how much is the circulation. But there's some good factors. 100% deflationary by Q4 of this year. I don't know. But I'd rather revisit some of the milestones. Like, can we get to $1? Yes. All right. Let's achieve some of these milestones first. How about this? Let's just get to a penny first. Then let's see what happens with FOMO money. Then big milestone, a quarter, 50 cents, $1, stuff like that. And then from there, we'll see where we go. But I will revisit the topic of $17. And I'm not saying they won't go to 100, but I mean, that's going to take an insane amount of market cap. But again, it's like Mike Cornwell was saying, the utility run could give a crap about the current market conditions. And I will agree with that. All right. I'm a small, big, a quant. That's all right. How about this, Cool Cat? Can we give each other a virtual dab, my friend? Ready for this? You said my small bag of quant, my small bag of BSV, but at least I have some. At least I bought bottom, in my opinion. Probably should have bought some more of it. I'm still in the profits on that one. All right. Yes, utility run. Took the words right out of my mouth. All right. Quant low on Coinbase was 0.76 cents. You make good points, Coochie boy. The Cooch has all the quants. God. Is it becoming an after dark moment? Not yet. All right. I was chasing Doge when Quant was 76 cents. So I came back into Doge, man, like a while back. And oh man, I mean, I think I came in like 4.5 cents the second time around. But the original time of 1 cent, I mean, if it wasn't for doing that, I don't even know if I'd be here. So, all right, let's go further down. I want to welcome Mr. Record. He says, thanks, Brian. All right, let's just read a few more comments, and we'll kick it back into the news. We'll switch my YouTube account again. Be right back. Oh, that's all good. Michael Montclair, CTN has the best content on YouTube. You know what? Thank you very much. And you know who also has great content on YouTube? Are you guys ready for this? Put your hands together for the one, the only, who? You know who he is. He's the guy who's highlighted right here. And it is the one, the only, Mr. Michael Montclair. It's been a while since we gave him a plug. We gotta give him a plug. You know what? There is no excuse for this, okay? Let's get Michael. If we help JC the man, who's a wonderful kid, by the way, achieve 101. I'm not saying it was us, right? Maybe part of it. Yeah, maybe he really got some good subscribers from other kids and so on. But you know what? Michael Montclair is another great content creator. Let's help him get to 100, a new milestone, right? You know what? You don't think Michael Montclair's got some good music, then I don't know what to tell you. I do not know what to tell you. I'm going to pull up one of his songs, one of my favorite songs from him, and that's Smile. I listen to this song every so often while I'm cooking. I'll have it playing off of my phone because I actually love the way Michael Montclair sings this song. And you've never heard him sing? Listen to this. This is from CTN's own Michael Montclair, part of our community for the longest time. Shout out to you, sir. Congratulations on getting engaged to a lovely, beautiful woman who obviously appreciates you inside and out and 110%. And if anything, God, man, she's marrying a guy with a most beautiful, wonderful voice. And I'm not just saying that because we're part of our community. He really does. Listen to this. We're going to play him for 3 minutes. If you don't have 3 minutes to listen to Michael Montclair, I don't know what to tell you. Here we go.
You just have to smile. Smile, though your heart is aching. Smile, even though it's breaking. When there are clouds in the sky, you'll get by. If you smile through your fear and sorrow, smile and maybe tomorrow you'll see the sun come shining through for you. Light up your face with gladness, hide every trace of sadness, although a tear may be ever so near. That's the time you must keep on trying. Smile, what's the use of crying? You'll find that life is still worthwhile if you just smile. that's the time that you must keep on trying. Smile, what's the use of crying? You'll find that life is still worthwhile if you just
Keep smiling. That was awesome. You are very, very talented, Mr. Montclair. Guys, give Mr. Michael Montclair a sub. Because why not? You probably subbed to something that you forgot about a long time ago. And you know what? He has a great voice. So, yeah, give him a follow here. Let's see. Let's refresh this for just a brief moment. I got so many tabs up. It's ridiculous. Good thing I have a decent amount of RAM. Let's refresh this to somebody even sub. Nobody sub. Shame on you. All right. You got time to do it. Do it. All right. Let's see how we do it on the comments. But no, my YouTube channel is not a food channel. I think I already read some of these things in the past. All right, yeah, I'm further down. My bad. Let's see here. CTN has the best YouTube content on YouTube. Well, thank you, man. Yeah, that's right. I said that before too, man. Having a who moment. All right, Mr. Record with Switch. I did read that. Brittany says Max is a good teacher. Well, thanks, Brittany. Rock. So for those who are just tuning in, yeah, I am actually a teacher in real life. I'm also an instructor in real life too. I've actually taught every single grade level. I've actually taught kindergarten at one point, which that was a handful in itself, but I subbed for kindergarten, I should say. I shouldn't say, but anyway, it was quite the experience. But anyway, let's see here. Mr. Blackwood says, Mr. Record, I know how to keep secrets. To this day, I've never told anyone that I have. Wow. That just topped Elon Musk 110%. Whoa. All right. Well, I give you a dab, but I won't give you two fists. All right. Death by Saber. I mean, that's funny. Two, what's, and then boom, Death by Saber. Hello, all this is the crypto. Oh, interesting. Death by Saber. Max, thumbs up. Thank you very much. Blackwood, you in stereo. Like, what are you, MacGyver? Remember back then in the days, MacGyver in stereo. It's like, what are they going to have in the future? Like, Black Sheep Squadron in high definition or something. I don't know. I love that show, by the way. All right, Rayan says, Brittany, that right, Max, teach us free lessons just like, oh, well, thank you. I do try. The way I look at it, we'll all be rewarded in the future. We're going to be rewarded with, taking the time to, like, really know about some of these projects and so on, you know what I mean? But really be convicted at the same time. And if anything, like Coochie Boy pointed out a long time ago, when to buy the bottom. We're just talking about JASMY earlier. It's just like, still technically speaking, JASMY's still near the bottom. You know what I mean? Unless you really lucked out, like, not Michael Montclair, like Mike Cornwell. Yes, this is the Max Scratcher. But unless you're like Mike Cornwell, who bought, what do you buy, Mike? Like 0.0029 or something like that. Man, I think the lowest I bought was like 0.5, something like that. All right. Brian Dowie says, sorry, Death didn't subscribe to that one. Brittany, you don't like the structure. Oh, you know what? Brittany, you rock. Thank you. You're lovely, and I just can't thank you enough for the nice compliments. So thank you, Brittany. Virtual dab to Brittany. Boom. All right. Death by Saber. That is the nicest introduction anyone has made in a long time. Welcome to CTN. Well, look at this. This is good stuff. We got some good vibes going here. You know? Brian Downey, Brittany, you came here for Max, but stayed for the Caroline comments. Wow. We went from 2, I almost said it, but I'm not going to say it. And before that, Elon's, I'm not going to say that either, to Caroline. I'm not going to say the rest of that either. All right. JASMY going to hit about $3.50. I wish it would. $3.50 for JASMY. I would not complain about that. $350 at JASMY. I wouldn't complain about that either, but I don't see that happening. Chicago 17, great album. Cool. All right, let me see if there's any other specific comments. Stump Rider. Man, this fan is blowing in my eyes, but I need to get cooled off because the air conditioner went out. Ugh. If JASMY could hit $5, I am good. I will take profits on the way up. Hold on a second, guys. I'm going to ask whatchamacallit, my phone, what the temperature is outside right now. Hold on. Because if it's cool enough, I'm going to open up the windows. What's the temperature outside right now?
It's 88 degrees in Phoenix right now.
What? It's still 88 degrees outside. It's 8 o'clock at night. Oh, man. All right. I'm going to have to wait until, what's it say? I'm going to have to wait until, God, I got to wait until 1 a.m. to open the windows. Then it'll become 72. Well, I got to do what I got to do. 88 degrees outside. This is the problem of Phoenix. So, like, in the summertime, it could be like 110. And it's just like, you wait till like 1 a.m. What's the temperature outside? It's like, it's 100 degrees. It's like, oh, it's freaking 1 a.m. What do you mean it's 100 degrees outside? But it's a lot better than Miami weather, which would be, 100 degrees outside with 90% humidity. So there is that. All right. All right, let's go. I want to welcome the disabled machine. Let's effing go. The market is booming. Yes, it is. Uncle Thursday, I'm not selling my XRP bag, but the other's gone in 60 seconds. That was a good movie. The critics didn't think it was, but I thought it was a good movie. Don't sell XRP ever. If anything, earn interest off of it, right? Just don't do it. Just don't do it. Mind at peace. Hello. Oh, this is the Crypto Jedi. Huh. Edward Vincent's here. Good to see you, man. He said, this is to Cool Cat. He says, quick question. If I may, how the F am I supposed to profit? Ugh. All right, let me go ahead and highlight that. We do still have some news lineup. I know people are like, oh my God, really? Like you're already 2 hours and 8 minutes into the show and then you actually have some news lineup? Yeah, well, I do. We start off the show, a shout out to Brian Dowie with some, whatchamacallit, Ghetto Boys, and I twisted the lyrics around where it says, at night, I can't sleep. I toss and turn. Green candlesticks in the dark. Visions of Luna Classic being burned. You like that? I thought you did. All right. All right. So we talked about the whole thing in regards to the Bank of England and all this cool stuff. Let's jump into some actual Ripple news because why not? I mean, we talked about the whole thing with some of the conspiracy theory, excuse me. Let's jump into that. So smash that like if you haven't done so already. It does help with getting it out there, right? I mean, does somebody really want to watch Sewing with Marge right now? Marge comes on live stream. Hello, everybody. It's Marge. I just want to state it's 8:08 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. And me and Bill just busted out the bush baked beans. And I thought I would basically sew a quilt the size of my house. I'm going to send it to Bertram in Kenosha. And if anything, I'm going to send it to him by Christmas. And it should be done by then. Thank you so much for everybody's tuned in. No, I'm not doing that. So smash the like for this show. Thank you. All right. So Ripple, IOTA, and Stellar Lumens could work with SWIFT under ISO 222 regulation, according to this report. Ripple, IOTA, and Stellar are in line to work hand in hand with SWIFT under ISO 222. We know about some of the stuff. SWIFT announced that it's migrating to the system from March to November 2025. Ripple, IOTA, and Stellar Lumens are reportedly in line to work with SWIFT. In other words, it enables interoperability between market structures, financial institutions, and banks, as well as customers, right? We got to remember the retail side of things. So, earlier I was talking about the whole thing with Nigeria, right? Look at this. SWIFT has announced that customers would be at different stages of their ISO 222 adoption journey from March 2023 to November of 2025. Now, on top of that, in addition to SWIFT, market infrastructures such as the Clearinghouse, the Federal Reserve, the Bank of England, and even the Nigeria Interbank Settlement System, which is NIBS, no, not nubs or noobs, have all declared their plans to migrate to ISO 222 between 2022 and 2025. Now, in regards to Ripple, look at this. They announced that it has become part of the standard body in May 2020. Distributed ledger technologies could reduce the cost of transactions. Well, we know this, right? And speed up the transaction process since it removes middlemen from processes. The decision by SWIFT to migrate to ISO 222 is to replicate this for its member institutions. Now, in regards to the whole thing with Ripple, look what's mentioned here. I'm going to go down to this particular part because some of us already know this. It says for Ripple, it's for Ripple Net platform is already compatible with cross-border payments and enables users to instantly access their money. In addition to lower costs, transactions are settled in as little as 4 seconds. I think we saw 3, right? Brad Garlinghouse talked about the whole thing. What was it, 700 million? It did it in 3. It is argued that DOT companies such as Ripple have an edge as their technological innovation already addresses the challenges of cost and speed. There's this whole outline in regards to ISO 222, but this right here, I think, is where I'm trying to get to. Hold on a second. Oh, yeah. Ripple, as this could also mean, actually, I'm going to read this whole thing. Sorry. The membership to ISO 222 can only yield positive results for Ripple. Okay, I remember this part now. As this could also mean Ripple can now provide the Ripple Net platform for a greater scale by conforming to the same standard that will be used by SWIFT and its member institutions. And I just want you guys to pay attention to that part. You probably already know about this. So, this whole thing of a greater scale by conforming to the same standard that, SWIFT basically used for its member institutions. Well, is the old SWIFT system of MT, is that able to scale? No, the answer is it's not able to scale, hence why they need to go with a new particular standard, the ISO 222 standard. The institution's back end internal systems, for example, embargo/sanctions, disposition, bookings, fraud, limits, etc., and now easily interface into RippleNet as the message standard and structure will be similar and based on ISO 222. There's obviously some more in regards to this, in regards to like IOTA and things like that. And we don't talk about IOTA enough here, in my opinion. I know some of you guys are investing to it. There's been one I've always said to myself, like, why don't you hold some IOTA? So U.S. Federal Reserve also reported to have plans to move into the ISO 222 system by November 2023, which is right around the corner. XDC, Algo, HBAR, Quant, IOTA, and even Cardano are all rumored to be compliant with ISO 222. Now, I want to state this for ADA. You did see Hoskinson say that, they're not officially, but it's on their list to get that done, and he sees the benefit from that. We obviously know about the whole thing with currency codes and so on, but I just thought I'd bring it to you guys because, some of the ones that you see here, some of the terminology basically listed. And of course, the main reason why I'm sharing this with you guys is because it made mainstream news for a change. Now, I want to jump into this, and every so often we do cover Casper. Did you know that Casper Wallet is now live on the mainnet? Now, this was reported yesterday, but this comes from the X Frontier I said yesterday, literally the day before yesterday. And remember, it was in beta. Well, check this out. This is a new update from them. Let's blow this up for a second. So yeah, it's Casper Live. Shows that latest block height. You can get 10.74% APY. I know some of you guys recently have, I guess you could say, kind of fudded it to a sense. Like, you don't like the idea that there's no max supply. They're going to have to address some of these things. But for me personally, I still think Casper is too big to pass up on. That's why I got into it. It's not financial advice, but that's just what I'm personally doing. A little bit more from this particular report. Some good questions here, right? Like this guy asks, he says, can we stake Casper yet? The X Frontier replies, he says, yes, but for now, functionality runs through Casper Live until a built-in function rolls out for the wallet soon. Here's another question. Is this legit Casper network? I thought it is still in beta. That's a great question, right? He tags Kevin Cage because Kevin Cage covers Casper a lot. X Frontier says the beta testing window closed out beginning of the month. Can't remember the exact date, but it is now live and confirmed in the Telegram group. So that should be one of your key takeaways. If this is something in which you feel as though, like, okay, well, this might affect me. Well, very much so if you're staking is your thing. So I thought I'd bring it to you guys. X Frontier is killing it, absolutely killing it with the Casper coverage. If you have crypto Twitter, go ahead and give them a follow, and you'll be glad you did so. Let's jump into this next part real quick before we kick back into the comments. This is good stuff, believe it or not. This is from Dr. Lehman Baird. We have shared, quite a few of his things and so on, but I thought this was pretty cool. So it says, what is Hashgraph, right? And if you're new to all this, right, understand Hashgraph isn't really a blockchain, right? Hashgraph is just that. It's like it says, the blockchain killer, right? Once you understand more about Hashgraph and you're not into HBAR, it's going to blow your socks off, to say the least. I know I'm a huge fan of Quant. I'm a big fan of Gilbert Verdian, right? Rah, Quant, right? I know people tell me that, right? At the same time, I'm that much more impressed with Dr. Lehman Baird. He takes the cake 100%. He's a scientist, brilliant mind, does lectures all over the place, Oxford, I think even, Baylor University, some other places and so on, right? Check out what's mentioned here. We're going to play this. Smash a like if you haven't done so already. What is Hashgraph from Dr. Lehman Baird? Here we go.
Hashgraph is a way of making a distributed ledger work. In other words, it's a way to have a bunch of computers come to an agreement on the order of our transactions, of the things that we're doing. And it also puts timestamps on them. So we have an agreement that this transaction was first and this one was second, not the other way around. And we have an agreement that this transaction happened at noon on Tuesday. And the whole community is agreeing on this. And that's what every DLT needs to do. Every distributed ledger comes to agreement on ordering and timestamps. And that's what Hashgraph does. But it does it in a very strange way, not the normal way of doing things. It is not like proof of work. You do not have to buy a supercomputer to run a node. In fact, we have full nodes that are Raspberry Pis. You know those little tiny $30 computers? My cell phone, of course, is far more powerful than you would need to be a full node. A cell phone can easily do it. So we don't use proof of work. The obvious way of getting consensus is, well, let's just have a king. I mean, that's the easiest way to make everyone agree on something. We'll have a king and the king decides what we do. That's the simplest way to have agreement. So in a lot of old systems that were designed, and many of the new systems are based on a leader. And in some systems, what you have is one computer is the leader. Everybody sends it the transactions. It puts them in order. And then it tells everybody the official order that it decided on. That's how it works. The problem is, with a leader, you can do DDoS attacks, distributed denial of service attacks. What if there are a bunch of computers out on the internet that a hacker has taken control of? Little tiny computers, like the computers in printers and in web cameras and in DVRs. And they've taken control of a whole bunch of these little computers, and they tell all the computers at once to flood the leader with packets. That would shut down the leader, which would shut down the whole network. Now, of course, if they manage to get enough of these bots to shut down every single computer in the network, then the network's dead. But you don't want it to be so fragile that just shutting down one would do it. And so what we want is to have every computer be the same. We don't want one computer being the leader, not even temporarily. There are other ways of doing ledgers. Voting-based systems are 30 years old. The math is beautiful. The guarantees are beautiful. They're really nice. And no one's ever used them, as far as I know, these voting algorithms, because they are so incredibly slow. You have to send gazillions of votes over the internet and receipts on votes, and it just blows up and you can't do it. So to my knowledge, no one's actually applied these in the wild. And then you have Hashgraph, which is none of the above. It's this weird thing. In Hashgraph, here's how it works. We all want to do transactions. You know, my transaction might be to move some money from one account to another, or my transaction might be to store a file in our network, or my transaction might be to run a smart contract, a little program that enforces some rules. So we all put our transactions into the network anytime we want to. Any computer can put in their transactions. And when you have a transaction, you tell everybody else in the fastest way we know in computer science, and the most resilient way we know, which is a gossip protocol. It's used all over the place. You just tell somebody at random, and now 2 of you know it. And then each of you tell someone at random. Now 4 of you know it. Then each of the 4 of you tell someone at random. Now 8 of you know it. And it keeps doubling. And so in 10 steps, 1,000 people know it. In 20 steps, 1,000,000 people know it. In 30 steps, 1 billion people know it. It just explodes outwards exponentially fast. Spreads as fast as gossip spreads rumors in an office. That's why it's called a gossip protocol. Sadly, it does not solve the problem of consensus. All it does is the gossip protocol allows us to get our message out fast, and everybody will get the message. And so all it is when I call you up, I say, so what do you know so far? Oh, here's what I know so far. Okay, I'm going to send you the messages you haven't heard yet, and you send me the messages I haven't heard yet. So everyone's going to get every message really fast, but everybody will receive them in a different order. So I'm now having to send you all my messages, but I'm also having to send you maybe 1% more messages. So I need just a little bit more powerful computer, a little bit more bandwidth. And what those 2 hashes are, is they just tell you, here's my message. Oh, and here's the last message I created and the last message somebody else created who just talked to me. And that's it. Every message has these 2 lines going out to 2 previous messages. And each of them has these 2 lines going out to 2 previous messages, earlier ones, and so on, and so on, and so on. And when you collect this pile of messages inside your computer, you can just graph them out with all these lines. And what you get to see is a complete history of how we've talked to each other. Not only do you get to hear all the juicy rumors, you get to see exactly how they reached you. In fact, you can tell for any given rumor when each person in the office heard it. Of course, this is an office, these are computers. But for any particular one of these messages, you can see exactly when every computer heard it, and in what order they heard it, and in what order they talked to each other. You get this complete history of how we have talked to each other. Okay, that's weird because, well, that doesn't give me consensus either. I don't care about that. What I care about is the ordering. So I had to send the messages out. I do that the simplest, fastest, most resilient way known. It's beautiful. Then I add this tiny bit of information that gives me this weird graph of all of us, how we talk to each other, held together with hashes. We call it a hash graph. It's a graph, which is things connected with lines in math theory, and it's held together with hashes, so it's a hash graph. Hash is just a way of taking a big message and scrambling it down to just a few bytes. So we've sent the messages out. We've added a tiny bit of extra information just to get the hash graph. And now we're going to get consensus by running one of those really old algorithms, 30-year-old voting algorithms that require gazillions of votes to go over the internet. But we're going to do it with no votes, 0 votes. We're going to use virtual voting. In other words, you have to send the messages out. You have to send a tiny bit more information, and then you get consensus for free. You send 0 more information beyond that. Wait, how could you do that? It's because of the hash graph. We can see the history of how everyone talked to everyone. So I know what you know. I know when you knew it. I know what you know about what Alice knows, about what Bob knows. I know everything about what you're thinking right now. And so I know that if we did run one of those 30-year-old algorithms, if we were to take one of them off the shelf and run it right now, I know how you would vote. So don't bother sending me your vote. I'll just run it in my mind and pretend that you voted. And so I can run one of those algorithms that had the really strong proofs, asynchronous Byzantine fault tolerance, but I can do it purely in my head at 0 cost over the internet. No messages whatsoever, no bytes whatsoever over the internet. And it happens very, very fast. And so what we're talking about is when you do a transaction, everybody gets it as fast as we can push things over the internet. I don't think you could get the messages out any faster. We pay a penalty of 1% in the amount of extra data we've sent. So we basically still, everybody gets it as fast as possible. And as soon as you get one of these messages, if you get a few more, you instantly know how fast this one is or where this one goes in history. So when you get a message, a transaction, you get a few more that you collect, and then when you just get a few more, you will know for sure where in history this one goes and what the timestamp was on it. Guaranteed. And it's guaranteed that we'll all have the same answer as long as less than a third of us are being malicious. And it's guaranteed that we'll all get the same answer even if the internet itself is being malicious. If there's DDoS attacks on us, if there's firewalls that are stopping traffic or letting some traffic through and not others, or slowing down traffic, doesn't matter. We have guarantees, the strongest math guarantees that we could. And so Hashgraph is gossip about gossip with virtual voting. And that gives you incredible speed. And so you can be doing hundreds of thousands of transactions a second, or you can be doing consensus in a few seconds. That is how Hashgraph works. The idea is that we as a community are going to come to an agreement that this transaction happened at noon on Tuesday. And no one person can unfairly influence what answer we come up with. Basically, what we're going to do is the Hashgraph lets me see so much about our history that I know when Alice received it, and when Bob received it, and when Carol received it. I know when each person received that transaction for the first time, and the time they claim to have received it. And I can just make a list of all those times that everybody says they received it, and sort them in order, and take the middle one on the list. And if less than a third of us are evil, then it came from a good person, from an honest person, or was between 2 times from honest people. But if you have a stock market, fairness matters a lot. If I put in a bid on a stock and you put in a bid on the stock, if yours was put in a little bit before mine, you want to get credit for being before me so that you get the stock. It is incredibly bad if I, all by myself or by bribing just a small number of computers, could get mine unfairly put before yours, even though yours actually reached the world before mine reached the world. This prevents that. It prevents the unfairness there. And so it's incredibly important for a stock market. It's important for an auction. It's important for a patent office that cares in the order in which the patents come in. It's important for a game. If it's a first-person shooter and you shoot me and I dodge, we care a lot which one happened first. If you shot first, you get a point. But if I dodged first, you don't get a point. And so it would be disastrous if I could cheat and hack the software on my computer and get my dodge to happen earlier than it really happened. In this system, you have fairness. So it could be used for real-time games, or it could be used for stock market. So that's what Hashgraph does. It is gossip about gossip with virtual voting. That gives you speed and security, and you get fairness. And those enable all sorts of things for a distributed ledger.
Lehman covered some of the basics.
All right. You guys know I went a little bit over on that particular one because I was looking at the number. I was like, we're holding audience retention here. People aren't really leaving her and so on. That last part, what Dr. Lehman Baird mentioned in regards to gaming, first-person shooters, oh man, that was right up my alley, 100%. So my thing is, eventually, as you guys know, my dream is to develop a video game and so on. Think about what he mentioned. It's like Hashgraph could probably get the job done in the future, like he mentioned, talk about an anti-cheat. I've always thought and believed about the concept of, why don't we have anti-cheat mechanisms for like Call of Duty, Battlefield, you name it, right? Counter-Strike on the blockchain, because that would, smash or defeat, I should say, hackers, right? He makes the point, I guess, that with blockchain, it is still possible, but with Hashgraph, it's not. So in the future, think of all the things that, Hedera already provides, right? And there's a lot. But like this whole thing with gaming, again, when we connect the dots, my thing is, what? Very well, you could see a project that joins their ecosystem that will develop a proper anti-cheat built on Hashgraph. That would be bullish in itself. Hedera's HBAR, man. So many impressive things. Every single time I take more of a deeper dive into it. And that's why it's consistently on my top 5, literally number 5. Quant, XRP, XLM, XDC, HBAR. Everybody has a different top 5 for the most part. But that's just the way I look at it. So anyway, I did see a super chat come in from Mr. Mr. Muff. I can't believe I just said that. But in reality, that's what it says. All right, CTN after dark a little bit. Right after the 2.5 hour mark. So technically speaking, maybe we could say that. Anyway, I'm going to jump down to that comment, see where we're at. Hopefully nobody takes it too personal. If I skipped anything, I didn't mean to. Man, this must be way, way down here, which is fine. Let's see where we're at. Gotta turn that fan back on. About ready to melt up in here. All right. There we go. Let's highlight that. Straight from Elon Muff. God. $2 super chat. Max. Oh my God. Twitter tag. All right. Let's take a look. Let's pull up Twitter. And let's see here. Twitter tag from Elon Muff. AN followed me. Hold on. I'm going to follow that guy back. AN, if you're watching, I just followed you back. All right. Where's the Twitter tag? Watch your guru? Is that what it is? This is 2 hours ago, though. Am I really that far behind? No, I'm only 9 minutes behind. That can't be it. It's not about Robert F. Kennedy, is it? Let me go further down in the comments. I don't think this is the one. I mean, there's nothing against that, but Robert F. Kennedy Jr., man. I need clarification from Mike Cornwell. All right, hold on a second. Why are you guys talking about Filipinos? Oh, God, here we go again. You're going to tell me I'm the Filipino ice cube or something like that? All right, I'm going to wait for Crypto Mike on this one. I'm going to refresh it. Oh, hold on a second. Oh, he sent it to me on a DM. Crypto King. Oh, that's what I sent you earlier. All right, my bad. 100 shares of Ripple. All right, hold on. Let's get this going. Oh, my gosh. This is old. This is from, was it Living Color? Is this what this is? Huh. All right, we'll play this. This is for Crypto Mike, a.k.a. Crypto McDizzle for Shizzle Manizzle for show. Thank you for $10. Thank you for the $2. What is wrong with me tonight? Thank you for the $2 super chat. My God. All right, let's go ahead and play this. Share it in a way if you can see it. Here we go. You know what it is? It's the heat in here. Like, it makes you tired. I hate that. I guess I'll smash the like on it. All right, yeah, let's go ahead and play this. Smash the like if you haven't done so already. This is the 100 shares of Ripple that you've been looking for. Here we go.
These flies just ain't flies anymore. They're dependents. Except that one. Say, Jenkins, you get my wheels out the shop?
Yes, sir.
Very good. All right, they got my cart phone in here. I better get my broker on the line.
We're here to see a Mr. Anton Jackson.
This way, please.
Hey, listen, bitch. I said I want 100 shares of Ripple. I want 100 shares of Ripple. Yeah, I know it's going down, but believe me, I know my Ripple, it'll be coming up real soon.
Wow. That was something. That was a nice find. Where did you find that, man? That's cool stuff. I like that. See? Yeah, where's my 100 shares of Ripple, man? You know? In reality, let's face it, Ripple could very well go public. You know what I mean? Crypto Smith talked about that, but that was pretty cool, man. Pretty cool. You have to share that on Crypto Twitter before we can retweet it. All right, let me see where we're at. And if anything, we're going to get to the next topic here in a second. Guys, obviously talk about HBAR because I shared that earlier. Excuse me. All right, let's see here. Disabled machine says, okay, it says I got 100 extra P. Do I just transfer out because it says it's locked, Brian? Oh, you're talking Brian. Okay. That fellow there gossiping about HBAR, what's his name? Dr. Lehman Beard. That's who that is. He's an actual scientist, and he's actual doctor, scientist, not MD, obviously, but you know, he's the mad scientist, man. I am slow. No, you're not. You might just maybe your air conditioner went out like me, and it just kind of saps your enthusiasm, man. I'm telling you, man. It's like, whew, kind of getting hot in here. All right. You want to know a true story? Since it's Crypto Talk Now After Dark, real quick. 2001, New Year's Eve, right? Me and my best friend, Mike Wall, was telling you about earlier. We go to the Tostitos New Year's Eve Fiesta Bowl block party. There's roughly like 100,000 people there at the time. Well, Nelly's song of, it's get, hot in here or whatever. So, the song comes on. There's this lady, drop dead, like, got the whole package, right? The song comes on. It's getting hot in here, so take off all your clothes. And the right on the part was like, I am getting so hot. She just took it all off. All of it. 100%. And my buddy was like, let me grab your, what do we have back then? 35 millimeter camera? Anyway. Because, there's always people say screenshots or it didn't happen, but it happened, all right. She definitely took it all off for that song. Anyway, like I said, CTN After Dark. Anyway, Brian Dowie says, machine, they give you 100. It's not really yours. Check back tomorrow. All right. You appreciate the HBAR? That's cool. Man, you know what? I should see how much I have. Not that we're in a pissing contest, as Brian Dowie has pointed out in the past. Love you, Brian, if you're still here. I don't think I have 10,000, but let me see what I got. HBAR, as you guys would say. Your anything. HBAR. I have 8,400. So about $554 worth. I do need to get more HBAR. Yeah. But you know what? I need to get a lot of things, but I will. All right. Let's go further down. Speaking of Mr. Dowie, his ears are ringing after hearing that one. Machine, you don't get the 100 from what I understand. All right, you guys had a conversation. I'm sorry. See what we're doing. Filipinos are true gems. Yes. Yes, indeed. First girl I ever fell in love with was a Filipina. And true story, freshman year in high school, she thought I was the same age as her, right? It was my cousin's best friend, right? And yeah, she thought I was the same age because everybody used to say at the time that, I looked a lot older than I was. I kind of went Bill Clinton style, you know what I mean? Like, never volunteer negative information about yourself, especially my age. And so, yeah, my cousin, Richard, who's named after my dad, he spilled the beans after a while going out with her and so on of how old I really was. And I am still crushed to this day about what had happened. But whatever. But she was a Filipino chick. Her name is Mitchie. Anyway. I hope Mitchie's doing well. Anyway. She lives in Seattle. Last I checked. Anyway. One of those things. All right, let's go further down. Yeah, but she was basically a senior in high school, if you're wondering. Like, she was a senior in high school. I was a freshman. It was a big thing back then. Like, if you're the girl, you don't want to go out with the guy that's like 3 years younger than you. Like, if you're the older guy, I guess it's not that big of a deal. But now it's really not even a big deal. I'm 41, and anyway, I don't even know why I'm talking about some of this stuff. Because you guys are talking about Filipinas. That's right. Filipinos know how to drain my main vein. Wow. Wow. All right, Cool Cat Crypto. He means wine, though. In this case, Ripple is a cheap wine. Yeah. Yeah, I know. The references, like, I think you point out Lieutenant Dan Taylor trying to send Forrest Gump down to the corner before he goes to heaven, right? I remember that. I also remember seeing Forrest Gump in a theater when it came out. Great movie. 1994 was one of the best years for film. Forrest Gump, Shawshank Redemption, Pulp Fiction, probably Leon the Professional. Great year for film. All right. Shout out to the entire Wayne family. Yeah. Crypto Jedi says, when Ripple goes public, I'll buy shares in Robinhood. Ooh, here comes a comment from Twitch. Can you react to No Turning Back by Remix, please? Let me see if I can even do that. Let me jump onto the other screen and see if I can pull that up. Where is it? Did that even come across the screen, or you guys deleted it? Oh, it won't come across on that screen because it's not on YouTube. That's from Twitch. I see. All right, I'm going to have to menu YouTube.b. Oh, man. I wish I could pull that up, but that is a lot to remember. YouTube.be. Let me try. YouTube.be/RMPCW. RMPCW. 4XSP. 4XSP. TO. See if it even comes up. Video isn't available anymore. Maybe I had a typo. I don't know, man. I tried. It's just that it doesn't come across the way I like it to copy it. If you want it to come across and you want it to be played, come to YouTube instead of Twitch, and I could pull it up for you. So sorry about that. Hot and Her. Yeah. All right. Let's go further down. Hold on. The disabled machine. I sold most of my HBAR because I don't like Nano, or it doesn't like Nano. You would think that something's supposed to solve a problem in the future of lost seed phrases, because that's what they, have stated at some point. If they're going to solve something like that, they can't solve an issue with Nano, with your Ledger Nano. That don't make no sense. I mean, I believe you, but. All right, Brian Alley says, thanks for reading my comments, Max. Appreciate. You're welcome. All right. All right, let's see here. Boomer F and Sooner says, yes, thank you, Max, for reading Brian. Most awesome comments. Brian's most awesome. Yeah, okay, no problem. Machine, I agree, but Max doesn't like reading my What? I like reading your comments, and sometimes I have to skip over stuff because there's a whole flood of stuff coming through. The Crypto Jedi. I saw E.T. in the theater. Ooh, you did. Nice. This says Max with a question mark. What, did something happen? Something happened? Did I freeze? Hold on, check the other screen. Did something happen? No, I'm good. All right. Here we go. Oh, hold on. Thanks, Boomer. He's missing some tonight. What? You gotta understand. There's a whole flood of stuff that comes through, and I can't necessarily read it all. It'll turn to WrestleMania. All right. Cool Cat Crypto says, "I'm going to heaven, Lieutenant Dan. Well, before you go, run down to the corner and get us another bottle of Ripple." Yeah, I know. That's a famous line. How about this? How's you feel to be an All-American? I gotta pay. I believe you say you gotta pay. Anyway. Leon, yes. Yeah, that was a good movie. Great movie. Wow. Oh, Max, right. All right. I'm just going through a few more comments. I'll kick it back into the lineup. Boomer Alpha says, I remember seeing Airplane at the drive-in. Ooh, lucky. 10 years old and boobies bounce across the screen. Nice. That movie's hilarious. That's probably like one of the best comedy movies of all time. Freaking Leslie Nielsen. You know what? Can we all agree on this? The first Naked Gun. The sequels are like, nah, they're okay. But the first Naked Gun, man. Assault with a concrete dildo. Like, whoa, you know what I mean? I always thought that was the funniest line. Anyway, yes, I just said it. Well, oh, now you say it, Max. Now you say it when Mr. D. Shagans is not around to hear it. Now you finally say it. You freaking hypocrite. Yeah, I know. But it's also, at this point, at 2 hours and 45 minutes into it, it's now CTN After Dark. All the little youngins should be tucked away before they can get up for school tomorrow anyway. So, Larry, if you're listening, you're just going to deal with it, my friend, and get over your eye problem. Virtual dab, and make sure, Larry, when you finally do come back from the casting couch and so on, you do read all of Brian Dowie's comments. If you do that, you get a dab from Brian Dowie, because Brian Dowie always does the virtual dab, where he does the emoji of the dab, or he actually has one. It's got a guy with a baseball hat on. He just dab. So shout out to Brian Dowie and the dab. All right. You saw Grease in the drive-in theater. That must have been interesting. All right, let's see. I'm gonna go further down. I'd always run to Jenny. Yeah, Jenny, like, she didn't do good by force until the end, and when it was too late. But in reality, that story, I mean, some people say it's far-fetched, but I mean, what really made that movie stand out is it's a movie about life, for crying out loud. You know what I mean? Like, sometimes in life, it's not all the best endings. That's just my own 2 cents. So, yeah, Naked Gun 3 was like poop, Yeah. All right. Facts, yes. Thank you very much, Disabled Machine. Mr. Vincent. Shout out to Mr. Vincent of Top Shelf Crypto. If you're not following him on Top Shelf Crypto of Rumble, I don't know what you're doing. He says he got mine on the ledger pretty easily. I do recall into the hash graph matrix for the first time. It was pretty interesting. Ooh. Burke says that's how our drive-ins work here. Kids-ish movie first, then adult-ish movie. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, all those are great. I actually love all the police academies. I mean, some of the later ones, was it Miami? And was the very last one that came out like in 94, 95 was okay. I enjoy all of them. They're fun movies. Like, freaking I don't know, what's his name? Captain Harris, always trying to, Proctor? I don't know, you know what I mean. And some of those guys have passed away. Was it the guy that played Hightower? Like, you know what I mean? Bubba Smith, I think is his name, right? He passed away a few years ago. Sad. Anyway, you're a goof, Max. Larry passed out a while ago. Yeah, I know. And he passed out where? On the casting couch. And who provided the casting couch? Caroline. And who's Caroline? Well, you guys know who Caroline is. Yeah. She apparently is the new... Oops, sorry about that. The new rock lady. Oh, yeah. All right, let's get in a few more comments. All right. Thanks for reading most of my comments. Yeah, no problem. I just get running and running and running. Yeah, true. Sorry, Max. Good. Blackwood, the Blue Oyster Club, Los Yotos. All right, here's one from Elon Muff. A4s, I know the town. He ran through me, and it looks like an Arby's roast beef sandwich, but I need a place to stay. And here's your kid for the first time. You got, oh man, that's horrible. In reality, that's exactly what happened. But God, I mean, you refer to her as Arby's roast beef. Here's the sad thing about it, and this is a true story, Mike. So I didn't have a chance to eat dinner earlier. Now hear me out. This is a true story. I have a leftover Arby's roast beef, the beef with cheddar, because it's 2 for $7. What's up with that being 2 for $7 anyway? Should be like 2 for $5, but stupid inflation. So now when I go to heat that up later, I can't just sit down and just enjoy it like a regular person. Oh no. I have to sit there and have a very bad visual of Jenny as you would say, Arby's roast beef. And then I also have to picture like Forrest Gump and that whole thing that happened. And then basically they produced what? You know what they produced. I'll show you what they produced. They produced this. This is what they produced. And I can never eat my roast beef sandwich the same way ever again. Now you tell me, Mike Cornwell, aka, Elon Muff. All right, let me just full screen this. How am I supposed to go on about my sandwich now? Do you even care that I get to eat? No. All you care about is you and your Elon Muff avatar, and to hell with my appetite, because my appetite, numbers don't have emotions, or, my appetite, who cares if it has emotions? Because you got to point out this whole thing with Jenny and the Arby's roast beef, which, by the way, my God, anyway, we lost some people because of this, but it is what it is. But yes, Jenny and Forrest produced this, and this is what he looks like now. So if you're wondering what little Forrest looks like, that's little Forrest on the screen. You're welcome. All right. Freaking Mike Cornwall. All right, let's go further down. They always tricking them to go. Oh God, yeah. All the Cheech and Chong movies, I met them, and I have it. Oh, you did? Nice. You should share that. That rock lady. I know there's lots of controversy, like if Larry, the rock lady, but that didn't happen. No matter what Brian Dowey tells you, never happened. All right, there's a lot of comments still. Let's see here. What's your take on VThor? Really? We're trying to be serious now? I mean, there's opportunity there. I think Larry made like a profit with VThor a while back, a couple years ago. I don't really have much other thoughts on that. I mean, I know it's part of VeChain and so on, right? It's more like the reward token, if I'm not mistaken, right? From VET. I was tempted to get into it a long time ago, but I don't know. I think I put more money into SHIB and at the time, and that paid out well for me. I'm not fudding it, but I just don't have a lot of thoughts on it. Sorry. Forrest might have an STD from Jenny. No, because here's the thing. Well, that's a good point, but then he would have been affected, and he wasn't. So, Near Protocol. Yeah, I've always wanted to buy some Near, actually. That's 14 hours to whom it may concern. Interesting. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Brittany. Thank you. You know what I mean? Like, yes, RIP, RAP to my dinner. It's just like, I mean, how am I going to get that visualization out of my head? You know what I mean? And Brittany, I mean, you're a nice, sweet girl, and you can even recognize, like, RIP, man. Like, what if Brittany had a roast beef dinner? You know what I mean? Like, is she going to be able to look at that the same way? And knowing that, I even had a side of au jus to go with it. I can't look at that au jus the same way anymore. I'm thinking, this is not liquid gold. I don't even get into this right now. Yeah, the Arby's thing, it's gone. Was that horsey? I even have horsey sauce. I was going to put a little horsey sauce to mix with the cheddar. And, I don't even know what to do about that now. Forrest made a huge mess on Jenny's roommates. That is true. That's a part. Yeah. And they laughed about it. Remember? And then the other lady was like, she was awake, but she didn't want to act. She was playing possum. God. Yeah, he sees roast beef sandwich people. Well, in fact, how about this? We'll just show this one more time. This is the roast beef sandwich spawn of Arby's you're looking for. Haley Joe Osment. Yes. Just want to throw that out there. I mean, anyway. He's 35 years old now. All right. Okay, those eyes are familiar. Who that? Haley Joel Osment. He played a little Forrest. Roast beef sandwich looks like tuna, but tastes like, oh my goodness. Wow. Wow. Triple C, awesome acting from Tom Hanks. That scene. You're dizzy. He also looks like Tim Neighbor Al from Tim's Neighbor. Oh, yeah. From Home Improvement. Man, seems. Oh, jeez. Yeah, she had AIDS. I agree. Yeah, it's sad, man. Very, very sad. I mean, he should have been able to live happily ever after with Jenny. But that's the key thing about the movie. You know what I mean? It was like real life in some cases, right? It's a movie about life. Max, check your Twitter DMs. I sent you a picture. Okay. Is this a picture of you meeting Russ? Saitama? Or is this something different? And some of you guys may say, well, what? That happened? Yes, that happened. You didn't know that happened? That happened. And you met some other people too. You met is it okay to share who all you met? Or you don't want me to say that? I respect what you're stating. All right, let's see here. Oh my gosh, that's amazing. Hold on, let's blow this up. Paste and go. Shucks, it's not gonna let me do it. Copy image address. As long as it said PBS on it. It's not gonna let me do it. All right, that's good enough, I guess. Let's try to blow it up a little bit more. Well, look at that. You have Cheech Marin and Tommy Chong. How about them out? Let's blow this up here. I'll take myself out of the frame. Look at that, guys. Mr. Crypto Jedi has literally met Cheech and Chong. Look at Tommy Chong. He looks kind of tired. Like he's just so. He looked like he just got done signing 10,000 autographs. And he's like, I don't know if I can sign another one. You know what I mean? But cool, man. We'll have to leave that up there. That's very cool. My casting couch. Jenny was such a dumb person. Forrest deserved better. Yeah, but he, you know what I mean? He wasn't in love with anybody else. That's the one he was in love with. And for people that can relate to that, like, you know where he's going with that. I mean, you could relate. You know what I mean. Weezer. I like Weezer. Got to bounce later, guys. Take it easy, Mr. Brian Dowie. I did try to read most of your comments. Okay, Max, to share. All right, check this out, guys. Check this out. You're not going to believe what you're going to see here. Hold on. Have instead. All right, hold on. I'm going to show this. So there's this with Mr. Zach Humphreys. This is at the Vegas event for Saitama. Okay. Here's him with Mr. Jake Gagan. Right. Here's him with some people call him the old man, Mr. Zach or Austin Hilton. Right. You look pretty sharp, by the way. That's a nice looking suit, man. And you're obviously dressed better than Austin Hilton. And here's here's everybody's favorite guy in the whole world. There he is, Mr. Russ, who apparently he lost a ton of weight. He's got a 6-pack and everything. Yeah, Russ is Saitama. Maybe my $4,000 went to go pay for that event. I don't know. But my $4,000 worth of Saitama is literally worth a little over $100. What the hell? So, yeah. All right. I guess we'll leave that up there for a bit. All right. From Zach, vaults being drained of Silver and Ripple, only selling XRP to ODL partners. We're approaching 3 hours. We still have a lot to cover. Smash that like if you haven't done so already. I'll try to get a little bit more enthusiastic. I'm just trying to fight this this heat in this house is just, it's ridiculous right now. Zach Dumfries, Whisker Biscuit, another Elon Muff reference, I guess. All right, this is serious stuff. All right, so Mr. Top Shelf Crypto says Forrest Gump represents American optimism and perseverance despite adversity. He maintains a positive outlook on life and inspires those around him with his can-do attitude. This sounds like a synopsis from like Chat GPT, but I'll run with it. His character symbolizes hope and resilience in a world full of turmoil and uncertainty. I would have to agree with that. Heath Overledger Lee, totally. I must have skipped that. Sorry about that, Heath. Crypto Jedi, Max, share my pick with Russ, Jake, Austin Hilton, and Zach. I did. My shrimp and boat. Yep, good stuff. Austin was being a little biznatch when I asked him for his. Oh, he was? Like, how? Like, what happened? You might want to share that. Oh, does curtain match the drapes? LOL. Zach Humphreys was drunk and friendly. Oh, that's cool. Shrimp Captain. I want to take a date to Bubba's Shrimp just to see how it plays. You know, I never had a chance to eat at the Bubba Gump Shrimp place, you know, the franchise. I heard it's good. But what, I mean, how this, if anybody's been there, let me know what really stood out for you guys. Like, you know, is it really all that much better? Little known fact, one of the franchises I like, I mean, it's expensive. I went there for my, so when I graduated my master's in 2016, I did like a little celebration. It was just me and my girlfriend, basically. And we went to Papados, right, for my, I don't know what you would call it, you know, MBA, you know, graduate degree, technically, I guess you could call it that. Graduate degree celebration. And it was at Papados, and we had obviously fried shrimp, but a live Maine lobster. One of the best meals I ever had in my life. It was expensive as hell, though. It's like $120 for that meal. But man, it was the most delicious things I ever had ever. All right. The Crypto Jedi, Jake Hagan, super cool. We talked for about 10 minutes after the selfie. That's cool. Yeah, I don't have nothing against those guys. My main thing is just, I don't know. I'm not going to mention some of these guys' names, but it's just like, you couldn't have updated your community on a V2 and said, hey, you know what? We did get paid, so much to promote this stuff. And just let you guys know, they're going to go to a V2 soon. And unless you got your Ish coins on Ishmart, you're going to get wrecked. Like me and my Clifford Inu. God. The amount of, I put 1,400 into that. I can't remember, 1,400 or 1,700, something like that. That could have been put into like XRP, XLM, Quant, and stuff like that, man. That's where the whole debate of like, why are you investing in coins? You know, I mean, come on. I'm making fun of the noise, Triple C, and after his invitation. Oh boy. All right, there's a lot of comments still. That's good. Let me see how this goes. Hey guys, this is Austin here. Not in my office today, as you can tell. I'm actually at my relative's wedding here at the hotel in Richland. Okay. You probably could do that pretty well. You do the rich of common sense crypto really well. Austin Shilton. All right. Adler, Cosmos symbol on the 1988 Economist magazine. That's true. Some people, you might say, I said it was like stellar, but technically speaking, you would be right. It's more of the cosmos, of the atom. That's pre-inflation prices, top shelf crypto. All right. Believe it or not, for those who are still here, I'm going to jump into what little we have left. I think we actually do. If you were more of the earlier guy, you can watch me as a special guest if you choose to do so. I'm going to be a special guest with Space Chick at the Space Cabin. That is going to be on Saturday, April 15th, if I'm not mistaken. Let me see where that's at. Yeah. And it's going to be at 10 a.m. Pacific, which is at 1 p.m. Eastern. So you're more than welcome to join us. And it won't be just about Volt. We're actually going to talk about like Hedera, maybe a little bit of quant, stuff like that. So cool stuff. Because she's into Hedera. But anyway, I'm going to read this comment from Boomer. He says, I once called a friend of mine, Haley Joel Osment, answered his phone. Interesting. Huh. All right. So let's get into this next part of what we have. Let me see where we're at. So we talked a little bit about IOTA and all that stuff earlier. A little bit of Casper, which is cool. I'm just going to get rid of some of these tabs. So let's get into LCX for a brief bit. So here we are in regards to LCX. So check this out. LCX family. We just broke the 19,000 holders on chain. This is good stuff, right? I mean, this happened I guess yesterday. Growing fast, and let's break the 20K very fast next. But yeah, man, I mean, the amount of holders going up to 19,000, it is a milestone. I mean, some people, are like, yeah, man, awesome stuff, not too shabby. All right. When we get more into this, a little bit more from LCX. This comes from Moon Commander. He said they just scooped up another gem called LCX. Next bull run. This is going to go ballistic. But, we know some of this stuff. But look what's mentioned. He's like mentioned by the World Economic Forum. Only in 950 million coins at a BNB market cap, 848x, technically speaking. And some people feel it's like, you know what? Maybe we don't get to that, but we could through what? That regulatory clarity. So it's a possibility. But even if it was a quarter of BNB, can you imagine how much that's worth? Yeah, that's why so many people pay attention to it. You guys have been talking about it since summer of 2022, maybe even before that. Current market cap only 57 million, roughly. It's fluctuated since this post. Already crashed by 88%, compliant and regulated centralized exchange. I don't know, it's just cool stuff, right? To see some community people post some of these things. In my opinion, you may not feel the same way. All right, so I'm going to jump to the NXRA news, and this part is really cool. I've been meaning to share this since yesterday. So it says, welcome to the centerpiece. Yeah, NXRA. Look at what's shown here. This guy did a whole thread on it. His name is Diablo. I thought I'd give him a follow because he did a good job with this particular outline. So let's dive into it for just a brief bit. In this thread, he's going to break down the core fundamentals as an introduction to Alliance Block, right? Which is basically NXRA at this point, to truly understand why they have the potential to be, or I should say, to create a fully decentralized and globally compliant capital market. Let's dive in. Look what's mentioned here. Utility and application, partnerships and connections and operations, team background, the roadmap, the big hack. I mean, we know about the big hack. I mean, who doesn't at this point? You have the tokenomics, some of his own thoughts. Let's jump into this. It says utility and application. Now, Alliance Block offers a comprehensive suite of decentralized finance tools that cater to the needs of institutions and even retail investors. These tools include liquidity provision, yield farming, staking, borrowing, and lending, and much, much more. Let's take a moment to just blow this up for a second. So look what was all mentioned here. Look all the ties from, TradeFi Capital and so on. The key thing is this. Remember that video you saw maybe many months ago? Alliance Block is the key to from TradeFi to DeFi, that bridge, right? Well, here's a great illustration. Visuals, there's nothing wrong with visuals, right? It's part of the learning process. So you have investment banks, you have wealth managers, asset managers, stock exchanges. Yeah, stock exchanges. How cool is that, right? Sovereign funds, mutual funds, pension funds. I'm not a big fan of mutual funds. I just want to throw that out there because when things go crazy, like bat crazy in the market, especially like during the time of the recession, like you can get completely wrecked. Perfect example, my parents lost half of their life savings through mutual funds with Citigroup at the time, which sucks, but it is part of the learning experience, right? That was a long time ago, right? We're talking like probably 15 years ago or more. Independent law firms, reg tech and legal tech auditing firms, right? There's legal compliance part of the equation. All right, how about this? Fintech providers, right? Custodial services. I mean, come on, like who's not thinking about BlackRock in the future? Trading platforms. How about this? Stable coins with DeFi, right? PTP lending, data oracles, yield and liquidity farm. I'm not the biggest fan of that stuff, but some people are all over that like fat kid on cake, right? Insurance, decentralized exchange, derivatives. I mean, I remember my buddy, Aaron Fox, right? He used to watch the show. I think he still does once in a while. It's just he's real busy. If you ever see a guy by the name of Foxman in here, he's literally the guy who donated like the studio quality mic to me for the crypto show. How cool is that? He's been telling me for the last couple of years, you got to get into Algorand. Like he's a big algo guy. He's a big Kava guy. He loves algo because of the derivatives. He's been saying this for like a couple of years. NFT markets, you name it, right? There's a little bit more in regards to this. So let's talk about the partnerships and connections in regards to Alliance Block real quick. Because you know what? Some of you guys might know about this stuff, but it's always good to have somebody who can bring you a really detailed outline. This guy did a good job with this, so let's recognize him. So it says partnerships and connections and operations. Alliance Block has forged, just like the Crypto Smith, right? Forged strategic partnerships with various stakeholders, including leading blockchain projects, financial institutions, and regulatory bodies. Now, I get it that for a lot of people, like myself, like I came in, I technically overpaid for Alliance Block at the time. I wanted to get some. So I came in at like, I don't know, over 10 cents, something like that. So I'm still down. But if you think for a moment that I'm only into Alliance Block or NXRA for these short-term gains, no. This is one that's also a long-term hold for me. Just kind of like what you see right here. It's some of the terminology, institutions, regulatory bodies. In the future, I realize that when we get that regulatory clarity, it's blast off 100% for projects like this. And this is why it's so appealing, because people look at NXRA as like, man, this is a low cap gem. Technically speaking, it's still a low cap gem. Yeah, we saw it blast off when it was Alliance Block, and it tanked the value because of that whole thing that happened in regards to the bulk DAO hack. But can you picture any other project that did a better job in regards to going from what happened to where they're at now? Like meme token projects should definitely take notes. Now I get it. It's a totally different type of situation. But like this guy mentions, these partnerships facilitate the adoption and integration of Alliance Block's technology into existing financial systems. That right there is bullish in itself. Existing financial systems from the get-go, especially if you've seen that one particular video that's kind of like a trailer for Alliance Block, if you will, they get the whole thing of the, it's not that you're going to, just completely cut off traditional finance, right? If anything, there's a bridge because there's that time period that it takes for all this to go to the new monetary system. A thread about the strategic partnerships. There's a little bit more in regards to that. I'm not going to get into that particular one right now, but we did cover the whole thing in regards to the MEXC and NXRA partnership. I believe one of the last videos we talked about it, so I don't want to jump into that. You're more than welcome to jump into that if you want. I want to talk about this for just a brief moment. So the team's background says Alliance Block's team comprises of top-notch experts from diverse fields such as blockchain, finance, and cybersecurity. When you look more into the profiles of some of these people, and you can look into it yourself just like the next person, you will become more and more impressed with like this all-star cast of talent, if you will. They get it, right? They understand blockchain. They understand some of the vulnerabilities of some of the security problems that they need to take care of. And if anything, they already took care of it. In my opinion, I think NXRA going forward is good. And I also like the idea after everything's said and done, we have 150 million less on that supply. So originally was what, guys, a billion, and now the supply is 850 million max. I mean, that, I guess you could say that was one positive thing from the whole thing, right? How about this? A closer look in regards to the roadmap. Excuse me. He has this older version, but I like this real quick. It says the big hack and token recovery. They're not trying to hide away from some of the stuff. If anything, they use it as a reference, right? A whole new breakdown of tokenomics. I don't want to really get into all that stuff, but give me a second. I'm gonna go back. Hold on. Yeah, let me jump to this down here. Right down here. Yeah, this one. Here's a detailed insight in the token distribution and economy of NXRA, showing every single holder on Etherscan. I mean, you know, you can nerd it out and view some of this stuff, but it's cool that they're trying to be transparent is the bottom line. His opinion, and I like his perspective on this. Now listen to this. This part is good, especially if you're like on the fence of, I don't know about NXRA, where you still hold it and you're still like, I don't know. So it says 90% of projects don't actually solve real world issues. Often they are niche. Some people call it niche. I still call it niche. I'm old school. Some, or I should say, small issues or buzzword focused with retail doesn't understand, causing them getting trapped in spot bags. In his view, Alliance Block is a thrilling project with the potential to revolutionize traditional finance. Kind of like a reiteration of what I literally was talking about earlier. The team bounced back strong from this mess and structured a very good solution for everyone believing in the project, showing comprehensive strength. My key thing is they made us whole. You know, some people are just like, well, they haven't made us whole yet. We're still at a loss. Want to know something? It's still opportunity there. I mean, I'd rather, you know, still have the outlook like, you know, I want to buy another bag of this. And I actually do want to buy another bag of this. And then after that, maybe I stop because I want to stack more on some other particular projects. But like he also says right here, however, like any investment, there are inherent risks. Conduct your own due diligence and invest accordingly. Like I would tell that to anybody. He says he spent multiple hours writing and researching about this project. He hopes you enjoy the deep dive and like to see some love. Yeah, I'm gonna give it some love. So if anything, I'll chop this up and try to get it out there. But it's a pretty good outline. I mean, obviously, you take more of your own deeper dive into it, and I basically would suggest you do that, especially if you're into NXRA. So I want to go ahead and retweet this. Thought I'd bring it to you guys. I mean, it was kind of cool to see some of the, you know, things outlined in this thread. I mean, you know, we could have took a lot more time to get into it, but I don't know. I think it's good stuff. I think NXRA personally, for the record, is still very, very underrated. And if you were never part of the ALBT part of it, right, originally, right, and you just, you know, we're thinking like, hey, you know, there's this project called NXRA from Alliance Block. Man, I mean, at these particular times, the entry point on it is not too shabby at all. I'm gonna pull this up for just a brief moment, and we'll kick it into some of the other stuff, but. I mean, if anything, I don't know if I would pay for it now at 3.79% up. But in reality, that's not that big of a deal. But yeah, I mean, the rank 27.21, unconfirmed market cap. That's not going to last forever. You know, sitting a little above 8 cents. Let's face it, this is probably going to pull back to like the 7s here soon. But I just don't think it's too shabby. Right? I think it's a good project. Let me turn on this fan again. All right, let's get further back into this, and let's see where we're at on the comments. All right, I didn't take a selfie with Henot because he was hell. Yeah, I know. I've heard about that. Knowing that he always would do that on his live and recorded videos. I don't know. I mean, I know Larry's interviewed him in the past and so on, but there's I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to go after this guy. It's part of our rule. I'm just not going to do it. If you want to look more into him, take your own deep dive, and we'll just give it to you that much. The Crypto Jedi Dell Crypto refused to take a selfie with me. Thumbs down. Oh, that sucks. Sorry about that. That friend of mine ended up buying my dad's Harley, and ABC made him get rid of it. Huh. I think I seen Austin Shilton on Dateline once. Wow. All right. Marvin Davis has a serious question or statement. GBEX is a bank exchange and a decentralized exchange all in one. Price is 0.36013. Yeah, that's always been one that's been on my list to kind of get into. It's not on my short list though, but there's a lot of projects. I totally have recognized GBEX as being a good project though. All right, Crypto Jedi says, Max, I hope someday you come to Los Angeles so I can take a selfie with you. Oh, thanks, man. We could eat at Yang Chow restaurant. Oh, I love. Are you kidding me? I love the Chinese food in LA Chinatown. So I don't know if I ate at that specific one, but there's like maybe 2 or 3 that I've ate at. They're really good. Is where the celebrities. Oh, okay. There must be a reason for it. Yeah, man, totally down with that. Absolutely. Next time I'm in the LA area, we'll try to make that happen for real. I'm not just gonna be like BS you and say, oh yeah, we'll do that and be the guy that ignores. I'll do that, man. That sounds like a plan to me. I do like going out to LA every once in a while. I used to go there like maybe once every couple of years. It's a fun town. It's just super polluted and the traffic, as you know, sucks. But it's just there's still so many things to do. It's just fun. I don't know. I would probably go there for Disneyland or Universal Studios. I haven't been to Universal Studios yet, but I love Disneyland. I'm a huge fan of Disneyland. It's just I can't get enough of it. And I think next time I go to Disneyland, I want to go for at least a week. Because in my opinion, like if I want to see the whole park, I need to spend a week. And then if it was California Adventure, that's a week in itself too. But I never went to California Adventure. So basically, yeah, like I need to spend like a couple of weeks. And I definitely plan on doing all this stuff in the future when we see all-time highs for a lot of projects, right? Taking the profits and so on. Heath over Ledger Lee, did Ledger allow for NXRA to be added to the wallet yet? That I do not know. Hopefully somebody knows about that, because here's the thing. So I waited for KuCoin to do its thing, and they did. But sometimes I just kind of forget to move stuff around, and it's bad. Yeah, I know. Get it off of central exchanges. I get that. I don't have the answer to that, so I'm not gonna BS you on that. I had no problem putting Xera in your Nano. Oh, next to my worthless ALBT. Yeah, it's not worth that much right now. Like, well, like I don't know. Like my bag, if I still had it, it would be like $10. But with KuCoin, they completely like pulled it off of there. That was part of the deal. So, but I know a lot of people that have it. Like let's say they did Uniswap route and stuff like that. Like they were still able to keep it, right, because it's decentralized. So I don't know, it was kind of like a little bit of a bonus. But in reality, of like what was depending on the person's bag, where they come out on top of it with, right? $50, $40. I mean, it's better than nothing. Better than nothing. Mine would be worth literally like 10 or $13, not that much if it was still an AOBT. Blackwood says worst wallet for ETH I've ever seen. Wow, that's interesting. Ugh, my legs are getting stuck to this thing. Jeez, it's like pulling off masking tape or something. All right, let's see where we're at. Marvin Davis, Max, I'll tell you how much HBAR he holds, but not XRP, XLM, XDC, and neither would I. Oh yeah, that's okay. Some of that stuff I tell, some of the stuff I don't. It just some stuff I just don't really. I like. What's the big deal? All right, let's go further down. Boomer F. says, "Come to OKC, Max, and me and McDizzle will take out for some chicken fried." Oh man, that sounds good. At some point, I want to state this much, right? I want you guys to know something, right? There's a difference between a person who is a content creator who will BS you because let me turn this off for a second. Will BS you because it's a good PR move to go on camera and say these particular things. Are you kidding me? You guys have been watching the show for the longest time. When we say we're a community, I really, really mean that. I mean the same way as I do with my gaming community. You know what I mean? So I met a lot of our gaming community. Like I literally at one point counted it. I think it was like close to 90 from our gaming community. And at our height, we had like, I don't know, man, probably like 10,000 members at some point. There was some really, really good old days we had. You know what I mean? Like we had tournaments, we had in-person meetups. So the way I look at it, this is this is community 2.0 for me, Max, right? So years ago, I mean, that was my thing. Like, that was the thing I missed so much about my gaming community, was we were stripped from our tools to get it all done. Like not having a proper MDK, mod development kit, or SDK, software development kit, right? Like they got rid of these things. And then proper server support, so we can even just host a basic dedicated server, right? All that stuff got stripped after Infinity Ward just backhanded the PC gaming community that put them on the map. So as a result, it's just like we had to make mods for older games, and that lasted so long. And ever since like 2014, 2015, it's just never been the same. You know what I mean? But for that run that we had from 2002 to like roughly 2014, 2015, it was beautiful. And, meeting some of these guys, and it's just like, you gaming up with these guys all the time. So for me, it was really about like, community and engaging with some of these guys. And I'm still really good friends with some of these people. But after 2015, like, it's just like, man, like, I think maybe you have, I don't know, 40, maybe 50 left. And out of that 50, maybe there's like 10, 15 guys super active. And don't get me wrong, I'm really grateful for that. But my thing is, I miss that sense of community. And we have that here. And I think you guys know we have that here. So I'm not going to BS you. Like, seeing, Jedi, I'm looking forward to it, man. LA, heck yeah, man. You, Boomer, McDizzle, all you guys, shoot, Edward Vincent, are you kidding me? I would love to meet you guys in person, and hang out and have dinner or barbecue or go places, all that stuff. And I mean that 100%. And like the same goes, like, if you're in the Phoenix area, shoot, hit me up, man. I'm never too good or too busy to not make that happen. The only way that wouldn't obviously happen is something bad happened, like God forbid, like my dad went to the hospital or something like that. But even then, if it wasn't life threatening, my dad probably would be like, shoot, man, go see some of your friends, man. Like, I'm just gonna be here at the hospital or something. But that's my point. Like, at the end of the day, I'm gonna make time to make that happen. So, and you can hold me to it. I'm not just trying to, I'm a content creator and I'm gonna let this go to my head. Are you kidding me, man? I'm not a celebrity, for crying out loud. I'm just a regular guy who likes to cover crypto and talk about it and engage with our community with research and stuff like that, man. I don't let stuff go to my head at all. You know what I mean? So I realize that we got some stuff going on and we're building, and we just ticked up to like 11,400 and stuff like that on YouTube. But man, to get to, some people are like, oh, you guys make good money in YouTube and blah, blah, blah. Not really. Not really at all. I mean, it's honestly like peanuts. But the way I look at it is, I'm going to talk about all this stuff anyway. And that is true. I'm going to talk about crypto like crazy. Like, my friends in person, I have to catch myself. I even say to them, like my friend Mike, my friend Jerry, my other friend Ryan, I'll say to him, like, God, man, I need to like take a break from this and just like, let's talk about something else. But they understand, they appreciate it. Like, no, you talk about this because it's personally affected you. And it has. Crypto has personally affected me because I've never made that kind of money in my life. I mean, yeah, don't get me wrong. My senior year of high school, I had a really, really good job, doing promoting work and so on. So 17 years old, made like $3,200 every 2 weeks, every other week, basically. And only had to work like 3 days out of the week. I mean, it's good, really, really good money for a kid at 17. That's really good money. But in reality, even now, I mean, if you add that up, I mean, I'm still not making that. Like, technically speaking, as a kid, you should work towards like making more money. And so it went the other way. But I mean, I don't feel bad about it. You know what I mean? Like, I enjoy teaching. I just unfortunately live in a state where we have the second lowest teacher wages. And you know what? The good news was last September, I believe it was, we finally got a raise, a 40% raise, which that was a significant raise. But anyway, long story short is, all I'm trying to say is I'm just a regular guy, and honest to God's truth, like, even with my own friends, I would talk about crypto. You know what I mean? Even if I didn't have a YouTube thing going on or doing what I'm doing with you guys, I would still talk about crypto because I'm telling you, when I know I'm kind of going in a circle on this. It's because it's hot too. Let me turn off the fan. What the heck am I doing? So I want to state this, right, for the record, and that is, like, yeah, man, you get bit by the crypto bug. Some of you guys have, right? Whether it's Jedi with Saitama, maybe you got in really early with Saitama, you did really well. Some of these other type of things and so on. Whatever the case be, some of you guys have never experienced a bull run or any significant gains yet. You know what I mean? That's the key thing. Yet, I mean, if you think for a minute that you're not going to see your dividends pay off, as the saying goes, at some point of the research you've done, man, I don't know what to tell you. Like, when we make the statement of, maybe Cool Cat doesn't like agree with this, it's okay. I respect you, Cool Cat. But like, when we say something like investing in quant is like investing in Microsoft in the early 1980s, are we just saying that because it sounds cool? This is not some meme token project. This is a solid utility project. And I stand by that 100%. I don't know of a single other project that has more layers of utility, technically speaking, with what Overledger is able to solve. There isn't any, I guess you could say, operating systems for blockchain to make things fully interoperable with 100 plus blockchains and everything with API. And that's just not even, that doesn't even equate to everything. Like what Tokenizer, I remember he was a special guest. Literally, what was it? I don't know. Was it a week ago? I don't know, almost a week ago, something like that. But I mean, he's spot on. That guy's done his research and so on. And that's the key thing. It's like, once you get bit by that crypto bug, like once you see, I call it the crypto bug because, I mean, maybe there's some newcomers here. If you don't know the story, Dogecoin. I know you're like, oh my God, Dogecoin. Like, what the heck? I thought this was all about utility, but $300, 22K. Like, I literally sold that towards, not like right at the very, very top. I really, really close to that. I had a feeling like, man, I got to like pull out of this. Like, I got to stop being so greedy. Did literally like close to the same thing with Shiba Inu, right? 8K to 88. 8K became 88K investment. Even Kronos. That's why another thing is like, I'm looking at Kronos. I'm always talking about ones to stack. Kronos, I mean, like, come on, what is that right now? Like 6 or 7 cents? I mean, for all the people who are like flooding Crow saying, oh man, the SEC is going to go after Kronos, it's going to crash and all that. I don't know. Worst case scenario that happens, they have to take out the United States. I mean, if that's where we're going, that's where we're going. But like, I'm looking at it right now. I'm going to share this real quick. I mean, even at Kronos, it's like, I'm not going to forget like what I made in Kronos or Crow at the time. It was crypto.com technically at the time. Still the same thing. But I mean, I put $1,700 into this. This is my third top performer 2021. It became 10K. And then after I added everything up, it was 10K until 120K. And I showed some of you guys my proof on Discord. It didn't show me the proof as far as, I think the highest it went was like 123K for just a brief bit. But somebody's texting me. Who is this? Oh, I think it's my girlfriend and my best friend, Mike. That's funny. Anyway, but yeah, man, I mean, if it wasn't for those, like, I totally wouldn't be here. So Kronos, I mean, the way I look at it is like, I came in at this at 17 cents and rode this up to, I don't know, man, like 90 something cents, like maybe a couple pennies before the all-time high. I did really, really well on that one. So it's like, yeah, I totally want to, I'm naturally going to talk about this. I mean, like, who isn't is the point. So like, when all this stuff takes off, you better believe I probably going to talk about it even that much more. Does that mean I do a live show every day? Let's face it, probably not. But we probably still do live shows like 2 or 3 times a week or something. I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there. I mean, maybe that by that point, like, we have other people come on, or, like, as Larry would say, build the network more. But it's going to be so awesome. And then on top of that, I have a whole different plan of like, how am I going to go for the next 4-year cycles and so on. So, my thing is like, all right, here's some of my projects for long term. And quant XRP, like Cool Cat was mentioning, like, don't sell your XRP. Like, maybe that will end up being a thing. I don't know. It would also depend on like, how much do we yield on our XRP? You know what I mean? So all I'm saying is, at some point, those long-term holds are going to be really worth holding on that much longer, I guess you could say. I just don't think that a lot of people, I'm not saying you guys, let's face it, there's a lot of people who don't see it that way. They just look at it like, there's no way it can hold that long and so on. It's really a game of patience. Absolutely. Like, for people to say that crypto is a get rich quick scheme, I think that the only people who are saying that are the people who maybe only got into Doge, or maybe only got into Shiba Inu, or maybe only got into, like, let's face it, like Saitama, and then like they did take the profits and stuff like that, and all that stuff. It was a crazy time in 2021. But all I'm saying is, I didn't settle for 120 grand, and go out to buy the brand new car, and so, like, some of my friends are like, hey man, brand new car, you should got a brand new car. I'm like, that depreciates in value. I'd rather reinvest the money in crypto. But yeah, in the future, this whole thing with the 4-year cycle, like, you better believe there's going to be other cycles. And of course, some people say, well, as far as the ones that are ISO 222 compliant, the blue chips, those particular ones are going to hold its value because of the regulatory clarity. And I get that. But I think at the same time, there still will be some projects that are not necessarily part of that mix in which the 4-year cycle could affect them. It's going to be a very, very interesting time. I'm kind of going out on a further deeper dive on just kind of letting you guys know about that. I don't mind doing that, but I don't know, man. It's just all this stuff excites me. I mean, sometimes I get invited by friends to go out, and like I don't, and then I just take more deeper dives into crypto and all sorts of stuff. It's just stuff I enjoy doing. I actually enjoy doing this stuff. But anyway. All right, I'm gonna read this. Coinbase is effed, absolutely useless. I'm not a big fan of it. I'm not a big fan of Coinbase at all. Boomerang for Sooner. Yeah, I read that one. I would totally take you up on that. Disney is probably more than a week, both world and land. I've been to world. I want to go to Disney World, but I want to go there in the winter time. Because I definitely don't want to go there in the hot freaking summer and melt and be all sticky. Blackwood holdings are best kept to oneself. When certain tokens take off, the last thing you want is for people outside of your screen name to know what you hold. Oh, that's a good point. I don't do it on everything. I just don't really mind, like, like really, $500, like, so what, what I mean? But for some people, maybe $500 is a lot of money. I don't know. I respect that. Brittany says party up boomers. Yeah, that'd be cool. Around OKC, not good. Lake Eufaula out east is pretty good. That's my thing. So, eventually, I also want to be able to own a home in my home state of Oregon. And I want to, like, for me, my dream home is kind of like a lake house, I guess you could say. I have a nice home. And then my backyard, like, there's part of a yard, I guess you could say, but then you go further out and there's like a dock with a pier, if you will. And on that is my nice, like, Chris Craft style, like Italian style wood ski boat. You know what I mean? I really want to have a nice ski boat and be able to have friends over and just enjoy water sports all day, barbecue, all that stuff. I mean, that's my dream. Everybody has a different dream. That's my dream. And I want that house to be away from everybody else, Tired of having, like, noisy freaking neighbors with their echo cans on their freaking exhaust pipe that's like as big as my fat head, and it's just like I could hear them like 4 miles away, and it's just like, God, you're not Mr. Fast and Furious, man. You're nothing but a racer, and you are. And if you took that car out in a quarter mile, it's doing 16s with your VTEC bull crap. Not that I have anything against Honda Civics, I'm just saying. And yeah, your car does 16 and a half seconds in a quarter mile, and this car that doesn't make a bunch of noise and is a lot more quiet does 9 seconds flat. You know what I mean? Like, get out of here with that garbage. You know what I mean? Anyway. Mr. Muff, I just said that. I can't believe it. Got a trailer on the Lake Eufaula. I haven't been to 2 years. Need to sell. Oh, Interesting. All right. I'm reading a few more comments. We have Boomer F is sooner, McDizzle. We can take a GS to Twin Lakes. Iwell was safe Moon Inu. Boomer F is sooner. I can see West Watkins Lake from my house. It's got decent catfish. You know what? I actually like catfish once in a while if it's prepared right. You can always tell when a person doesn't prepare it right. It's all mushy. But if a person prepares it right, it's pretty darn good. You know, especially if it's like a fried fish fry. Hey, Vincent, what? Dude, I just talk about this stuff because it sounds freaking awesome. The future interoperability, that ish is bonkers, brother. I hear you. You did well with SafeMoon. Oh, okay. So, like, basically speaking, like when I first came into Shiba Inu, like SafeMoon, like basically went to the moon at that particular point, but I never got. I don't know. I just felt like, you know, the ship has sailed, and I was right. It did, and so. But I'm glad that you did well on it first. All right, let's see here. River says I never experienced a bull run. Yeah, but you will. A lot of you guys will. It's just you got to hang in there. Certain things may get delayed. I mean, we all want that regulatory clarity, or the fast track for regulations, where we get regulatory clarity and get that real institutional money coming in. And some things could get delayed. I mean, let's just be real about it. But at the same time, there's enough evidence to support, like, well, if it's getting delayed, it sure as the heck doesn't seem like it is. You know what I mean? Like, if anything, like, it does seem like we are getting things fast tracked. Because how about this? Can we just say this real quick? I'm gonna turn this off because I feel like maybe people can't hear me. All right, we haven't seen we've seen the market kind of do pretty well. I feel as though like we're, you know, like I mentioned, beginning of the bull run. But how about this? If there is even a hint from mainstream media and even crypto Twitter and you name it, right? Community driven news that we are going to have a delay again, I think you will start seeing black swan events pop off left and right. I just want to throw that out there. Am I the only one that feels that way? I mean, come on. I think a lot of you guys feel that way too. Like, if we get any hint at all, whether it's from our own Congress here in the United States or, you know, regulatory bodies of other nations, you know, in Central, you know, Europe and so on, if there's any hint at all that stuff is going to be delayed, I think the higher powers that be, I know that sounds controversial, but in reality, are we too far off? Because we already experienced this crap. So if there's any hint at all about delays, I think you start seeing somebody, whether it is Mr. Klaus Schwab or somebody, hitting that control panel of boop, 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 like boom, let's black swan, black swan, black swan over and over. And I know that sounds nuts. Like some people are like, man, I don't know, Max, like you get into the controversial stuff a little bit too much lately, but what do we have to reference here? We already seen it. That's what we have to reference. So it's like, it may sound a little nutty buddy, but I'm just throwing that out there. I just, because we've been through it. Like, when I say we, like literally we've been through this. Like there's a crowd of you guys, and I do appreciate like people like yourself, Blackwood and River, you know, like the way I look at you, like the new regulars, you know, you guys are, okay, you're the homies too, you know what I mean? But my thing is, I'm talking about when I say the OG of OGs, like, you know, the Mike Cornwells, the Coochie Boys, the Tim Shays, the Brian Dowers, you name it. The guys have been around for a while from when we first started. We have literally experienced all this stuff. So if we get told at some point, no delays, I'm just being honest, be prepared 100%. Like, you know, and if anything, I mean, you know, for some people are like, man, I just want one more shot at buying all this stuff because, you know, I want to crash like crazy. I would never root for crashes, because especially when it comes to exchanges and stuff like that, because I mean, this is people's hard-earned money. But in reality, that's just the way I look at it. Call me crazy. But if you already experienced it, and so many things already lined up to show that makes sense, Am I too far off? I don't think so. We can agree to disagree, though. I always welcome the other side of the argument. All right, we'll turn that fan back on. All right. Yeah, I did read this. I think so. Ever had a bull run of any kind, expecting it to end up in a shootout if the Liz army comes for me? Oh, Elizabeth Warren. If it comes down to it, she goes first. Yeah, I mean, my thing is just some people, they claim they have our best interest. Their best interest is more like it. Muff, them Shawnee and the Meeker girls be swimming there. Oh, jeez. All right. Maria, just a few more, and then I'm gonna see what we have left, because I mean, this is starting to really, really become WrestleMania again. Shout out to you, Mr. Stardog, who's gonna be listening later. You want WrestleMania? This is what you get. My SHIB reached 14K, but I didn't sell or take profits. Oh man, that's too bad. My financial advice, but take profits, diamond hands might. But yeah. And that, my thing is this, this whole. I shouldn't even mention his name, but in reality, he said this many times. Was Austin Hilton? Like, oh, I'm not going to sell any of my SHIB. You know what kind of message that sends to a lot of people? Their attitude is like, I'm gonna do the same thing as you. Obviously, this guy believes it and so on. And so many people got wrecked just from those statements. Like, you got to be really careful with some of that stuff. Maybe even myself, like in the future, maybe I have to be real careful with what I say too. I mean, I obviously we say not financial advice, but I mean, if you have a platform where you're the number one guy, and let's face it, like him, Your Pop, and a few others, they're the number one guy. And I'm not fudding them, I'm just being real, right? They do have to be kind of careful with what they say in regards to that, because it's a different narrative now. I think everybody agrees, yeah, you got to tell people to take their profits, but this whole thing of, oh man, this is that new alt. Let's say SHIB, and I think it's going to do this, by the way. That's why I bought back into SHIB. I still have over $1 billion, right? And I don't want to mention that. I made that public a long time ago. So this whole concept of, SHIB going to new all-time highs and it doesn't hit a penny. Let's say it hits 0.001, right? So that'd be 3 zeros and a 1. That means it shaves off a 0. For somebody like myself, I mean, that's, I don't know, man, like 150,000, 200,000, something like that. I mean, if it's at a 3, I think that's a 300,000. Like, that's 300,000 in profit. You trying to tell me that I'm not going to take profits? I'm going to take profits. Like, why wouldn't I take profits? I don't even know if I do like another moonbake at that point. I think maybe I just get out of it, because if anything, on the next cycle, whatever that is, if SHIB still is around, right, and you understand, like, probably Ethereum is going to be the next target. That's still SHIB based. I understand Shibarium is a different thing. We get that, right? But if that's still around, Shiba Inu proves itself. Hey, you know what? We're now in the top 10 or something. Like, I know it's not right now, but let's say it ends up being still top 15 or approaching top 10, whatever the case be. My thing would be, yeah, I think all this should take the profits, because you just never know what's going to happen with the SEC in regards to that. And on top of that, it just seems to make sense. I mean, if you're somebody that's diamond handed it, and I know Selma Flood, I mean, he's mentioned he's got like 2 or 3 times the amount I have when it comes to SHIB. So I would imagine he would probably take profits. But this whole thing of all these new investors, that's the perception they're getting. The perception they're getting is this guy has, I was throwing it out there, like 200,000 plus subs, and lots of people watch his live show, and that guy, he's gifted at one thing, and that definitely is he can talk about SHIB with basically nothing to talk about SHIB, right? He's always busting out content, and I can't blame him. I probably do the same thing to a sense, you know what I mean? Like, you're making good money in that, you got to do what you got to do. You got to please an audience. I get that. But I mean, this persona of, I am not going to take profits. That's that new all-time highs. Yeah, I haven't sold a single one, and it was at 0.40, close to 89, and you didn't sell a single one, and now you have all these FOMO people who bought at the top. They hear you say that. Naturally, what do you think is going to happen? they're not going to sell anything. You know what I mean? And if anything, like technically speaking, they probably should have, because they're immediately going to get wrecked, because then everything starts tanking, becomes crypto winter, and so on. So I know this is a long explanation, but yeah, I agree with you. Diamond hands, my ass. You know what I mean? So take the freaking profits. And then what do you do with that? Put them into some other solid blue chip ones that haven't maybe not taken off yet, or new potential blue chip projects that are tied into the quantum financial system and so on. And there's going to be some new projects at the time. So, you know, we talk about our crypto journey. These are all things that are part of this particular journey. You know what I mean? Just because, like, oh yeah, I'm in the HBAR, I'm in the Quant, XRP, XLM, XDC, Algo, Leo X. By the way, do you guys see Leo X lately? Nice pump for Leo X, right? You know, we can get into that here in a bit too. But my whole thing is, I hope to God people do take profits. And if anything, by that 4-year cycle, what if SHIB did crash like crazy? So let's say that we get up to 0.30. I remember Legrand Commission saying in the past, like, you know, he didn't say 0.002, but when we did the math with what he was saying, that's what it equates to. So let's give Legrand Commission, if you listen, the benefit of the doubt. And let's say it does go to 0.002, right? So why the heck would we not want to cash out at least half of that? You know, I mean, me personally, I'm going to cash probably out close to the whole thing. I don't know. I'm kind of somewhat undecided. I know I'm going all over the place with this. But yeah, man, I know I went along a long spiel. I just want to state, diamond hands, my freaking you know what, because it's so true. The only ones in reality that are the real true diamond hands, it's kind of like what Cool Cat was mentioning, XRP. I mean, that technically you're diamond handing that. Quant, diamond handing that. There's success. Those are the real generational wealth. This whole concept of Shiba Inu is also generational wealth. For it to go to a penny is like, oh, man, I don't even know how long that would really realistically take. And I understand that means a lot of overall market cap for Bitcoin, Ethereum, and so on. But is there a single person here? I'm just going to be honest, all right? I want to end this on this note, on this topic. Is there a single person here who's honestly saying, all right, I'm not going to ask you how much you have in your bag, because, you know, everybody came in at different entry points, right? Is there a single person here who will literally say, in the future, it's the bull run or the all-time highs, and say, I saw right here, I have the opportunity to take $100,000 in profit from Shiba Inu, but I'm not going to do it. And the main reason why I'm doing it is because there's this top influencer or a few top influencers that are saying that they didn't sell, and that's good enough for me. SHIB to the moon, SHIB to Pluto, I guess, or beyond the Milky Way. It will get to a penny eventually, or it will get to 25 cents. This talk about $1. I mean, come on, that's ridiculous. But, you know, I'm gonna really hold it because I really, really believe this is gonna happen. You're gonna deny yourself and your family those profits? To me, that's ludicrous. Just, if anything, people that don't take the profits, and then we get into these other cycles, right? 4 year shifts of you know, the 4-year cycle thesis, as I've mentioned. By that time, that darn cycle already have happened, and then you're just wrecked completely. Think how many people do that, man. Oh my God. Why? Because I hate to say, was it Spider-Man? I hate to quote Spider-Man, but this is true. Was it the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man? With great responsibility, with great power comes great responsibility. To a sense, for some of these content creators, I got to be honest. There you go. That totally applies, because you have a bunch of FOMO money investors coming in. I don't know. I gotta quit talking about this, because I mean, we'll be here all night. But that is the thing. Freaking my diamond handing meme tokens, my freaking you know what. Maybe when it comes to ones that are part of the QFS, but not when it comes to meme tokens. And if I take heat from that, I can take it. I'm okay with that. All right, let's go further down. You kind of got me on a tangent with that one. Anyway, Marvin Davis says, I got bit by the crypto bug the same time as Max, May 2012. Doge 650 turned into 20K. You said 2012. I think it's a typo because it didn't exist. 650 turned into 20K. Mind blowing. I had 5K CD with my bank, $200 in 2 years. So I am with Max. I talk crypto every day. Yeah, you know, I'll say this: I had a life insurance policy, right? It was one of those term life insurance policies. So I was like ready in my 19th year of that. I cashed it out and put it into crypto. You know, people say, well, you shouldn't do that. How many times have you seen people, other content creators, where it's Coach JV, some of these other guys, or maybe even Rich, right? Saying stuff like, why the heck are you why even have a savings account at this point? It ain't yielding you anything. If anything, with the inflation, it's actually costing you money. If anybody's taking a business class, I know I don't want to make it sound like I brag about, having like an MBA and stuff like that. But in business class, they teach you some of these basic things. You literally learn this in your associate's program. It's like a 4-week module we did. And basically speaking, it's just that. It's just like, if inflation is working against your bank account, then what's the hell's the point? The only point would be to have a checking account. And if you have a checking account, which they're charging you a fee just to hold the freaking account, then go with the credit union or something like that. You get where I'm coming from. I'm reading the rest of this. Sorry. Doge 650 turned to 20K. Nice. Yeah, very similar to me. Mind blowing. I had 5K CD with my bank, $200 in 2 years. So I'm with Max. I talk crypto. Yeah, I mean, you get excited because you saw what happened. And if anything, Marvin, you are in a similar situation. You realize that we went from the era of memes and so on. We're in a different time. Yeah, there's some good, solid, I think, meme tokens. They're still left, like SHIB. I think Volt, actually. We're not paid by Volt, by the way. I don't know why people. I've had a couple of people. You guys are paid by Volt, aren't you? No, we're not paid by Volt. We're not paid by anybody. But I do think Volt is one of the last great meme tokens, and I will not deny that community because they trend something fierce. Like, what was it? Like a couple months ago, 197,000 tweets in 1 week, and if you compare that to SHIB, they even have them beat. I mean, so in a real true bull market, yeah, I see that project. Basically, it has a potential of erasing 2 zeros. I don't know about 3, 1 easily. You know what I mean? So that would technically be like a 10x. You know what I mean? 2 zeros, you do the math. But I understand, there's a lot of things about market cap, but I don't really talk about Volt a lot and so on. But at the same time, I honestly think, that's what I was telling Larry. I was like, you might as well call it the last great meme token, because after that, I don't really know what else would be around. And the only thing that would be around until we get more clarity or regulations would be crap coins that are really crap. Where ERC20 and they're promised some kind of future utility and it never happens, and they just want you to be part of the pre-sale or basically have you raise a bunch of liquidity and then they rug you or whatever the case be. You know what I mean? Like, really? Are we really throwing money at some of these projects because we want to get rich quick stuff? Shouldn't want to get rich quick stuff, because if anything, if you're in the crypto for generational wealth, then there's a whole other side of things to look into, whether it's HBAR, XLM, you name it. There's so much more quality things out there. XDC I know some people don't like me saying this. I don't care. It is XDC is the ETH killer. Some people have said, stop saying that, it's overused. So what? It really is the ETH killer. If you look at the broader picture of XDC, it's really the Ethereum killer. 100%. It's like, I will agree with Cool Cat Crypto. He was on a stream, I think this morning or something, and you literally said it's like the real ETH. Well, I don't even want to call it the real ETH, but it's the ETH killer. I will agree on that. Anyway. Hey, Max, ready for the NBA playoffs? Yes, and that's the whole thing. I don't know how the hell I'm going to work this out. I'm kind of hoping Larry's eye gets better. You better believe that I don't necessarily. Sorry, I love you guys, but I don't want to watch just the fourth quarter of a game. I'm not that type of guy. I actually want to watch the dang playoffs. Now I don't have to watch every playoff game, but if the Suns, here's the thing: if the Suns are playing some garbage team, and I know like, okay, well, maybe I can still do coverage every night or something like that. But if we get the second round and all our guys are healthy and it's a great matchup, I want to watch that. You know what I mean? And with the time constraints and so on, it's like, yeah. So I'm just throwing that out there. Maybe Max is not on every freaking day when the Suns are in the playoffs and so on. Maybe for round one, I will still be here, right? I might do the fourth quarter thing or replay or whatever. But you better believe second round, we go Western Conference Finals, heck, even NBA Finals. Sorry for the days that they're playing. I am not going to be around. It's just the way it is. You know, I still enjoy watching that. All right, let me see the other screen real quick and see how we're doing, because I don't want to lose on the time too much. I clicked out of too many things. Hold on a second. Videos, live. Hold on a second. I got to see how we're doing. All right. JASMY Movement, welcome. Glad to have you here. Hey, Max, thanks for always giving JASMY exposure on your show. JASMY is showing higher lows and higher highs on the charts. This is just the beginning. We're fighting together. We are family. Yeah, man, that's the way I look at it. I mean, I really appreciate. You're very welcome, by the way. I really appreciate the embracing of the JASMY community. It's been really awesome. I mean, that's don't get me wrong. I love covering quant and so on, but as far as community, and that's what we are about here is community. The JASMY community has been 100% like very, very supportive of what we're doing here, and I try to retweet some of you guys' things and, give credit where credit's due. And it's really awesome. I saw, what's his face? A couple guys, right? I think it was Brian. It was, there's somebody else. And anyway, you guys posted like the inner circle thing, right? Content creators, and just went ahead and put me on there. And I was just like, thanks. That was super cool to get that kind of recognition. So, yeah, we are fighting it together. And, my main thing is this, right? And I'm not trying to FUD Luna Classic because I still believe in it. I think, if we could get the ecosystem going, that's really going to help the project. But I don't like the unnecessary ego crap going on with that project. You guys know what I'm talking about. You know who we're referring to. We're not dumb. I'm just not going to mention their names. And my thing is, that hurts the project, all the drama. You know what I mean? Think how many people got out of Luna Classic just because of the drama. I will say this. We were talking about, what's his name? Austin Hilton earlier. So he pointed out, how many times has he pointed out over the years, right? Like, crypto can be an emotional thing. Well, that's a perfect example. I will give him credit on that. That is a perfect example. What you see going on with Luna Classic is an emotional time. People are getting out of the project because the vibes of certain influencers, I hate to say that, is killing the vibe of people, and they're out. That's a damn shame. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't want to get myself in trouble, so I'm not going to say too much. But some of you guys know what project I'm talking about. It's one we used to cover. I could have, me and Larry could have had attitude like, hey, you know what? Let's do a Saitama moment with this, and let's stroke our egos. You know what I mean? What would that have done? That would have hurt the community and the investors that trusted from the get-go about the project. All it does is hurt the community. Why do we allow this to happen? With JASMY, on the other hand, totally different type of thing. The only people that try to ruin the community for JASMY are FUDders. And one thing I love is when research trumps FUD. And I might do it all the time. Oh, 100% do it all the time. I've had some of these guys, and I never mention their names publicly, but I've seen them, when you click on where it says show more or whatever, you know what I mean? Because Twitter hides certain things. You know who I'm talking about. The guy's name starts with an E, you know what I mean? I'm not going to say the whole thing. Don't even type it here. I don't even want him to have that much recognition. But anyway, you know what I'm talking about. That guy, he's called me an asshole and things like that. Pardon my French. And my thing is like, I can have the attitude like, oh, I'm a little butthurt and I'm gonna block this guy. Nope, I do that. It satisfies him. He gets what he wants. I just simply ignore him 100%. I don't even mention him. I don't even mute him. I just ignore him, because you know how many times that guy has not commented on a deep dive that I've done? He never does. He never does, because he knows he doesn't have anything. So, same with the other guy, who I also think is a bot, or not a botted account. Well, I guess you could say a bot account. This guy clearly has 3 or 4 accounts, because he posts everything in secretization. You know what I mean? Anyway, you could totally tell like it's the same guy, like how he types, the wording, all that stuff. But yeah, man, the JASMY community has been absolutely great, and the only negative aspect of it is some of the flutters, but that comes with the territory with anything. And I do agree, we are fighting together, we are family. I really appreciate you guys. Thank you for being here. Also give the JASMY movement on Twitter a follow. You'd be glad you did. All right. If I skip some comments, it's nothing. I'm not trying to do anything personal. It's just we're 4 hours into this. As something's bound to happen. When my crypto hits, I want to drive across the country. All right. Boomer says I have, but it's been about 15 years. All right. The Disabled Machine, $2 super chat. Thank you. He says, sorry, you deserve more. The hardest working. Ah, man. Thanks, man. Appreciate you, man. I don't know. I mean, maybe there's another guy who works harder at this and so on. It's just, I don't know, man. I mean, the way I look at it, I'm going to be talking about crypto anyway. I'm going to be spending the time on it anyway. I should have probably made a channel long before I got into this, because I was literally heavy diving into all this stuff. I mean, my girlfriend at the time, when she used to live here, that's a whole other situation itself. Anyway, that's not me saying bad stuff. She used to be like, man, you stay up way late and you're always researching stuff. And I stay up late researching stuff. Crypto Mike stays up late. He's researching stuff. It's like, why do we do that? Because we know what is coming for the future. You know what I mean? We're not fortune tellers, but I mean, honestly, anybody takes a real proper deep dive. Oh man. Can we just at least say this real quick? Let's just say this real quick. Let me turn this off for a second. I want to state this, and thank you again for the $2 super chat. And that is flattering. Thank you. That made my day. The reason why I'm so obsessed with crypto, or maybe Mike, or maybe it's you or Marvin or whoever, right? What excites me so much is this one main key thing, right? Let's say crypto didn't even exist. The key thing is we live in an era, in a time in history, where we have access more than any other time in the history of the world, where a guy like myself is just a regular, Joe Schmo, typical guy, has access to information the same as like the elites, the same as like a John F. Kennedy who went to Harvard. By the way, I have nothing but love and admiration for JFK. Or any type of guy who had that elite Ivy League level of education. We have access to that. It's a level playing field. So in reality, there is no excuse to not research this stuff, in my opinion. So it is like, getting tips of the Microsoft from the early 80s, or, the Apples of the world and so on. Like, we're referencing, Forrest Gump and stuff like that. No other time in history have we had this type of access. Some people say, well, there's the libraries and stuff like that. I get that. But not where you can just quickly have instant access to a person or a group of people who will say, you know what, you should look into this. Why is that? Are you, think about this for a second, right? Back in the day, before blockchain technology and so on, if somebody came to you, disabled machine, and said, hey man, You want to throw $1,000 at this. I'm just throwing an example. I'm not saying any particular project in crypto to do this. You should throw $1,000 at this, man. This is gonna make you rich, right? Think about that. For one, if it was me, I'd be immediately thinking of, oh boy, here we go. This guy's probably like multi-level marketing or something. All right. And 9 times out of 10, sorry to say, that's what would happen, right? How about this? All right. Back in 2010, and I'm not gonna get fully into like the amount it was. All right, I was gonna throw this out there. Back in 2010, I had the utmost, greatest opportunity I was ever given to me my whole entire life, and it was Bitcoin. I'm gonna tell you the exact amount it was. And basically speaking, it would have been $100. I'm not gonna throw an amount. Mike knows the amount, but that's all right. And you yeah, this is gonna be life changing for you and so on. Why didn't I take advantage of that? I didn't take advantage of it this one particular time because I got burnt. You got like that one guy, what's his name? Burned by Saitama. I was burned by MLM because my friend who I trusted so much told me, "Hey man, get into this one company." It wasn't Quickstar or Amway. It was this other one with like selling vacations. You know what I mean? And he was just like, my family and I have been so blessed with this. And later on, I found out, I hate to say it, I mean, I'm still friends with the guy and I love him, but he really should have thought of his words better because he really wasn't really blessed by it. Anyway, long story short, that burned me. Because of that bad experience, instead of just taking a chance on Bitcoin at that time, I said to myself, no. And I had the money to do it, obviously. I denied myself because of a bad freaking experience like that. Never again. You know what I mean? Never, ever again. So my thing is, I have no excuse now with all that's out there. People talk about altcoin season. Man, I'm telling you flat out, there's a difference between altcoin season and when there is what is referred to as the utility season. That season has actually never even happened yet. I have a premium membership to Investor Place. Even they have posted articles and deep dives and private videos with the network, people like myself, saying we haven't had a utility run yet, but it's imminent. It is absolutely imminent. And if anything, it's like that's what should excite everybody, because if you were excited about 4 to 5 trillion overall crypto market cap on 11/11/2021, Bitcoin 69K and Ethereum 4,500, whatever it was, you're going to see market caps that are going to literally put the entire crypto market on its back. Yes, XRP, XLM, some of these other ones. I've had a guy, and if he's listening right now, shout out to you, Jay. You're a good guy overall, Jose. But you're obviously not seeing the bigger picture with XRP, and that's just my opinion. You know what I mean? We could agree to disagree. I respect you. But there are people who just like him, like they don't quite get it 100%. Like he's even mentioned, I just don't see it for XRP. To me, that tells me you have not taken your proper deep dive. Maybe we can help you take more of a proper deep dive in anything. But there's some ones that just really, really stand out. Once you understand basic concepts of Ripple's on-demand liquidity, ODL, and what is tied into that from a broader perspective, and then Nostro Vostro, and what that's solving that equation and getting into the broader perspective, I'll state this, and I'm going to get to the next thing because I'm going too deep into this. Once people understand this more, obviously Crypto Mike understands this, some of the other guys understand it. If you don't quite get the whole grasp of XRP, especially, you still have time to grasp that. But I'll state this. There's a difference between people saying XRP to 589, XRP to 1200, XRP to 10,000. The key thing is it's not necessarily about these particular prices. The main key thing is nobody can grasp even ballpark what XRP will really, really be worth. I'm not talking just like, what Brad Garlinghouse was saying. I'm not talking about the short term. I'm not talking about short term at all. I'm talking about from the perspective of it's the future. It's beyond 20, it's beyond, was it November 2025, right? When everything's fully implemented. Can you imagine when I use this analogy of Olympic-sized swimming pools where all of that on-demand liquidity is filling those pools? And just to put it from a more layman's point of view, when ISO 222 went live, we went from little droplets of these Olympic-sized swimming pool faucets dripping out just tad bits of drops, and that was worth, let's face it, like 32 cents or something like that. ISO 222 goes live. You have a few things going on. Now it jumps up to 52 cents and so on. It's the utility that's being utilized through the upgrade of the technology. So we talk about the quantum financial system and so on, the supercomputer, if you will, and the things that are tied into that. The key thing, guys, again, is we will reach a point, whether it is maybe late 2025, maybe 2026, I don't know. The combination of, all sorts of different factors, but the key thing is having full 100% of that utility actually being used. Like where you don't just hear, oh man, there's 20 central banks using this, and they're just using it like maybe every once in a while. You're already seeing indicators. Remember that one video we showed you where it shows all those XRPs going to like Japan and South Korea? Okay, that was just those particular areas. That makes sense, like Singapore and stuff like that, right? You in the future, you're going to need to see that tap being released and a whole huge flow of that on-demand liquidity just gushing in to like, Central Europe and so on, right? Western and Central Europe. That should excite you. That's why nobody can technically fathom the real price of XRP. And I know that tonight's show, I mean, it's 4 hours and 16 minutes into it, and here I am still talking about XRP. Why am I talking about so much about XRP? Yeah, I'm a huge quant fan, all this other stuff, but I'm not going to deny XRP. Are you kidding me? It's like, I'm telling my friends, I'm like, why haven't you bought any XRP yet? I still don't get that. Like Mike Wool, if you're listening, bro, I think you just texted me earlier. You literally said, bro. I don't know if it's because you're watching the show. Mike Wool, why haven't you bought XRP yet? Not financial advice, right? But I'm giving you as a friend financial advice, I guess you could say, as a friend. Why aren't you buying XRP? Like, it's because you just don't believe in the short term? Forget the short term. Like, why aren't you buying XRP? I love you, man. You're my best friend. I want to see you do well. Like, get some freaking XRP, Ugh. Anyway, thank you for the super chat. I went on a tangent again. Crypto Jedi, when my crypto hits, I want to drive across the country and visit cool places. Visit my YouTube subs that live in other states. Well, thanks, man. That'd be cool. I am very transparent, man. I have no issues with meeting anybody. That's just the way I am. And I look forward to meeting you. And I really mean that. You, Boomer, Crypto Mike, heck, even Brian Dowie, if he was down for it. I mean, some people aren't down for it. I've had friends in my community, my gaming community, who are still not down to ever meet. I just have to accept that. It is what it is. They kind of just still look at me as like, we're friends, but we're just friends on the internet type of thing. And it kind of hurts, you know what I mean? But you got to understand, like, they might have had a bad experience. Like maybe they had a relative who had a stalker and it went wrong. So I respect that. I mean, I can get butthurt for a little bit, then I get over it. You know what I mean? It's no big deal. This says Ramen still live down there. He lives down there? Wow, I didn't know that. Marvin Davis, cool. My whole fam was there 3 years ago during the Elon Musk Saturday Night Live. LOL. Caught a bunch of blue cats that weekend. Huh. My cool cat says, "Ma wiping my face and creating a smiley T-shirt." Oh yeah. When ish happens, yeah, that was funny. Man, I remember in the 80s and 90s, you would see those bumper stickers everywhere. SHIT happens everywhere. I'm glad that got addressed in Forrest Gump. That was so funny. Billion Shib, holy moly. Nelly there. 4 hours in the sauna, Max. What the F? Yeah, it's kind of hot. Yeah, it does. I just said that on live thing. Sorry, Larry, I didn't mean to say that. 10 billion GBEX for 1K and its ISO on the XDC network. Blackwood says, had over 140 million SHIB earlier this year, sold most of it for quant. Okay. XRP and other tokens, they're focused on Bone, Leash, and the other nonsense. Yeah, Shibarium is BS. They don't actually care about SHIB. Yeah, I can see your point in regards to that. I have got to figure out a way to pull my liquidity pool on my pairing of Kalikai with SHIB. Because, I mean, I was supposed to earn like 64% or something like that. I'm sure it didn't average out to that, you know, but even if it only average out to like 10%, I still need to pull it out, and I need to be able to get my reward. I need to wolf my rewards of Bone. I tried to look up a tutorial on how to do it, and nobody has a real answer for that particular pairing, and it's kind of worried about it. I don't know if I could do a support tick. I don't even know if anybody would even give a crap, but I do need to figure that out at some point because I'm well past the staking. I was only supposed to commit to 6 months, and I did. I'm literally looking at like a year now. I think in the next couple months might be a year. So it's like I should have like, you know, crazy amount of Bone at this point. But anyway, that's what Tim Shea was mentioning to me. Shout out to Tim. I'm sure you went to bed a long time ago. I truly believe that SHIB was going to reach 1 penny. I should have taken profit. And that's the whole thing. Think about how many new investors, excuse me. Think about how many new investors just don't know about crypto. They go on crypto.com because that's easy access. And, you know, I say this because this was me. You know what I mean? I'm not going to BS you guys. This was me. You know, when you're new and you come fresh off of the Robin Hood boat, and you're wet behind the ears, if you will, you don't know crap about crypto. You know what I mean? All you know is like, I bought this Dogecoin and it made me a bunch of money. And I bought it for a penny, and literally this is what's going on in my head. I want to find a whole bunch of ones that are like Doge or that theme, and I want to find ones that are less than a penny. That's literally what I was doing. And so as a result, I found SHIB and had the attitude, all right, and I'm starting busting out the calculator. You know what I mean? Like, how many people do this? A lot of people, I think, do this. And so at the time I was like, all right, I put $8,000 into this thing. I'm going to be able to get like over 1 billion of the tokens. You know what I mean? And why would I want to do that? Because if it goes to a penny, I'm worth not $1 million, I'm worth $10 million. That's the way I was looking. I'm like, heck yeah, let's go. You know what I mean? So let's say you're not, you know, Max, you're somebody else. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, man. You don't do 1 billion. You do half of that. All right. So at a penny, you know what I mean? Like, you're looking at like, all right, all it needs to do is just go to a penny and I'm worth $1 million. You know what I mean? So many people have done that. So many people have done that. Or guys that do it less for $250,000 or 100,000, you know, where the case be. Or some guys just like, you know, I just want to make an extra 50 grand. You're trying to tell me that that's still not going on? I believe that's still going on. And maybe that kind of prolongs the project. I don't know. But, I mean, to a sense, I mean, you could even say that about Dogecoin. But, you know, you can't buy, obviously, as much Dogecoin for those prices. But, you know, I just think there's a lot of, obviously, like, new investors that come in and they do that. Obviously not, you know, $8,000 a whack like I did, but you better believe there's people who are like, yeah, man, I'm gonna buy 100 million of these or whatever. That's still a chunk of change, any way you want to look at it. All right. Elon Muff says Muff. God damn it. All right. Cool Cat Crypto. With SHIB, heck yes. Take those profits. God, I screwed that up. Boomer F is sooner. BS. I'm taking profits, but Shiba isn't hitting 1 cent until the year. Oh God, 23. Jeez. Yeah, I'm taking profits too, man. Blackwood, Dogecoin millionaire through 180K. I remember this. He was super popular. threw 180K into Doge. If you guys don't mind, I know it's super late in the show. Just smash that like if you haven't done so already. Let's see if we tick back up to the 30s just for the hell of it. Dogecoin millionaire threw 180K into Doge, and despite people telling him he should take profits at the time, 3.5 million. And I think he even admitted later on that was dumb. But take a guess how that. Yeah, exactly. God, man, probably down 70% or more, right? Something like that. I mean, still probably, still profitable, but he went from Dogecoin millionaire to being worth like maybe not even $100,000 or something like that. That's why are people doing this? My answer is because they how's it going, Saving Private Ryan? Remember Saving Private Ryan? Captain Miller, he says, that doesn't go up. If anything, it goes down. I have some kind of reference like that, right? Well, it's just like that. As a content creator, I'm a content creator, right? I don't really consider myself an influencer, but technically, I guess people say that. But as a content creator, it's like I could have had the attitude that, well, I'm going to follow this one main guy, and if he says this, then I'm just going to hodl to the moon and beyond. No. And how about this other one? Maybe people don't want to hear this. You really think that everything is going to go to the moon? No. Now, in regards to the utility ones, there's a good portion that definitely will. But can we all agree on this? They aren't all going to go to the moon at the exact same time. You know what I mean? There's going to be certain projects, whether it's HBAR or XLM or I don't know, man, XDC. Or XDC is a perfect example. Like a lot of us feels though, ISO 222 is going live March 20th, and XDC is going to go XRP and all that. It's going to be first. That didn't happen. Technically speaking, it was XDC that pumped first. So that's my point. It's like, people say that they're going to be a maxi on this particular project or that project and so on. It's not that these aren't good projects. It's just that's the whole reason of being diversified. If you're well diversified, you don't have to rely on one project, hitting and doing well at some specific time. You're into multiple projects. You could have an instance where one goes really well 1 week, the other one goes well in a different month, one goes on, pops off at a different quarter of the year. You get my point. But yeah, man, he said no, and man, I mean, I'm pretty sure I saw him in an interview where he was just like, man, I shouldn't have done that. And it is unfortunately part of his crypto journey. I just hope to God nobody's. If you're a new investor, right, which there might be that guy that's watching right now, right, I want to speak to you. I don't care who it is. If you're listening to a particular influencer who's saying, and we're literally at like a new all-time highs in the future, and he's saying, hey, I didn't sell any, please do not allow that to influence you to like, well, this guy's got 500,000 or 1 million subscribers, and he said that he's not doing it. Well, he must know something I don't, and I'm not going to do anything. Is there a chance that guy could be right? And then in the future, like, well, if I would have just hodled that much longer, oh man, this is a perfect situation like Bitcoin where, these guys took profits at $100. And then if I would just waited like a little bit longer, it became $1,300 or a little bit longer than that. I've been worth over 10,000 a coin. There's always those situations, but we're not talking about Bitcoin. We're talking about like Shiba Inu and stuff like that. You know what I mean? So it's or Doge, a totally different situation. All right, Devin the Dude. Shout out to Chronic 2001 featuring that song called Lightspeed. Chocolate Doge iced tea, or we might be sipping on gin or Hennessy. That would be the Chronic iced teas. Devin the Dude. I made 30K on Shiba on the last bull run. Not bad, man. Not bad at all. After seeing what was possible, I went down a huge rabbit hole with crypto. Well, cool, man. I'm glad I finally read your comment. 9:54, literally like over half an hour ago. Hopefully you're still here. Thanks for sharing that, man. I'm glad people are sharing their crypto journey tonight. You met 2020. Yeah, that's right. Any news on BTC Pay? I don't have any new news on BTC Pay. And my thing is, I'm following it, but I haven't, I want to be able to completely end my power swap, if you will. And I'll let you guys know when I do. So with the market where it's at right now, like my thing is I'm taking a different, I got something in my hand. I'm doing a different, like a kind of a little bit of a different approach. It's not backtracking. So I'm not on any limited like time frame where like, oh man, I gotta get out of this right now. So my thing is I believe in Filecoin on two different things, long term and also short term. Originally, I wanted to use my Filecoin, my 7K into Filecoin. I don't know, maybe some people don't like me mentioning that. But you guys already know, so it's not like the cat hasn't been out of the bag. So what I want to be able to do is, with the market the way it's going and some of the recent catalysts I saw for Filecoin, because I've been keeping up with the community and so on. So my thing is, you know what, man, we saw it touch the 9s. If I wait, what I can do is then I can keep a moon bag at those prices and still be very profitable and still do a power swap. So that's my new thing that I decided to do. And then once I get that, I won't be even more greedier, because then that's just being like, okay, this is being ridiculous. But yeah, if I can squeeze out maybe past 8, maybe into the 9s, with the momentum where we're going now, I wouldn't be doing this if I didn't see the momentum. If I saw like, there's no hint of the momentum at all, I would have just been like, all right, man, 2K or 3K, I'm good. You know what I mean? And profit, I mean. So my plan is I'm trying to squeeze this out a little bit longer. I see the momentum, and what I want to do is keep a moon bag of that, do my power swap, keep that, where I power swap that into Quant, XRP, XCC, especially the ones that are like way cheaper in price. And then this whole thing with BTC Pay, because that's usually the money I play around with. I'm not saying for you guys to do this. It's not financial advice, but I am paying close attention to this. So hopefully by then I can get a good entry point for BTC Pay. Load up. I know it sounds crazy, kind of like what I load up with Filecoin. And when the math on that at a parabolic between 100 to 120%, if it did 120%, oh God, I think that'd be like 22K in profit for the month. And so I'm just looking at, to me, that's great opportunity. Like, why would I know we talk about utility ones all the time. Don't get me wrong. I'm just looking at the perspective of, okay, so then I do keep a little extra fiat on hand. And then the rest of that, I know it sounds crazy, but I have big goals just like anybody else does, right? You know my situation with the whole video game thing. Power swap that again. And really like, oh my gosh, all right, what's super distressed right now? Or what's on sale, maybe I do decide, all right, I'm going to load the hell up on JASMY. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, I think I said a few times where I'm at with JASMY, so I'm not going to make a big deal about it. But maybe at that point, that would give me more than enough to, okay, boom, million JASMY. All right, you're not at your goals at 20 quant yet. Boom, 20 quant. You're not at your goals for XDC. Now you got your goals at XDC or HBAR. You name it. You know what I mean? That's the way I look at it. And then from there, I still pay more attention to how it goes, because you don't want to know something? Looking more into it for yourself, you guys. Mike Cornwell pointed this out a while back. He pointed out a lot of things in reality. My God, how many times do we reference Mike? Right? But in reality, he's been spot on this stuff. So BTC Pay, the reason why I pay attention to it is because if we're paying attention to JASMY, which you better believe we are, right? We're paying attention at JASMY because it moves with Bitcoin, it moves with Ethereum. We have the proof. You saw what Crypto Mike Cornwell shared with his screenshots. We also recently shared the tweet. Now, maybe I should reshare this again. I don't know if I still have this. Yeah, I'm going to reshare this again. I don't even know if he's still listening, but here he is, the JASMY movement. Look at this. All right. So he even shows you like the proof, the correlation, if you will. So if we're all excited and know that, hey man, we're gonna beat 69K of Bitcoin, smash the hell out of that. It could very well go to 100K. So let's just say it gets to 100K. It doesn't get to 250, or sorry to say, $1 million a coin 90 days. I just don't think that's gonna happen. But let's just say it gets to that milestone of 100K, right? Or it doesn't even get to that. Let's say it just gets to 69K again. 70. Let's just say 70K, right? So with that said, BTC Pay would be reflective upon that and then some. That in itself, to me, is where it's worth it. Because I mean, at the end of the day, it's not necessarily just about the utility ones. Don't get me wrong; those are amazing for long term. But what it's really, really about is the opportunity. That's why I tell some people, like, was it Coochie Boy? He's like, man, he's was it like over 1,000x or 3,000x up on Lovely Inu? Like, he did amazing with that, right? That's a meme token. Am I telling you to get in Lovely Inu? No, but he knew what he was doing. It's recognizing opportunity. So I would never tell anybody, even though we talk about the ISOs all the time and the QFS, all that stuff, right? I would never tell a person ever to just like dismiss opportunity. I will tell you to dismiss Hopium as far as like a meme token. If I thought it was like garbage, like, was it the Phantom Project with a P, not with an F, with a P? That's garbage, man. That's like a total bunch of bullshit. You get what I'm saying. So unfortunately, no, I don't have any like actual up-to-date news in regards to BTC Pay, but I am paying close attention to it. And when I do eventually do the power swaps and all that, and they get into BTC Pay, I'll let you guys know. You did get in Volt and you took profits, but this time I'm an experienced crypto investor. So you must have came in like December of 2020. 2021, if that's the case. Like right around the time Pablo got into it, that's the case. All right, XDC simply is Ethereum 2.0. Yeah. All right, Cool Cat says the security that XDC has to have been designed by the best coders on earth. It's nuts. Yeah, I'm very impressed with it. And knowing that 2.0 is coming out soon. We got the update from a while back. And some people have been doing some recent videos about like it's going to be soon. And of course, we'll let everybody know about that too. I'll probably do a video on that. Coders working for, I don't know, JP Morgan. Yeah, no kidding, right? Like the whole thing with R3. I mean, you know your stuff in regards to that. I mean, when we say it's like the whole thing of, the R3 quarter bridge, like, is there a bridge bigger than that? Somebody tell me, because I think that's the one that matters the most. If you want to just, if we're doing, if we're just focused from a bridge perspective, you know what I mean? I mean, there's Starlink, but I mean, if you're going to compare like Stellar Starlink to, the XDC quarter, R3 quarter bridge, like there is no comparison. That's like comparing like the Golden Gate Bridge to like, I don't know, the bridges of Madison County. That's a good analogy, actually. I come up with analogies every now and then. That's I got to my own horn. That's a good analogy. Anyway, Ronnie Courtesy says you're a true G, man. I love your intelligence and insight. And wow, Bitcoin at 30K is well. Well, thanks, Ronnie. I'm glad you're back. I do always remember your name. I always think of Jerome Kersey of the Portland Trailblazers, but I appreciate you being here. I don't even know if you're still here, but thank you for being here. Probably really need to wind this down here soon because it is really. Stardog, it became WrestleMania. It was not planned to be WrestleMania, but it became WrestleMania. Crypto Jedi says, I'm motivated now. I'm going to do a JASMY video and upload it on my channel tomorrow. Oh, that's cool, man. We'll have to share that, because that definitely helps the communities and so on. Excuse me. Asian countries love XDC and anything XDC related. All right. Yeah, I believe it. I mean, if anything, you're right about that. So, all right, Marvin Davis, and nobody seems to see that, Max. We've been begging for this information and opportunity. I'm not missing it. It is. Hold on. It's a blessing free info. Well, and then the way I look at it is, I mean, I appreciate the compliments. Don't get me wrong. It's a blessing to even hear that. Um, I've always been a teacher at heart. I am a teacher. You know what I mean? It's like in my DNA, I guess you could say. So little known fact, from oh man, September to October, I did a volunteer thing at the school I was teaching. It's an elementary school. So I basically said to these kids, I said, it was for the 6th grade. I said, if anybody's interested in learning blockchain technology and stuff like that, and the future of payments and all these types of things, I'm gonna do a volunteer class after school for you guys. I said it's only going to be anywhere from half an hour to an hour, but I said you're more than welcome to join. I didn't think anybody was going to show up, to be honest. But 3 of my students showed up. They used to come here in the comments. You guys, I don't know if you guys remember, but there's a few of them that if you were around for it, they came. So they came. And then the next day after they attended, that class became like 5, I think it was. I think the most we were at was 5. But I always appreciated that there was at least 4 or 5 of those kids that, like, you could tell that they were really appreciating as you would say, the free info. And at the time, I was just trying to like share like my story, like, Shiba Inu and all that stuff. But then I was also showing like, about XRP and whatnot. And here's the cool thing. So this school is on like an area of town where this neighborhood, I guess you could say, it's kind of, I don't know, like other teachers I mentioned that like it's not exactly, it's not a richy area. I mean, but you have, I guess you could say, like lower middle class incomes. You know what I mean? It's not quite middle class, if you want to call it that. And there's a lot of struggling families. So 1 or 2 guys in particular, you can just totally tell they have a different mindset. They're like, man, my mom, she always, they're quoting their own mom. Like this one kid, ironically, his name is Marvin, just like your name. And he was saying, my mom, she struggles, and we know nothing but struggle, and going from one apartment to another, and just never really having a place to really call like true home, and living paycheck to paycheck. And he's like, there's just got to be a new way. And he's like, I know about this Bitcoin thing, and it just a lot of people missed out on it, but some people did really well. And and he's like, Mr. Stanley, because I'm Mr. Stanley. He's just like, you obviously did well. You didn't get rich off of it, but you made the most amount of money you ever made in your life. And I was like, yeah. He's like, I want to learn about that. He's just like, and I just wish I could like invest now. And I was like, well, you could. Your mom opened up like an account and stuff like that. Because I mean, this kid, he looks like he's like a junior in high school. He's only in 6th grade. Like I always told him, like, you do not look like a 6th grader. So it was like these 6th graders. I mean, and shout out to them for even wanting to learn. So I gave them compliments. I said, you know what? I said, shout out to you kids. You are so far ahead of all the other kids. You know what I mean? And they're like, well, one kid, he was like, I have an F in your class, Mr. Stanley. I said, yeah, what's up with that? Why do you have an F in my class? I was like, you have an F in my class because you didn't turn in your work. I was like, well, here's what you can do. Just turn this in, and your grade will go up to at least a B tomorrow. It's kind of a joking moment. But anyway, so yeah, man. I mean, I think I did like, it was only 3 classes. So just 3 classes on freaking crypto and blockchain, and it was really rewarding. Yeah, technically speaking, I mean, I don't get paid extra for staying after school and stuff like that, but I don't know, man. It's kind of like with you guys. I appreciate trying to share and give the info. I am a true believer of God. I know some people don't believe in God, and I understand it, like the whole cancer thing. I mean, like, how could God allow this and all that? I get that. Those are good debates. I'm not trying to turn atheists into believers or anything like that. I'm just saying, for me personally, I believe that the time that you put into people, and if it's good and it's pure and it's from the heart, Like they're gonna see that, and they're gonna see that, like, you know, it's how would you say, it's like, it's the saying goes, as a Christian, God will pay you back, like, I think it goes like 100-fold in regards to that. You know what I mean? So, you know, that's just the way I personally look at it. It's like, you say it's free info, yeah, but it's just like it's good karma. You know, there's nothing bad's going to come from this as far as I'm concerned. It'd be bad if it was like man, this dang fan is drying out my eyes. It'd be bad if it was like I was promoting like a blatant rug pull or something, like, you know, dog crap Inu or whatever, you know, like, this thing's going to be 1,000x, and I'm only saying that because I'm getting paid by the developers, and then after, you know, it goes to hell, well, then you guys are stuck with the bag, you know, the bag of crap, the bag of poo. Like, that's just not cool, man. That does not settle well with me. I've always been raised that way. That's just me. I mean, it would be cool to be sponsored. Yeah, of course it'd be cool to be sponsored. Who doesn't want residual income and stuff like that? Now, I will state for the record of this, you know, Mr. Gilbert Verdian, if you're watching at some point, or Cool Cat, Mr. Craig Wright, right? And whoever, right? Denell Dixon, Gilbert Verdian, all these guys. If you want to sponsor Crypto Talk Now, that's a different story, because those are solid projects. All right. Yep. Salute to you too. GBEX and XXP will be bigger than Uniswap. XSwap protocol. Yes, yes, yes. Hit send button 2. I already have a retarded amount of all those. That's good though. Cool Cat. There's nothing wrong with that. Yeah. Cool Cat Crypto. I have no idea how glad I am that you used the word retarded in your sentence. Yeah. I mean, cancel culture, we can't say that anymore, right? But it's like, okay, open up a dictionary, and what's the definition of it, what it says? Literally says that word. But people are so offended since 2010 or 20. There's supposed to be, you know what, something I saw a while back, there was supposed to be an official year where the majority of the world got butthurt. I kid you not, you can look this up. I don't know if it's still available. It was at least a couple years ago. You want to know the year that everybody became globally butthurt on a national scale? Ready for it? 2016. It said that on the polls, it did say butthurt, but I just call it that. That the cancel culture / woke / just everybody being offended. 2016 was supposed to be like the biggest year where that shift of thought went from one extreme to the other. Unfreaking believable. And that was the same year that the Cubs won the World Series. So blame the Cubbies. No, I don't know. I'm just kidding. That's just, I don't even know why I said the Cubs, but you get my point. It's just, it doesn't make any sense. Cool Cat Crypto. I've been telling my brother and his wife all about all this for 3 years. They still don't have any. It just, and here's the thing. Once you're like all this stuff, you know, you become a multimillionaire. You might already be one for all I know. You know, Cool Cat, I don't know your situation, but funny how that works. They'll all be having, I hate to say it, right? Let's, you know, their handout, man. You know, like, oh, or how about this, asking you for advice when it's too late? That's another big thing. You're asking for advice on these projects now that they're, you know, $100+ per coin or 1,000 or whatever. But I don't know. There'll be new projects in the future, and I guess they'll have to wait that much longer. But you know, it's like, what are we talking about? You know. Anyway. All right. I think I'm almost towards the bottom. Unbelievable. Almost 5 hours in the show. My God. WrestleMania definitely happened tonight, guys. Crypto Jedi. I'll be in Reno, Nevada in the week of June 4th. Last year in Reno. Reno is awesome. I love Reno. In fact, I think I had more fun in Reno than last time I was in Vegas. Just throwing that out there. Reno, the biggest little city in the world. Fun town, man. That's cool. Last year in Reno, hung out with the Subs of Death by Saber. Super cool. That is cool, man. Let me see here. I got about 1 billion in free GBEX. So that's freaking awesome. Cool cat. Cool. Max, my lack of knowledge is why I couldn't get HBAR at 0. A bunch of zeros. I was clueless about, what to do at the time. Now my eyes are getting dried out. My nose is getting dried out. I got to pause this thing real quick. Hold on. Hold on a second. I don't have a runny nose. It's just my allergies are kicking in, maybe because of it's just all the dry, hot air. Yeah, it's all right, man. I mean, it's part of the journey. And then if anything, like when you recognize the opportunity, like for me, right? I could have made probably 3 times the amount of, that I made in SHIB. If I would have just simply forced myself to buy SHIB, I think I was going to buy it, man, like early February of 2021. Because I just came out of like buying Doge. And then I think at the time I was like, what other ones are cheaper? I know it sounds like I'm backtracking on it because I was like, I made a bunch of profits off of Doge, and then I went to SHIB. But actually, that wasn't the case. The case was this Doge is cheap at a penny, and then it started blowing up. And then I was like, wow, yeah, that's how it went. And then I was just like, I need to find other ones. And then I start finding about SHIB. But at the time, they weren't listed on like all the exchanges, I guess you could say. Like I think at the time people were telling me like, you got to get on Uniswap. And I'm like, what the hell is this Uniswap thing? And so by not forcing myself to learn it, through tutorials, it cost me at least like maybe a couple zeros or something like that. Just having that attitude. Oh my God. If I would have bought it and forced myself, I don't know, man. I probably could have made like anywhere from 300 to 500,000 in SHIB, if you think about it, based off the math. Yeah, I'm still kicking myself for that. But like I mentioned, it's part of the crypto journey. Sorry. Just kind of have some congestion. Dang allergies. All right, let's go further down. Let me kick that fan back on, whether I get allergies or not. All right, let's see here. Not bad considering what it can become. Yeah, that's a good point. It will do well, and don't forget it's ISO certified. Yeah. JBEX is the only ISO certified exchange there is. Oh, okay. All the ISO cryptos will use it. Well, I need to get a bag of that at some point. I know it's a good. It just, man, I'm literally looking at like, you guys want to know the 4 that I'm thinking about getting into? Obviously, besides BTC Pay for a power swap or whatever, it's so I still need to get into Rio. Unfortunately, yeah, I missed it at 8 cents. So Rio is going to be a long-term hold. Elk is going to probably be a long-term hold. So those are the 2. And WTK, Watts Pay. I'm almost done with my research to do a proper deep dive on that, but I've been very, very impressed with that. So Watts Pay, Caspa is probably my 4th one I don't have. And then my 5th one that I'm just looking to load up like a lot is, and I know I'm in the minority on this, and I don't care. It's basically Helium. I still think there's opportunity there. It's a distressed asset. It's rebounded since the lows of 117, and I just feel as though like if I don't load up on it now at these prices, I'm really going to regret it in the bull run. I only bought a handful of them originally at like $20, and I did see it go to like $55, and I was like, "Are you kidding me, man? I just made $250 in profit. It wasn't that much. I mean, And I was just like, shoot, man, if this thing ever tanked to like a distressed price, I want to load up. And here I am at these particular levels. I mean, I'm just looking at it from perspective. Like, we talk about some projects like, is this one a 10x or 100x, or some people saying 1,000? So on the math for me, when it comes to helium, it's at least a 50x. That's not bad. Like, I'll do that all day. Not financial advice though, but anyway. Plus JP Morgan Chase loves XDC and probably created it. LCX, I can't say for sure with that one. It runs on E. Seems like a good yeah, I saw your comments. You're pointing out quant. You mentioned LCX and the whole common factor was it was all ETH. And I was like, yeah, that's cool, Cat. I get it. Yeah, it was on Awesome stream earlier today where you made those comments. Oh, there it goes. There it goes. It's getting all moody again. There we go. I will probably have to really wrap this up soon. I wonder how long this is going to last. April's got the flowers. Elon's got the muff. Oh, jeez. Said it again. All right. Well, wow. Hello, April. Brittany's still here. Or she's going to bed. Have a good night, Brittany. Crypto Hulk finally realized what XDC was. He talks about now. Yeah, I was going to share that, but I don't know. If I share all this stuff, we're going to be going way too long. I don't know if I read every single comment here. Max, do you know about XR PayNet? Yes. And if you so, have you looked into it? Just a little bit. We covered it on the show before a couple times. It's on the live. I think it was cool. They're not Cool Cat Crypto. Mike Cornwell shared a little bit. It'll be, and we did talk about it for a little bit. R3 Corda is the bridge. Yeah. No, that's a good analogy. I can rock with that too. You met Crypto Latina? Seriously? Nice. I mean, nice. Yeah, I'm gonna get myself in trouble. The one to meet is hopefully I don't get trouble. Is Volted NZ, man. Not too shabby, not too bad, not too. I just throw it out there. She's a nice lady. Anyway, they're I do watch their streams. I have commented. They're good people. I just don't want to get myself in trouble. Anyway, what's up, Max? Here to smash that like, but going to bed. Night. Hello, everyone in chat and layers. Oh, thank you, Crypto Puppet. And you have a good night. You're probably gone already. 10:41. Yeah, you're probably gone. Max, where is Larry? So Larry still has problems with his eye. It's a real thing. It's no joke. Thoughts and prayers are with him. We hope that he can be back. I don't know, man. It might be like a month. It might be 2 months. I don't know. He mentioned like he's going to try to possibly come back like maybe next week. I don't know. I just told him, I was like, man, take as much time as you need. So I don't know if it was Blackwood or somebody else said that like their father had that problem and like ended up going blind. I hope that doesn't happen to Larry. Of course not. But it's bad. Wait, Larry, don't do lives anymore. Not for the time being, no. Larry took some time off for personal reasons. Yeah. Well, his eye, basically. That's basically it. There's nothing really like, And in top secret news, Mr. Larry of Crypto Talk Now took a voyage to Buenos Aires, Argentina, where he met a woman by the name of Argentina Volt Inu Latina, who showed him the moon and beyond by taking pictures of a full moon upside down, because in Argentina, the man in the moon is upside down. I don't even know where I'm going with that. Sorry. Yeah. Still here. LOL. Wish the best for Larry. Yes. Thank you for that. All right. Let me see how we're doing on this other page real quick. Talked about a lot of stuff earlier. And if anything, I just can bring some of this up some other time. Because, I mean, like, I am pooped. So. All right, guys. I'm finally wrapping up at the 5-hour mark. Yes, I can't believe the time. It's almost 11 o'clock. I started this show at basically 6 my time. I'm trying to see what else was actually left. It was basically Stellar. That's for some Stellar. Or some Stellar. I don't know. Maybe I should owe it to myself to actually talk about this because it would help me with the recorded content. Let me see. Now I'm also on the fence. I might do it. You know what? I'm going to stretch real quick. Give me a second to stretch. As Bill O'Reilly once said, F it. We'll do it live. So I'm going to stretch for like 30 seconds. I'll be right back. And yeah, I'm going for it because you know what? I want to get a lot of content out. And it definitely helps with the channel to grow. So, all right, let's do this. All right, I'll be right back. Give me 30 seconds. All right, let's jump into it. Thank you, Crypto Puppet. Appreciate it. You're welcome. All right. So whoever is left, smash that like button. Thank you for joining us for this late night edition of extended hours of Crypto Talk Now for DYOR, Do Your Own Research with Max, me, and our community, of course. So we're going to jump into the stellar news, believe it or not. And if anything, let's go ahead and jump right into that. So I want to show you guys this right here. And this comes from Reddit. Now, this is 5 years ago. You may think, well, why the heck would you want to mention this? You got to keep in mind, it's not all about just the news. But if anything, it's taking a blast from the past to keep you up to date with, you know, some particular things. I saw this earlier and I said to myself, you know what? This is worth sharing. This is so cool. So it says Swift and Stellar, my dream. We all understand the whole thing. Excuse me, when it comes to, you know, all the talk about Ripple and Swift all the time. Well, how about Stellar and Swift? Yeah, Stellar and Swift doesn't get mentioned as much, but it is a thing. So it says, I was dreaming one day about the partnership of Swift and Stellar, dreaming that Swift was purchased or has purchased 60 billion Stellar lumens at, you know, XLM at a price of 50 cents. Like, think about this. Think about that price, right? Where we're at now, like what, like 10 cents, 9 cents. And they are going to use the Stellar network for worldwide cross-border payments. But they kept the deal in top secret till the price of XLM went to $10. And the next important part of my dream was suddenly one day Swift tweeted about their partnership and the Stellar 2 tweeted as confirmation. On the same day, the price of XLM went up to $100. And in a few more days, it went up to 1,000. This guy's a big dreamer. Then after that, the dream, I started calculating the gain. This is just to make everyone cheers and to think it may happen and be positive about that. Not saying directly, but in another way too. After all, there is trillions of dollars transaction is there for, you know, cross-border payment network. And if Stellar can get to occupy a few of those tens, a percentage of it, price will get landed out of the Milky Way galaxy. Kind of like I was talking about earlier with the Milky Way galaxy. He's very much optimistic. You name it. You know, people are saying like, if Swift don't use Stellar, Swift will die. Banks are already replacing Swift to Stellar. But the key thing is, this was posted like 5 years ago. I mean, he was a big dream. But some of these guys kind of got it right. Banks are already replacing Swift with Stellar. And think about where we're at right now, right? All right. So I want to jump into this right here. And this is, again, a little bit in reiteration, but not so much of a dream about the whole thing of Swift and Stellar. But look what is mentioned here. Stellar for cross-border payments says millions of businesses around the world contribute to the nearly $2 trillion in cross-border payments each year. And actually, it's more than that, right? So the most common method for U.S. businesses to move funds across borders is Swift. And we know this, which takes a considerable amount of both time and money. Introduced in 2015, Stellar is an open network for moving value, just in case you didn't know that they were introduced in 2015. So yeah, open network for moving value internationally with standard instructions, a more modern and transparent way to make bank-to-bank payments like SWIFT, only digital, modern, fast, and open to all. Now think about what is mentioned here, right? To make bank-to-bank payments. Now when you see this, you're like thinking to yourself, well, technically speaking, I mean, what about the whole concept of, you know, Ripple, right? Ripple is supposed to be bank to bank, not necessarily Stellar. Well, if you're still with me, we're going to get into all this stuff. So it says, like Swift, only digital, modern, fast, and open to all. Get started, read the ebook. We're not going to do all that. But look what it's also mentioned here. Whether paying a remote staff, getting paid by customers, or sending money to keep suppliers, there's a cost when transacting, between different currencies. Convoluted pathways for both B2B as in bank to bank, and B2E/B2C payments use multiple banks and institutions that are slow to initiate transactions and dictate high exchange rate and fees. Stellar replaces the process of the international wire and currency conversion in a single pathway, making transactions fast and efficient. Why am I pointing this out? I'll tell you why I'm pointing this out. Because you know want to know something? We understand the whole thing with Ripple, and everybody has been stating for the last couple years that when it comes to Stellar, it is strictly, for the most part, the the person to person, right? But it's more to it than just that. And I just got rugged again. But I want people to understand is I think it's it's nice to basically take a blast from the past in regards to this. And the main reason for it basically is because, there's one thing about, let's say somebody wants to send money from one bank to another. Well, that person might not have like, an institutional account, right? It might be a little bit different than that. So is there really a thing of bank to bank for Stellar? Well, I believe that, there is. And again, I want people to kind of see this. I'm going to share this, of course, earlier. But anyway, yeah, I'm going to jump a little bit more into this. And look at this, the Stellar solution. Fast, efficient, modern. Stellar combines the power of frictionless blockchain-based pathway for payments with local partners to provide on and off ramps, the world's currencies. These partners, called anchors, move value on the Stellar network while accepting and paying out traditional currency and their local geography. Now, some of you guys know about the whole thing with anchors, but some of you do not. So here's the breakdown real quick, and we'll jump into anchors. So it says service provider issues the invoice payable to Anchor 1. Anchor 1, customer pays the anchor in their local currency. Anchor 2, Anchor 1 moves value to Anchor 2 over Stellar Network. And then you have, for instance, the receiving bank. Service provider's bank receives the payment, right? We're going to jump to this real quick. Here it is in regards to anchors real quick. So when you come up to this, here's some of the basics, because let's face it, a lot of times people don't know the basics. So in regards to anchor basics of Stellar, Anchor connects the Stellar network to traditional banking rails. Remember earlier we were talking about the whole thing with NXRA, right? That bridge of TradeFi with DeFi, right? So yeah, they basically connect the Stellar network to traditional banking rails so that all the world's currencies can interoperate on a single seamless platform. Now, for some of you guys, right, like who are still here right now, this is no big news, and I get that. But it's nice to point some of this out because, again, look at what's mentioned here. By providing access to local on and off ramps, they empower the apps, the apps and services built on Stellar to enable borderless access to financial infrastructure. Borderless access to financial infrastructure. Maybe this is why, they have to get mentioned with the bank to bank, right? And it's not just 100%. Oh, it's Ripple all the way. Maybe from the big bank money and stuff like that. I understand that the big accounts, right? And it's worth mentioning some of that. But look what it says here. Read on to find out more. We're going to do just that. So in regards to the anchors, right? Today's payment landscape is fragmented each region has its own payment scheme, ACH, SEPA, you guys know about some of these things, which are not interoperable. To bridge these disparate local payment systems, Stellar makes it possible to represent the world's currency in the form of digital assets on one decentralized platform where they can all interoperate freely. By living on Stellar, these digital assets can also interoperate with all the wallets and apps that leverage the Stellar network to provide users a wide variety of cost-effective financial services. This is another perfect example of why, when it comes to Stellar, you have, again, I always mention this, the guy who lives in Nigeria, for instance, and he doesn't want the Naira to diminish in value. This, as you can see right here, is a perfect example of how that gets done on a foreign exchange market where it doesn't diminish the native currency. People want to talk about utility. That is a huge benefit. That utility itself, you are literally holding the value of world currencies in the traditional banking system. And literally, it says it right here. I didn't even read this part yet. Look at that. To facilitate moving value from the traditional banking system to Stellar and vice versa. So hopefully you guys know I'm not BSing about this. It just reiterated what I just said. Literally. The network relies on anchors, trusted bridges between the Stellar network and other payment rails. Anchors can offer a variety of financial services on the network, including issuing assets, creating on and off ramps, providing access to XLM or USDC Circle on Stellar, or integrating a Stellar ecosystem protocol SEP to interoperate with other projects on the network. Now, in regards to the anchor opportunity, Stellar is paving the path toward a new global payment standard. Anchors have an opportunity to become an integral part of this effort. And in the future, you're not seeing a lot of mention about anchors. I mean, some of you guys are like real pro, yeah, man, Stellar all the way. And so you already know about this stuff. But I'm talking about like when you see on, a YouTube video or crypto Twitter, anchors don't really get mentioned as much. But I think here in the future, as soon as we hear more talk about regulatory clarity and that path forward to, just that, like the institutional money coming in, you will see the whole concept of anchors being brought up more. You'll even hear some of the, quote, top influencers talking about this whole thing with Stellar and these anchors. So, here at CTN, we want to pound it home as far as the educational side of it. I hope you have an idea just briefly about this. But, look what's mentioned, the anchor pathway. I'm just going to touch bases just on a little bit more on regards to this. So it says, as a critical link between the Stellar network and the traditional financial systems, anchors are positioned to leverage a variety of business models and monetization strategies. Think about what's also mentioned here. Monetization strategies. Even JASMY, a totally different project, right? You have the personal data loggers, but the key thing is data democratization, right? And in Japan, they realize as a society of people with honor system and so on, that you have to respect and give power back to the citizens or the people. Like, that's their personal data. Like, you wouldn't walk in on a person. I know this is a crazy analogy. You're not going to walk in on a person naked, right? Like, why are you doing that? That's personal space. You don't do that. Well, at the same time, it's like there is different monetization strategies. If you hear what I'm saying, it's like, JASMY's perfect example is personal data lockers. I just lost my dang connection again, but that's where I want people to understand this. Is that whole thing of personal data locker. Think about it. I mean, there's a broader perspective in regards to all that. Give me a second. I'm just going to come back in the frame for a second. Or maybe I can't. But anyway, hold on a second. I got a good point here. Trust me, I do. It messes up my flow when it bugs my connection like that, and it just sucks. I will probably have to wrap things up here shortly, but the quick gist is this, guys. It's like when you see these things being mentioned about monetization, you can come to the understanding of, oh, you know what? This makes sense. This makes total sense. The leverage of a variety of business models and monetization strategies, whether it's JASMY's personal data lockers, giving power back to the people, protecting their data, their own personal, things that they own, hence data. Monetization strategy, including deposit and withdrawal fees, FX spread, and transaction fees. Successful anchors offer services as part of a larger portfolio of products and services that leverage the efficiency of Stellar to provide new cost-effective financial services, including API-based banking as a service offerings. You don't see that mentioned too much. Cross-border bank-to-bank payments and invoicing, remittances, peer-to-peer payments, international payroll, or two-sided marketplace systems. So it's like this is a good reiteration of reminding people that, look, there is a lot of focus on Ripple, and rightfully so, when it comes to bank, but this whole concept that I just kind of wanted to share that I think there's a false narrative, when it comes to like new investors, or I hate to say like certain content creators, that they'll always consistently, and I'm also kind of guilty about this too, the narrative of Stellar strictly the peer-to-peer. Here's perfect proof that no, they're not just peer-to-peer. You know what I mean? They're also part of that mix of cross-border bank-to-pay payments. Now, there's of course requirements for anchors. I don't want to get into all that because that's just more the technical side of things. There's the whole thing of becoming an anchor. Hold on a second. I think that's almost it in regards to that. Actually, I will read this. This is one technical aspect I want to share with you. So it says, becoming an anchor is easier than ever. Launching a seamless fiat on/off ramp is also a streamlined process thanks to widely adopted ecosystem standards and a dedicated suite of tools designed to help anchors launch, deposit, and withdrawal flows that seamlessly interoperate with all wallets and apps in the ecosystem. All of them. I don't know. I got a feeling like here shortly, especially after we get like regulations fast tracked and so on. I'm telling you flat out, this whole concept of Stellar anchors, don't be surprised if you see this more in the news, because I mean, if Stellar is definitely part of the mix, and I definitely feel as though that, hence why it's like my number 3, then the anchor, like you see here, is how it gets done, right? I mean, obviously Stellar gets a lot of things done. But I mean, all these terms that you see here, interoperate freely by living on Stellar. These digital assets can also interoperate with all the wallets and apps that leverage Stellar Network to provide users a wide variety of cost-effective financial services. Combine that with all the projects that are already building on Stellar, and you literally see them popping up all the time. Like, we try to cover all this stuff, right? We follow the Stellar Foundation. I don't know. I just thought it was a reiteration. Try to let people know more about Anchor. And Anchor is super, super impressive. It's just kind of like what you saw, it's an opportunity. How is it an opportunity? It's an opportunity for us, especially an opportunity for like new devs that are building on Stellar on the network, paving the path forward, like it says, toward, I should say, a new global payment standard. A new global payment standard. If they're going to be the ones that are going to be, getting the job done, like I've always said, like if you had to pick one cryptocurrency that could very well be the cryptocurrency for you and me and everybody throughout the world, to me, it has to be Stellar. It just simply makes sense. And with what you saw here with the anchor opportunities, where it's at. So anyway, I don't know how much longer we go with this, but I just think it's useful information. Haha, O'Reilly, F it, we'll do it live. Yeah, he's like, freaking thing sucks. You know what I mean? Ooh, 7th inning stretch. Yeah, I don't know about that, but Marvin Davis says, Max, much love. Your passion keeps people up and excited. Thank you for these long lives. Those of us that get it are serious about utility. Appreciate it. Yeah, appreciate that, man. Thank you. I think my dad got up, which, I wanted to let him sleep earlier because he hasn't been getting a lot of rest. But I probably am going to have to wrap things up because I do want to give him something to eat, and the man deserves to eat. I do too. And I don't know. I'm just going to double check a couple things. I'm glad I got to talk about the Anchor basics. So I'm going to save this new thing I found in regards to it's called Stellar Lumens could work with Swift under the ISO 222 regulation. And it's from alp.lsp. So I'll just say that for a different day. And in closing, I actually am going to close out now. It's not a world record as far as, or CTN record, but I'll have to take your word for that, man. That sounds pretty awesome, though. But yeah, 5 hours and 20 seconds. I think the record's like 5 hours and 40, something like that. So WrestleMania has come to a close. And for people that are watching on the recorded, I have seen your complaints. I am sorry about the whole thing of the long shows and not having chapters. I have tried to put in a thing where we have chapters, and it just takes forever on YouTube. And you may be saying, well, that's because you do a long show. Stop doing a long show. I have done it even on the shows that are like 2.5 hours on Utility Talk Now. It's the same problem. YouTube takes forever to implement the chapters. So I'm going to have to try to find out a way maybe for manually. I've tried it manually too, but the tutorial that was shown, maybe that worked a couple years ago. It doesn't work anymore. I'm going to try to contact YouTube support and see if there could be some kind of solution. So, all right. Have a great night, everybody. We'll see you back here tomorrow at 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific for more Crypto Talk Now. And I'm sure Mr. Cornwell will probably have maybe some update or something. But I will give a little clue. It has to do with Mr. Craig Wright of BSV. So shout out to you, Cool Cat Crypto. Maybe some of you guys saw a little brief part of it, but it gets even more juicier. So tune in tomorrow. We got some juicy stuff for you. 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific for more Crypto Talk Now. You guys have a great night, and we'll see you on the next one, especially you, Stargazer. Have a good one. All right. Over and out for now. Sayonara.
Singing this song, I see I was wrong. To chain you down, I was the clown. I'm singing this song, I see I was wrong. To chain you down, I was the clown. I know now what you're all about. I've had the time to run out. I pray for the touch of your hand. Your love is so, so grand. Oh, baby.
Hey, how the hell are you? Welcome to Jack in the Box. I'm Jack, and I'll be happy to fill your order if you know what I mean. I'd like a Jack burger and a large fries. Sorry, pal, we're cleaning the grease fryer. We don't have any French fries today.
Oh, okay. Then just give me a small order of fries, please.
Look, Chief, maybe you didn't hear me. I said we don't have any fries today, so how about something else?
Oh, okay. Then just give me an order of fries.
Listen up, pal. Who put the straw in strawberry?
Nature did.
That's right, nature did. Who put the ape in apricot?
Nature did.
That's right, nature did. Now listen carefully. Who put the freak in French fries?
There ain't no freak in French fries.
That's what I've been trying to tell you, butt breath. There ain't no freak in French fries. Now get out of my sight before I shove your teeth so far down your throat you'll have to sit on a Jack Burger to eat it. Oh, and have a nice day.
Oh, man. How many people had strict mothers? Okay, you did, but 2 of you? Okay, strict fathers. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. That's 2 mothers and 7 fathers. It's 9. What the hell are the rest of you doing? Out smoking crack or something? You guys are out at 3 in the morning. What are you doing? Nothing. What time are you going to be home? Never. My mother was a strict one. Don't mess with her. Yeah. Every family's got a parent that's like Jack Nicholson from The Shining. And every family's got a parent that's Mr. fucking Magoo. That's my father. As long as you didn't mess with the little things he cared about, he could give a shit. You're walking around, hey, man, you've done it again. Oh. You guys ever get caught drinking? You always hope the easygoing parent caught you when you got caught drinking. Huh? Here's what happens. Remember the first time I ever got caught drinking? I went out in the middle of the woods, a big keg party. That's like a big Portland thing. What the hell are we doing in the middle of the woods drinking? You got these friends in high school that called morons. They go, hey, dude, I got a keg. What do you want to do with it? Let's bring it in the woods. It's a good idea. It's hunting season. Want to put some antlers on our heads, too? Okay. Now, if you've never been to the keg party, here's what happens. A couple guys get a keg. We don't know how. We don't know where. But they get it. They drive it over there in the mother station wagon. They roll it out of the back. The bastard's way too heavy to pick up. So wherever it stops, that's where you start drinking. Then they pass out the cups. The red cups. 87-gallon red plastic party cake cups. The size of a small jacuzzi. Solo cups. S-O-L-O fucking solo. And everybody holds 2 hands on them. Sometimes you need a spotter. And you start drinking. Oh. And then you yell. Ow! Like this girl's on the other side of the keg party going, I like the one that howls like a wolf. Everybody begins, you're 12 feet in the woods. Then you start to see flashlights come through the woods. That's when one guy, let's call him the president of the keg party, takes control. Shut up! Everybody shut up! The cops are coming! Shut up! Because if you're quiet, they won't be able to pick out 600 drunk kids in the woods with big red plastic cups in their hands and a bright, shiny keg. There's always one kid freaking out, thinks he's going to get arrested. Oh, my God, the cops are coming. Oh, my God, I'm going to lose my Eagle Scout badge. Just shut up. I told you to shut up. I'm trying to be quiet, but I'm nervous. I'm saying shut up. Never fails. The kid gets too nervous, right? Right? Everybody else is quiet. Just that one kid can't handle the pressure. And he cracks, and he always yells the wrong word. What's he yell? Run! 900 kids take off. You don't even know where the hell you're going. You could start off in Portland, end up in Biddeford. People are all over the state. But you're all shit-faced, and you don't put down the cup when you're running. Right? Because it costs 45 cents. And this tree branch is hitting you in the head. Everybody, run, run! One guy in the middle going, nice, Dad, shut up! Everybody ends up on Main Street, shit-faced out of their mind, with big red cups in their hands. So when the cops come up, all right, what's going on here? I don't know. But I didn't spill anything. It's time to go home. So everybody piles into your mother's station wagon. One kid with his face up against the glass. Take me home first. There's 3 kids going, I'm gonna puke. There's always 5 kids going, dude, if you don't drive this car to the fucking walk-in, I'm gonna kick your ass. The kid's like, okay. You go to the walk-in. Now, the walk-in has great food, don't they? I love, God bless those people, but I can't understand a goddamn word they're saying. And the guy gets on the microphone, and there's 800 shit-faced keg party kids with the red cups in the walk-in. And everybody's ordered everything on the menu twice. And the guy goes, everybody and their mother shows up at the counter. Dude, that's me! I don't even care what it is. Give it to me. What is it? Yeah, okay. Yeah. Now you've realized it's really time to go home. There's no other places to go. So you get back in the car. Now, when your friends drop you off at your house at the end of the night, they don't want you to get in any kind of trouble, do they? Bullshit. That's why when they drop you off at your house, they do a few 360s on your front lawn. They shoot a cannonball out of the car. They throw all the red cups out. Right? They kick your drunk ass out of the car as they burn rubber and wail on the horn driving down the street. Me, 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 meow. I'm at the end of the driveway. Tingay Lena. Yeah, Tingay Lena. Yeah. You the man. Oh shit, that's my house. And you stand there because you need a plan. An hour later, this is what I came up with. I'm fucked. Then you're like, screw it. Screw it. I'm going in. Where did they put the house? About 2 hours later with a compass, you find the front stairs. I really screwed up. I got to the top of the stairs. I rang the doorbell. Right after I realized what I did. No! Take it back! Take it back! I ran as fast as I could. Then I heard the light switch. Click. I grabbed a twig. I tried to hide. Hoping to be my father. He wouldn't give a shit because the hose was rolled up. Uh-oh, not a chance in hell. There she stood. Big turkey cooking, orange giving, sweater pulling Easter bunny woman. She got 2 bloody Dr. Scholl's on. I know you're out there, you little bastard. You better come out wherever you are. You try to act cool like you're over there doing some gardening. They're coming around the corner. Hey, Ma! All right, Ma. Mama! Look at the gardenias. Beautiful. Get your ass over here. Look at you. Oh, Jesus jumped up Christ. I want some answers. There, Mr. Misty. Little Mr. Peanut Buster Parfait. I want to know, where the hell have you been till 5:30 in the goddamn morning? Ma, we went to LL Beans and got a canoe. I'll canoe you, Scooby-Doo, right into next week. Now, I want to know where the hell you've been. This is what you come up with. No place. You've been out no place. Who the hell were you with? Nobody. Out no place with nobody. Shopping for canoes. What the hell were you doing? Nothing. No place, doing nothing with nobody, shopping for canoes. What are you, a wacko? Out of your goddamn mind. Now, I want some answers. Snappity snap, snoopity snoop. Then your mother starts sniffing you. What the hell is that all about? When she starts sniffing you, well, I'll just find out where you have been. Oh my God. You've been out drinking. Listen, Ma, listen. Somebody spilled it on me. 15 times. 12 of them landed down my throat. No. I know the smell of a sweaty Pabst Blue Ribbon in the woods. I know the stench of a Schlitz beer from miles away. I bust my ass 97 hours a day. You go out drinking? Jesus, jumped up Christ. Okay, all right. Okay. What the hell's going on down here? What would you look at your son, for Christ's sakes? He's hammered. What's that? You found my friggin' hammer? See you guys. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Thanks very much.
Keep it going, Bob Marley, ladies and gentlemen.